The Hollow Hills by Mary Stewart. Read by Stephen Thorne. There was a boy born, a winter king. Before the black month he was born, and fled in the dark month to find shelter with the poor. He shall come with the spring, in the green month, and the golden month, and bright shall be the burning of his star. Book 1. The Waiting. Chapter 1. There was a lark singing somewhere high above. Light fell dazzling against my closed eyelids, and with it the song like a distant dance of water. I opened my eyes. Above me arched the sky with its invisible singer lost somewhere in the light and floating blue of a spring day. Everywhere was a sweet nutty smell, which made me think of gold and candle flames and young lovers. Something smelling not so sweet stirred beside me, and a rough young voice said, "Sir?" I turned my head. I was lying on turf in a hollow among furze bushes. These were full of blossom, golden, sweet-smelling flames called out by the spring sun. Beside me a boy knelt. He was perhaps 12 years old, dirty, with a matted shag of hair, and clad in some coarse brown cloth. His cloak, made of skins roughly stitched together, showed rents in a dozen places. He had a stick in one hand. Even without the way he smelt, I could have guessed his calling, for all around us his herd of goats grazed among the furze bushes, cropping the young green prickles. At my movement he got quickly to his feet and backed off a little, peering, half wary and half hopeful, through the filthy tangle of hair. So he had not robbed me yet. I eyed the heavy stick in his hand, vaguely wondering through the mists of pain whether I could help myself even against this youngster. But it seemed that his hopes were only for a reward. He was pointing at something out of sight beyond the bushes. "I caught your horse for you. He's tied over there. I thought you were dead." I raised myself to an elbow. Round me the day seemed to swing and dazzle. The furze blossoms smoked like incense in the sun. Pain seeped back slowly, and with it, on the same tide, memory. "Are you hurt bad?" "Nothing to matter except my hand. Give me time. I'll be all right." "You caught my horse, you say. Did you see me fall?" "Aye. I was over yonder." He pointed again. Beyond the mounds of yellow blossom, the land rose smooth and bare to a rounded upland broken by grey rock, seamed with winter thorn. Behind the shoulder of the land, the sky had that look of limitless and empty distance which spoke of the sea. "I saw you come riding up the valley from the shore, going slow. I could see you was ill, or maybe sleeping on the horse. Then he put his foot wrong a hole, likely, and you came off. You've not been lying long. I just got down to you." He stopped, his mouth dropping open. I saw shock in his face. As he spoke, I'd been pushing myself up till I was able to sit, propped by my left arm, and carefully lift my injured right hand into my lap. It was a swollen, crusted mass of dried blood, through which fresh red was running. I had, I guessed, fallen on it when my horse had stumbled. The feint had been merciful enough. The pain was growing now, wave on wave grinding with the steady beat and drag of the tide over shingle. But the faintness had gone, and my head, though still aching from the blow, was clear. "Mother of mercy!" The boy was looking sick. "You never did that, falling from your horse?" "No, it was a fight." "You've no sword." "I lost it. No matter. I have my dagger and a hand for it. No, don't be afraid. The fighting's done. No one will hurt you. Now, if you'll help me onto my horse, I'll be on my way." He gave me an arm as I got to my feet. We were standing at the edge of a high green upland studded with firs, with here and there stark, solitary trees thrust into strange shapes by the steady salt wind. Beyond the thicket where I'd lain, the ground fell away in a sharp slope scored by the tracks of sheep and goats. It made one side of a narrow, winding valley, at the foot of which a stream raced, tumbling down its rocky bed. I couldn't see what lay at the foot of the valley, but about a mile away, beyond the horizon of winter grass, was the sea. From the height of the land where I stood, one could guess at the great cliffs which fell away to the shore, and away beyond the land's farthest edge, small in the distance, I could see the jut of towers. The castle of Tintagel, stronghold of the Dukes of Cornwall, the impregnable fortress rock which could only be taken by guile or by treachery from within. Last night, I had used both. I felt a shiver run over my flesh. Last night, in the wild dark of the storm, this had been a place of gods and destiny, of power driving towards some distant end of which I had been given from time to time a glimpse. And I, Merlin, son of Ambrosius, whom men feared as prophet and visionary, had been in that night's work no more than the god's instrument. It was for this that I had been given the gift of sight, and the power that men saw as magic. From this remote and sea-locked fortress would come the king, who alone could clear Britain of her enemies, and give her time to find herself, who alone, in the wake of Ambrosius, the last of the Romans, would hold back the fresh tides of the Saxon terror, and for a breathing space at least, keep Britain whole. This I'd seen in the stars, and heard in the wind. It was I, my gods had told me, who would bring this to pass. This I had been born for. Now, if I could still trust my gods, the promised child was begotten. But because of him, because of me, 4 men had died. In that night, lashed by storm and brooded over by the dragon star, death had seemed commonplace, and gods waiting visible at every corner. But now, in the still morning after the storm, what was there to see? A young man with an injured hand, a king with his lust satisfied, and a woman with her penance beginning. And for all of us, time to remember the dead. The boy brought my horse up to me. He was watching me curiously, the wariness back in his face. "How long have you been here with your goats?" I asked him. "A sunrise and a sunrise." "Did you see or hear anything last night?" Wariness became suddenly fear. His eyelids dropped and he stared at the ground. His face was closed, blank, stupid. "I have forgotten, Lord." I leaned against my horse's shoulder, regarding him. Times without number I had met this stupidity, this flat, expressionless mumble. It is the only armour available to the poor. I said gently, "Whatever happened last night, it is something I want you to remember, not to forget. No one will harm you. Tell me what you saw." He looked at me for perhaps 10 more seconds of silence. I could not guess what he was thinking. What he was seeing can hardly have been reassuring. A tall young man with a smashed and bloody hand, cloakless, his clothes stained and torn, his face, I have no doubt, grey with fatigue and pain, and the bitter dregs of last night's triumph. All the same, the boy nodded suddenly and began to speak. "Last night in the black dark, I heard horses go by me, 4, I think. But I saw no one. Then, in the early dawn, 2 more following them, spurring hard. I thought they were all making for the castle, but from where I was, up there by the rocks, I never saw torches at the guardhouse on the cliff top or on the bridge going across to the main gate. They must have gone down the valley there. After it was light, I saw 2 horsemen coming back that way, from the shore below the castle rock." He hesitated. "And then you, my lord." I said slowly, holding him with my eyes, "Listen now, and I'll tell you who the horsemen were. Last night in the dark, King Uther Pendragon rode this way with myself and 2 others. He rode to Tintagel. But he did not go by the gatehouse and the bridge. He rode down the valley to the shore, and then climbed the secret path up the rock and entered the castle by the postern gate." "Why do you shake your head? Don't you believe me?" "Lord, everyone knows the king had quarrelled with the duke. No one could get in, least of all the king. Even if he did find the postern door, there's none would dare open it to him." "They opened last night. It was the Duchess Igraine herself who received the king into Tintagel." "But—" "Wait," I said. I will tell you how it happened. The king had been changed by magic arts into a likeness of the duke, and his companions into likenesses of the duke's friends. The people who let them into the castle thought they were admitting Duke Gorlois himself, with Bethael and Jordan. Under its dirt, the boy's face was pale. I knew that for him, as for most of the people of this wild and haunted country, my talk of magic and enchantment would come as easily as stories of the loves of kings and violence in high places. He said, stammering, "The king? The king was in the castle last night with the Duchess?" "Yes. And the child that will be born will be the king's child." A long pause. He licked his lips. But when the Duke finds out..." "He won't find out," I said. "He's dead." One filthy hand went to his mouth. The fist rammed against his teeth. Above it, his eyes showing white, went from my injured hand to the bloodstains on my clothing, then to my empty scabbard. He looked as if he would have liked to run away, but did not dare even do that. He said breathlessly, "You killed him? You killed our Duke?" "Indeed, no. Neither I nor the king wished him dead. He was killed in battle. Last night, not knowing that the king had already ridden secretly for Tintagel, your duke sallied out from his fortress of Demilioc to attack the king's army, and was killed." He hardly seemed to be listening. He was stammering. "But the two I saw this morning, it was the duke himself riding up from Tintagel. I saw him. Do you think I don't know him? It was the duke himself with Jordan, his man." "No, it was the king with his servant Ulfin. I told you the king took the duke's likeness. The magic deceived you, too." He began to back away from me. "How do you know these things? You said you were with them. This magic. Who are you?" "I am Merlin, the king's nephew. They call me Merlin the Enchanter." Still backing, he had come up against a wall of firs. As he looked this way and that, trying which way to run, I put out a hand. "Don't be afraid. I'll not hurt you. Here, take this. Come, take it. No sensible man should fear gold. Call it a reward for catching my horse. Now, if you'll help me onto his back, I'll be on my way." He made a half movement forward, ready to snatch and run, but then he checked, and his head went round quick as a wild thing's. I saw the goats had already stopped grazing and were looking eastwards, ears pricked. Then I heard the sound of horses. I gathered my own beast's reins in my good hand, then looked round for the boy to help me. But he was already running, whacking the bushes to chase the goats in front of him. I called to him, and as he glanced over his shoulder, flung the gold. He snatched it up, and then was gone, racing up the slope with his goats scampering round him. Pain struck at me again, grinding the bones of my hand together. The cracked ribs stabbed and burned my side. I felt the sweat start on my body, and round me the spring day wavered and broke again in mist. The noise of approaching hoofs seemed to hammer with the pain along my bones. I leaned against my horse's saddle and waited. It was the king, riding again for Tintagel, this time for the main gate, and by daylight, with a company of his men. They came at a fast canter along the grassy track from Demilioc, 4 abreast, riding at ease. Above Uther's head, the dragon standard showed red on gold in the sunlight. The king was himself again. The grey of his disguise had been washed from his hair and beard, and the royal circlet glinted on his helmet. His cloak of kingly scarlet was spread behind him over his bay's glossy flanks. His face looked still, calm and set, a bleak enough look and weary, but with overall a kind of contentment. He was riding to Tintagel, and Tintagel was his at last, with all that lay within the walls. For him, it was an end. I leaned against my horse's shoulder and watched them come level with me. It was impossible for Uther not to see me, but he never glanced my way. I saw from the troop behind him the the curious glances as I was recognized. No man was there but must have some inkling now of what had happened last night in Tintagel, and of the part I had played in bringing the king to his heart's desire. It was possible that the simpler souls among the king's companions might have expected the king to be grateful, to reward me, at the very least to recognize and acknowledge me. But I, who had dealt all my life with kings, knew that where there is blame as well as gratitude, blame must be allotted first, lest it should cling to the king himself. King Uther could only see that by what he called the failure of my foreknowledge, the Duke of Cornwall had died even while he, the king, was lying with the Duchess. He did not see the Duke's death for what it was, the grim irony behind the smiling mask that gods show when they want men to do their will. Uther, who had small truck with gods, saw only that by waiting even one day, he might have had his way with honour and in the sight of men. His anger with me was genuine enough, but even if it were not, I knew that he must find someone to blame, whatever he felt about the Duke's death, and he could hardly fail to see it as a miraculously open gate to his marriage with Igraine. He must, in public, be seen to show remorse, and I was the public sacrifice to that remorse. One of the officers, it was Caius Valerius, who rode at the king's shoulder, leaned forward and said something, but Uther might never have heard. I saw Valerius look doubtfully back at me, then with a half shrug and a half salute to me, he rode on. Unsurprised, I watched them go. The sound of hoofs dwindled sharply down the track towards the sea. Above my head, between one wing beat and the next, the lark's song shut off, and he dropped from the bright silence to his rest in the grass. Not far from me a boulder jutted from the turf. I led the horse that way, and somehow, from the boulder's top, scrambled into the saddle. I turned the beast's head east by north for Dimilioch, where the king's army lay. Chapter 2. Gaps in memory can be merciful. I have no recollection of reaching the camp, but when, hours later, I swam up out of the mists of fatigue and pain, I was within doors and in bed. I awoke to dusk and some faint and swimming light that may have been firelight and candle flame. It was a light hazed with colour and drowned with shadows, threaded by the scent of wood smoke, and it seemed distantly the trickle and splash of water. But even this warm and gentle consciousness was too much for my struggling senses, and soon I shut my eyes and let myself drown again. I believe that for a while I thought I was back in the edges of the other world, where vision stirs and voices speak out of the dark, and truth comes with the light and the fire. But then the aching of my bruised muscles and the fierce pain in my hand told me that the daylight world still held me, and the voices that murmured across me in the dusk were as human as I. Well, that's that for the moment. The ribs are the worst of it, apart from the hand, and they'll mend soon enough. They're only cracked. I had a vague feeling that I knew the voice. At any rate, I knew what he was. The touch on the fresh bandages was deft and firm, the touch of a professional. I tried to open my eyes again, but the lids were leaden, gummed together and sticky with sweat and dried blood. Warmth came over me in drowsy waves, weighting my limbs. There was a sweet, heavy smell. They must have given me poppy, I thought, or stunned me with smoke before they dressed the hand. I gave up and let myself drift back from the shore. Over the dark water the voices echoed softly. "Stop staring at him and bring the bowl nearer. He's safe enough in this state, never fear." It was the doctor again. "Well, but once heard such stories." They were speaking Latin, but the accents were different. The second voice was foreign, not Germanic, nor yet from anywhere on the Middle Sea. I've always been quick at languages, and even as a child spoke several dialects of Celtic, along with Saxon and a working knowledge of Greek, but this accent I couldn't place. Asia Minor, perhaps? Arabia? Those deft fingers gently turned my head on the pillow and parted my hair to sponge the bruises. "You never seen him before?" "Never. I hadn't imagined him so young." "But not so young. He must be 22. but to have done so much. They say his father, the High King Ambrosius, never took a step in the last year or two without talking it over with him. They say he sees the future in a candle flame, and can win a battle from a hilltop a mile away. They would say anything of him. The doctor's voice was prosaic and calm. Brittany, I thought. I must have known him in Brittany. The smooth Latin had some overtone I remembered, without knowing how. But certainly Ambrosius valued his advice. Is it true he rebuilt the Giant's Dance, near Amesbury, that they called the Hanging Stones? That's true enough. When he was a lad with his father's army in Brittany, he studied to be an engineer. I remember him talking to Tremorinus, that was the army's chief engineer, about lifting the hanging stones. But that wasn't all he studied. Even as a youth, he knew more about medicine than most men I've met who practice it for a livelihood. I can't think of any man I'd rather have by me in a field hospital. God knows why he chooses to shut himself away in that godforsaken corner of Wales now. Well, at least one can guess why. He and King Uther never got on. They say Uther was jealous of the attention his brother the king paid Merlin. At any rate, after Ambrosius's death, Merlin went nowhere and saw no one, till this business of Uther and Gorlois's duchess. And it seems as if that's brought him trouble enough. Bring the bowl nearer while I clean his face. No, here. That's right. That's a sword cut by the look of it. A glancing scratch from the point, I'd say. It looks worse than it is, with all the blood. He was lucky there. Another inch and it would have caught his eye. There, that's clean enough. It won't leave a scar. He looks like death, Gandar. Will he recover? Of course, how not? Even through the lulling of the Nepenthe, I recognized the quick professional reassurance as genuine. Apart from the ribs and the hand, it's only cuts and bruising. And I would guess a sharp reaction from whatever has been driving him the last few days. All he needs is sleep. Hand me that ointment there, please, in the green jar. The salve was cool on my cut cheek. It smelt of valerian. Nard in the green jar. I made it at home. Valerian, balm, oil of spikenard. The smell of it took me dreaming out among the mosses at the river's edge, where water ran sparkling, and I gathered the cool cress and the balsam and the golden moss. No, it was water pouring at the other side of the room. He'd finished and had gone to wash his hands. The voices came from further off. Ambrosius's bastard, eh? The foreigner was still curious. Who was his mother, then? She was a king's daughter, southern Welsh, from Marydunum, in Dyfed. They say he got the sight from her, but not his looks. He's a mirror of the late king, more than Uther ever was. Same colouring, black eyes and that black hair. I remember the first time I saw him back in Brittany when he was a boy. He looked like something from the Hollow Hills. Talked like it too sometimes. That is, when he talked at all. And don't let his quiet ways fool you. It's more than just book learning and luck and a knack of timing. There's power there, and it's real. So the stories are true. The stories are true, said Gandar flatly. There, he'll do now. No need to stay with him. Get some sleep. I'll do the rounds myself and come and take a look at him again before I go to bed. Good night. The voices faded. Others came and went in the darkness, but these were voices without blood, belonging to the air. Perhaps I should have waited and waked to listen, but I lacked the courage. I reached for sleep and drew it round me like a blanket, muffling pain and thought together in the merciful dark. When I opened my eyes again, it was to darkness lit by calm candlelight. I was in a small chamber with a barrel roof of stone and rough-hewn walls where the once bright paint had darkened and flaked away with damp and neglect. But the room was clean. The floor of Cornish slate had been well scrubbed, and the blankets that covered me were fresh-smelling and thick and richly worked in bright patterns. The door opened quietly and a man came in. At first, against the stronger light beyond the doorway, I could only see him as a man of middle height, broad-shouldered and thickly built, dressed in a long plain robe with a round cap on his head. Then he came forward into the candlelight, and I saw that it was Gandar, the chief physician who travelled with the king's armies. He stood over me, smiling. "And about time." "Gandar, it's good to see you. How long have I slept?" "Since dusk yesterday. And now it's past midnight. It was what you needed. You looked like death when they brought you in, but I must say it made my job a lot easier to have you unconscious." I glanced down at the hand which lay neatly bandaged on the coverlet in front of me. My body was stiff and sore inside its strapping, but the fierce pain had died to a dull aching. My mouth was swollen and tasted still of blood mingled with the sick, sweet remnants of the drug, but my headache had gone, and the cut on my face had stopped hurting. "I'm thankful you were here to do it," I said. I shifted the hand a little to ease it, but it was no use. "Will it mend?" "With the help of youth and good flesh, yes. There were 3 bones broken, but I think it's clean." He looked at me curiously. "How did you come by it? It looked as if a horse had trodden on you and then kicked your ribs in. But the cut on your face, that was a sword, surely?" "Yes, I was in a fight." His brows went up. "Well, if that was a fight, then it wasn't fought by any rules I ever heard of. Tell me... wait, though, not yet. I'm on fire to know what happened. We all are, but you must eat first." He went to the door and called, and presently a servant came in with a bowl of broth and some bread. I couldn't manage the bread at first, but then sopped a little of it in the broth and ate that. Gandar pulled a stool up beside the bed and waited in silence till I finished. At length I pushed the bowl aside, and he took it from me and set it on the floor. "Now, do you feel well enough to talk? But the rumours are flying about like stinging gnats. You knew that Gorlois was dead?" "Yes." I looked about me. "I'm in Dimilioc itself, I take it." "The fortress surrendered, then, after the Duke was killed?" "They opened the gates as soon as the king got back from Tintagel. He'd already had the news of the skirmish and the Duke's death. It seems that the Duke's men, Brithale and Jordan, rode to Tintagel as soon as the Duke fell to take the Duchess the news. But you know that. You were there." He stopped short as he saw the implications. "So that was it. Brithale and Jordan, they ran into you and Uther?" "Not into Uther, no. They never saw him. He was still with the Duchess. I was outside with my servant, Cadal. You remember Cadal? Guarding the doors. Cadal killed Jordan, and I killed Brithale." I smiled wryly with my stiff mouth. "Yes, you may well stare. He was well beyond my weight, as you can see. Do you wonder I fought foul?" "And Cadal?" "Dead. Do you think otherwise that Brithale would have got to me?" "I see." His gaze told again briefly the tally of my hurts. When he spoke, his voice was dry. 4 men. With you 5. "It's to be hoped the king counts it worth the price." "He does," I said. "Or he will soon." "Oh, aye, everyone knows that. Give him time only to tell the world that he is guiltless of Gorlois' death, and to get him buried with honour so that he can marry the Duchess. He's gone back to Tintagel already, did you know? He must have passed you on the road." "He did," I said dryly, "within a yard or 2. "But didn't he see you? Well, surely he must have known you were hurt." Then my tone got through to him. "You mean he saw you like that and left you to ride here alone?" I could see that he was shocked rather than surprised. Gandar and I were old acquaintances, and I had no need to tell him what my relationship had been with Uther, even though he was my father's brother. From the very beginning, Uther had resented his brother's love for his bastard son, and had half feared, half despised my powers of vision and prophecy. He said hotly, "But when it was done in his service—" "Not his, no." What I did because of a promise I made to Ambrosius. It was a trust he left with me for his kingdom. I left it at that. One did not speak to Gandar of gods and visions. He dealt, like Uther, with things of the flesh. "Tell me," I said, "those rumours you were talking of, what are they? What do people think happened at Tintagel?" He gave a half-glance over his shoulder. The door was shut, but he lowered his voice. "The story goes that Uther had already been in Tintagel with the Duchess Igraine, and that it was you who took him there and put him in the way of entering. They say you changed the king by enchantment into a likeness of the Duke, and got him past the guards and into the Duchess's bedchamber. They say more than that. They say she took him to her bed, poor lady, thinking he was her husband. And that when Brithale and Jordan took her the news of Gorlois's death, there was Gorlois sitting large as life beside her at breakfast." "By the snake, Merlin, why do you laugh?" 2 days and nights, I said, and the story's grown already. "Well, I suppose that is what men will believe and go on believing. And perhaps it's better than the truth." "What is the truth, then?" "That there was no enchantment about our entry into Tintagel, only disguise and human treachery." I told him the story then exactly as it had happened, with the tale I had given the goatherd. "So you see, Gandar, I sowed that seed myself. The nobles and the king's advisers must know the truth, but the common folk will find the tale of magic and a blameless duchess better to believe, and God knows easier than the truth." He was silent for a while. "So, the duchess knew?" "Or we would not have got in," I said. "It shall not be said, Gandar, that this was a rape. No, the duchess knew." He was silent again for rather longer. Then he said heavily, "Treachery is a hard word." "It's a true one. The Duke was my father's friend, and he trusted me. It would never have occurred to him that I would help Uther against him. He knew how little I cared for Uther's lusts. He could not guess that my gods demanded that I should help him satisfy this one. Even though I could not help myself, it was still treachery, and we shall suffer for it, all of us." "Not the king." He said it positively. "I know him. I doubt if the king will feel more than a passing guilt. You are the one who is suffering for it, Merlin, just as you are the one who calls it by its name." "To you," I said. "To other men this will remain a story of enchantment, like the dragons which fought at my bidding under Dinas Emrys, and the giant's dance which floated on air and water to Amesbury. But you have seen how Merlin the king's enchanter fared that night." I paused and shifted my hand on the coverlet, but shook my head at the question in his face. "No, no, let be. It's better already. Gandar, one other truth about that night must be known. There will be a child. Take it as hope, or take it as prophecy. You will see that come Christmas, a boy will be born." "Has he said when he will marry her?" "As soon as it's decent." "Decent." He repeated the word on a short bark of laughter, then cleared his throat. "The Duke's body is here, but in a day or two they'll carry him to Tintagel to bury him. Then, after the 8 days' mourning, Uther is to marry the Duchess." I thought for a moment. "Gorlois had a son by his first wife. Cador, he was called. He must be about 15. Have you heard what's to become of him?" "He's here. He was in the fight beside his father. No one knows what has passed between him and the king, but the king gave an amnesty to all the troops that fought against him in the action at Dimilioch, and he has said, besides, that Cador will be confirmed Duke of Cornwall." "Yes," I said. "And Igraine's son and Uther's will be king." "With Cornwall his bitter enemy?" "If he is," I said wearily, "who is to blame him? The payment may well be too long and too heavy even for treachery." "Well," said Gandar, suddenly brisk, gathering his robe about him, "that's with time. And now, young man, you'd better get some more rest. Would you like a draught?" "Thank you, no." How does the hand feel? Better. There's no poison there. I know the feel of it. I'll give you no more trouble, Gandalf, so stop treating me like a sick man. I'm well enough now that I've slept. Get yourself to bed and forget about me. Good night. When he'd gone, I lay listening to the sound of the sea and trying to gather from the God-filled dark the courage I would need for my visit to the dead. Courage or no, another day passed before I found the strength to leave my chamber. Then I went at dusk to the great hall where they'd put the old Duke's body. Tomorrow he would be taken to Tintagel for burial among his fathers. Now he lay alone, except for the guards, in the echoing hall where he had feasted his peers and given orders for his last battle. The place was cold, silent but for the sounds of wind and sea. The wind had changed, and now blew from the northwest, bringing with it the chill and promise of rain. There was neither glazing nor horn in the windows, and the draught stirred the torches in their iron brackets, sending them sideways, dim and smoking, to blacken the walls. It was a stark, comfortless place, bare of paint or tiling or carved wood. One remembered that Dimilioch was simply the fortress of a fighting man. It was doubtful if Igraine had ever been here. The ashes in the hearth were days old, the half-burnt logs dewed with damp. The Duke's body lay on a high bier in the centre of the hall, covered with his war cloak. The scarlet, with the double border of silver and the white badge of the boar, was as I had seen it at my father's side in battle. I had seen it too on Uther as I led him disguised into Gorlois's castle and his bed. Now the heavy folds hung to the ground, and beneath them the body had shrunk and flattened, no more than a husk of the tall old man I remembered. They had left his face uncovered. The flesh had sunk, grey as twice-used tallow, till the face was a moulded skull, showing only the ghost of a likeness to the Gorlois I had known. The coins on his eyes had already sunk into the flesh. His hair was hidden by his war helm, but the familiar grey beard jutted over the badge of the boar on his chest. I wondered as I went forward, soft-footed over the stone floor, by which god Gorlois had lived, and to which god he had gone in dying. There was nothing here to show. Christians, like other men, put coins on the eyes. I remembered other deathbeds, and the press of spirits waiting round them. There was nothing here. But he had been dead 3 days, and perhaps his spirit had already gone through that bare and windy gap in the wall. Perhaps it had already gone too far for me to reach it and make my peace. I stood at the foot of his bier, the man I had betrayed, the friend of my father Ambrosius, the High King. I remembered the night he had come to ask me for my help for his young wife, and how he had said to me, "There are not many men I'd trust just now, but I trust you. You're your father's son." And how I had said nothing, but watched the firelight stain his face red like blood, and waited my chance to lead the king to his wife's bed. It is one thing to have the gift of seeing the spirits and hearing the gods who move about us as we come and go, but it is a gift of darkness as well as light. The shapes of death come as clear as those of life. One cannot be visited by the future without being haunted by the past. One cannot taste comfort and glory without the bitter sting and fury of one's own past deeds. Whatever I had thought to encounter near the dead body of the Duke of Cornwall, it would hold no comfort and no peace for me. A man like Uther Pendragon, who killed in open battle and open air, would think no more of this than a dead man dead. But I, who in obeying the gods had trusted them, even as the Duke had trusted me, had known that I would have to pay, and in full. So I had come, but without hope. There was light here from the torches, light and fire. I was Merlin. I should be able to reach him. I had talked with the dead before. I stood still, watching the flaring torches, and waited. Slowly all through the fortress I could hear the sounds dwindling and sinking to silence as men finally went to rest. The sea soughed and beat below the window. The wind plucked at the wall, and ferns growing there in the crevices rustled and tapped. A rat scuttled and squeaked somewhere. The resin bubbled in the torches. Sweet and foul through the sharp smoke, I smelled the smell of death. The torchlight winked blank and flat from the coins on the dead eyes. The time crawled by. My eyes ached with the flame, and the pain from my hand, like a biting fetter, kept me penned in my body. My spirit was pared down to nothing, blind as the dead. Whispers I caught, fragments of thought from the still and sleepy guards, meaningless as the sound of their breathing, and the creak of leather or chime of metal as they stirred involuntarily from time to time. But beyond these, nothing. What power I had been given on that night at Tintagel had drained from me with the strength that had killed Brithael. It had gone from me and was working, I thought, in a woman's body. In Igraine, lying even now beside the king in that grim and battered near isle of Tintagel, 10 miles to the south. I could do nothing here. The air, solid as stone, would not let me through. One of the guards, the one nearest me, moved restlessly, and the butt of his grounded spear scraped on the stone. The sound jarred the silence. I glanced his way involuntarily, and saw him watching me. He was young, rigid as his own spear, his fists white on the shaft. The fierce blue eyes watched me unwinkingly under thick brows. With a shock that went through me like the spear striking, I recognized them. Gorlois's eyes. It was Gorlois's son, Cador of Cornwall, who stood between me and the dead, watching me steadily with hatred. In the morning they took Gorlois's body south. As soon as he was buried, Gandar had told me, Uther planned to ride back to Dimilioch to rejoin his troops until such time as he could marry the Duchess. I had no intention of waiting for his return. I called for provisions and my horse, and in spite of Gandar's protestations that I was not yet fit for the journey, set out alone for my valley above Maridunum, and the cave in the hill which the king had promised should remain, in spite of everything, my own. Chapter 3. No one had been inside the cave during my absence. This was hardly to be wondered at, since the people held me in much awe as an enchanter, and moreover it was commonly known that the king himself had granted me the hill Bryn Merlin. Once I left the main road at the watermill, and rode up the steep tributary valley to the cave which had become my home. I saw no one, not even the shepherd who commonly watched his flocks grazing the stony slopes. In the lower reaches of the valley the woods were thick. Oaks still rustled their withered leaves, chestnut and sycamore crowded close, fighting for the light, and hollies showed black and glinting between the beeches. Then the trees thinned and the path climbed along the side of the valley, with the stream running deep down on the left, and to the right slopes of grass, broken by scree, rising sharply to the crags that crowned the hill. The grass was still bleached with winter, but among the rusty drifts of last year's bracken, the bluebell leaves showed glossy green, and blackthorn was budding. Somewhere lambs were crying. That and the mewing of a buzzard high over the crags, and the rustle of the dead bracken where my tired horse trod, were all the sounds in the valley. I was home, to the solace of simplicity and quiet. The people had not forgotten me, and word must have gone round that I was expected. When I dismounted in the thorn grove below the cliff and stabled my horse in the shed there, I found that bracken had been freshly strewn for bedding, and a net full of fodder hung from a hook beside the door. And when I climbed to the little apron of lawn which lay in front of my cave, I found cheese and new bread wrapped in a clean cloth, and a goatskin full of the local thin, sour wine, which had been left for me beside the spring. This was a small spring, a trickle of pure water, welling out of a ferny crack in the rock to one side of the entrance to the cave. The water ran down sometimes in a steady flow, sometimes no more than a sliding glimmer over the mosses, to drip into a rounded basin of stone. Above the spring the little statue of the god Merlin, He of the winged spaces of the air stared from between the ferns. Beneath his cracked wooden feet, the water bubbled and dripped into the stone basin, lipping over into the grass below. Deep in the clear water, metal glinted. I knew that the wine and bread, like the thrown coins, had been left as much as an offering to the god as to me. In the minds of the simple folk I had already become part of the legend of the hill. Their god made flesh, who came and went as quietly as the air, and brought with him the gifts of healing. I lifted down the cup of horn which stood above the spring, filled it from the goatskin, then poured wine for the god, and drank the rest myself. The god would know whether there was more in the gesture than ritual homage. I myself was tired beyond thought, and had no prayer to offer. The drink was for courage, nothing more. To the other side of the cave entrance, opposite the spring, was a tumble of grass-grown stones where saplings of oak and mountain ash had seeded themselves, and grew in a thick tangle against the rocky face. In summer their boughs cast a wide pool of shade, but now, though overhanging it, they did nothing to conceal the entrance to the cave. This was a smallish arch, regular and rounded as if made by hand. I pushed the hanging boughs aside and went in. Just inside the entrance the remnants of a fire still lay in white ash on the hearth, and twigs and damp leaves had drifted over it. The place smelt already of disuse. It seemed strange that it was barely a month since I'd ridden out at the king's urgent summons to help him in the matter of Igraine of Cornwall. Beside the cold hearth stood the unwashed dishes from the last hasty meal my servant had prepared before we set out. Well, I would have to be my own servant now. I put the goatskin of wine and the bundle of bread and cheese on the table, then turned to remake the fire. Flint and tinder lay to hand where they'd always lain. But I knelt down by the cold faggots and stretched out my hands for the magic. This was the first magic I had been taught, and the simplest, the bringing of fire out of the air. It had been taught me in this very cave, where as a child I had learned all I knew of natural law from Galapas, the old hermit of the hill. Here, too, in the cave of crystal which lay deeper in the hill, I had seen my first visions, and found myself as a seer. "Some day," Galapas had said, "you will go where even with the sight I cannot follow you." It had been true. I had left him, and gone where my god had driven me, where none but I, Merlin, could have gone. But now the god's will was done, and he had forsaken me. Back there in Demilioch, beside Gorlois's bier, I found myself to be an empty husk, blind and deaf as men are blind and deaf, the great power gone. Now, weary though I was, I knew I would not rest until I saw if, here in my magic's birthplace, the first and smallest of my powers was left to me. I was soon answered, but it was an answer I would not accept. The westering sun was dropping red past the boughs at the cave mouth, and the logs were still unkindled, when finally I gave up, with the sweat running scalding on my body under my gown, and my hands, outstretched for the magic, trembling like those of an old man. I sat by the cold hearth and ate my supper of bread and cheese and watered wine, in the chill of the spring dusk, before I could gather even strength enough to reach for the flint and tinder and try with them. Even this, a task that every wife does daily and without thought, took me an age, and set my maimed hand bleeding. But in the end, fire came. A tiny spark flew in among the tinder and started a slow, creeping flame. I lit the torch from it, and then, carrying the flame high, went to the back of the cave. There was something I still must do. The main cabin, high-roofed, went a long way back. I stood with the torch held high, looking up. At the back of the cave was a slope of rock leading up to a wide ledge, which in its turn climbed into the dark, high shadows. Invisible among these shadows was the hidden cleft, beyond which lay the inner cave, the globed cavity lined with crystals where, with light and fire, I'd seen my first visions. If the lost power lay anywhere, it lay there. Slowly, stiff with fatigue, I climbed the ledge, then knelt to peer through the low entrance to the inner cave. The flames from my torch caught the crystals, and light ran round the globe. My harp still stood where I'd left it, in the centre of the crystal-studded floor. Its shadow shot towering up the shimmering walls, and flames sparked from the copper of the string shoes. But no stir of the air set it whispering, and its own arching shadows quenched the light. I knelt there for a long time, eyes wide and staring, while round me light and shadow shivered and beat. But my eyes ached, empty of vision, and the harp stayed silent. At length I withdrew and made my way down into the main cave. I remember that I picked my way slowly, carefully, like a man who had never been that way before. I thrust the torch under the dry wood I'd piled for a fire till the logs caught, crackling. Then went out and found my saddlebags, and lugged them back into the human comfort of the firelight, and began to unpack them. My hand took a long time to heal. For the first few days it pained me constantly, throbbing so that I was afraid it was infected. During the day this didn't matter so much, for there were tasks to do. All that my servant had done for me for so long that I hardly knew how to set about it, cleaning, preparing food, tending my horse. Spring came slowly to South Wales that year, and there was no grazing yet on the hill, so I had to cut and carry fodder for him, and walk further than I cared to in search of the healing plants I needed. Luckily, food for myself was always forthcoming. Gifts were left almost daily at the foot of the small cliff below the lawn. It may have been that the country folk had not yet heard that I was out of favour with the king, or it may simply have been that what I had done for them in the way of healing outweighed Uther's displeasure. I was Merlin, son of Ambrosius, or, as the Welsh say it, Merlin Emrys, the enchanter of Merlin's Hill. And in another way, I suppose, the priest of the old god of the hollow hill, Merlin himself. What gifts they would have brought for him they brought now for me, and in his name I accepted them. But if the days were full enough, the nights were bad. I seemed always wakeful, less perhaps from the pain of my hand than from the pain of my memories. Where Gorlois's death chamber had been empty, my own cave was full of ghosts. Not the spirits of the loved dead, whom I would have welcomed, but the spirits of those I had killed went past me in the dark with thin sounds like the cry of bats. At least, this is what I told myself. I believe now that I was often touched with fever. The cave still housed the bats that Galapas and I had studied, and it must have been these I heard passing to and from the cave mouth during the night. But in my memory of this time, they're the voices of dead men, restless in the dark. April went by, wet and chill, with winds that searched you to the bone. This was the bad time, empty except for pain and idle except for the barest efforts to live. I believe I ate very little. Water and fruit and black bread was my staple diet. My clothes, never sumptuous, became threadbare with no one to care for them, and then ragged. A stranger, seeing me walking the hill paths, would have taken me for a beggar. Days passed when I did little but huddle over the smoking fire. My chest of books was unopened. My harp was left where it stood. Even had my hand been whole, I could have made no music. As for magic, I dared not put myself to the test again. But gradually, like Igraine waiting in her cold castle to the south, I slid into a sort of calm acceptance. As the weeks went by, my hand healed, cleanly enough. I was left with 2 stiff fingers and a scar along the outer edge of the palm, but the stiffness passed with time, and the scar never troubled me. And as time went by, the other wounds healed too. I grew used to loneliness, as I had been accustomed to solitude, and the nightmares ceased. Then as May drew on, the winds changed, grew warm, and grass and flowers came springing. The grey clouds packed away, and the valley was full of sunlight. I sat for hours in the sun at the mouth of the cave, reading or preparing the plants I had gathered, or, from time to time, watching, but no more than idly, for the approach of a rider, which could mean a message. Even so, I thought, must my old teacher Galapas have sat here many a time in the sunlight, looking down the valley where one day a small boy would come riding. and I built up again my stock of plants and herbs, wandering further and further from the cave as my strength came back to me. I never went into the town, but now and again, when poor folk came for medicines or for healing, they brought snatches of news. The king had married Igraine with as much pomp and ceremony as such a hasty union would permit, and he had seemed merry enough since the wedding, though quicker to anger than he used to be, and would have sudden morose fits when folk learnt to avoid him. As for the queen, she was silent, acceding in everything to the king's wishes. But rumour had it that her looks were heavy, as if she mourned in secret. Here my informant shot a quick sidelong look at me, and I saw his fingers move to make the sign against enchantment. I let him go on, asking no more questions. The news would come to me in its own time. It came almost 3 months after my return to Bryn Merlin. One day in June, when a hot morning sun was just lifting the mist from the grass, I went up the hill to find my horse, which I'd tethered out to graze on the grassland above the cave. The air was still, and the sky was full of singing larks. Over the green mound where Galapath lay buried, the blackthorns showed green leaves, budding through fading snowbanks of flowers, and bluebells were thick among the fern. I doubt if I actually needed to tether my horse. I usually carried with me the remnants of the bread my benefactors left for me, so when he saw me coming he would advance to the end of his tether and stand waiting, expectant. But not today. He was standing at the far stretch of his rope on the edge of the hill, head up and ears pricked, apparently watching something away down the valley. I walked over to him, and while he nuzzled in my hand for the bread, looked where he had been looking. From this height I could see the town of Marydunum, small in the distance, clinging to the north bank of the placid Towy as it wound its way down the wide green valley towards the sea. The town, with its arched stone bridge and harbour, lies just where the river widens towards the estuary. There was the usual huddle of masts beyond the bridge, and nearer, on the towpath that threaded its way along the silver curves of the river, a slow grey horse towed a grain barge up to the mill. The mill itself, lying where the stream from my own valley met the river, was hidden in woodland. Out of these trees ran the old military road which my father had repaired, straight as a die through 5 open miles to the barracks near Marydunum's eastern gate. On this road, perhaps 1.5 miles beyond the watermill, there was a cloud of dust where horsemen skirmished. They were fighting. I saw the flash of metal. Then the group resolved itself, clearer through the dust. There were 4 mounted men, and they were fighting 3 to 1. The lone man seemed to be trying to escape, the others to surround him and cut him down. At length he burst free in what looked like a desperate bid to escape. His horse, pulled round hard, struck one of the others on the shoulder, and its rider fell, dislodged by the heavy blow. Then the single man, crouched and spurring hard, turned his horse off the road and across the grass, making desperately for the cover afforded by the edge of the woodland. But he didn't reach it. The other 2 spurred after him. There was a short, wild gallop, then they had caught him up, one to each side, and as I watched he was dragged from his horse and beaten to his knees. He tried to crawl away, but he had no chance. The 2 horsemen circled, their weapons flashing, and the 3rd man, apparently uninjured, had remounted and was galloping to join them. Then suddenly he checked his horse, so sharply that it reared. I saw him fling up an arm. He must have shouted a warning, for the other 2, abruptly abandoning their victim, wheeled their beasts, and the 3 of them galloped off full stretch with the loose horse pelting behind them, to be lost to sight eastwards beyond the trees. Next moment I saw what had startled them. Another group of horsemen was approaching from the direction of the town. They must have seen the retreating trio, but it soon appeared that they had seen nothing of the attack, for they came on at a canter, riding at ease. I watched them as they drew level with the place where the fallen man, injured or dead, must be lying. They passed it without slackening pace. Then they too were lost to sight below the woodland. My horse, finding no more bread, nipped me, then jerked his head away sharply, ears flattened. I caught him by the halter, pulled up the tether, peg and all, and turned his head downhill. I stood on this spot once before, I told him, while a king's messenger came riding to see me and bid me to go and help the king to his desire. I had power that day. I dreamed I held the whole world cupped in my hands, shining and small. Well, maybe I've nothing today but the hill I stand on, but that might be a queen's messenger lying down yonder with a message still in his pouch. Message or not, he'll need help if he's still alive. And you and I, my friend, have had our fill of idleness. It's time to be doing again. In a little less than twice the time it would have taken my servant to do the job, I had the horse bridled and was on my way down the valley. Reaching the mill road, I turned my horse's head to the right and drove my heels in. The place where I had seen the horseman fall was near the edge of the woods, where the bushes were thick, a place of bracken and undergrowth and scattered trees. The smell of horses still hung in the air, with the tang of trampled bracken and sweet briar, and foul through it all the smell of vomit. I dismounted and tethered my horse, then pushed my way forward through the thick growth. He lay on his face, half hunched as he had crawled and collapsed, one hand still trapped under his body, the other outflung and gripping a tuft of bracken. A youth, lightly built but well grown, 15 perhaps, or a little more. His clothes, torn and grimed and blood-stained by the fight and his crawl through the thorns, had been good, and there was a glint of silver on one wrist and a silver brooch at his shoulder. So they had not managed to rob him, if robbery had been the motive for the attack. His pouch was still at his belt and fastened. He made no move as I approached him, so I thought him insensible, or dead. But when I knelt beside him, I saw the slight movement as his hand clenched more tightly on the stems of bracken, and I realized that he was exhausted or hurt beyond all caring. If I were one of his murderers come to finish him off, he would lie there and let me. I spoke gently. "Be easy. I shan't hurt you. Lie still a moment. Don't try to move." There was no response. I laid careful hands on him, feeling for wounds and broken bones. He flinched from my touch, but made no sound. I satisfied myself soon that no bones were broken. There was a blooded swelling near the back of his head, and one shoulder was already blackened with bruising. But the worst that I could see was a patch of crushed and bleeding flesh on the hip, which looked, and indeed later proved, to be where a horse's hoof had struck him. "Come," I said at length. "Turn over and drink this." He moved then, though wincing from the touch of my arm round his shoulder, and turned slowly round. I wiped the dirt and sickness from his mouth and held my flask to his lips. He gulped greedily, coughed, and then, losing strength again, leaned heavily against me, his head drooping against my chest. When I put the flask back to his mouth, he turned his head away. I could feel him using all his strength not to cry out against the pain. I stoppered the flask and put it away. "I have a horse here. You must try and sit him somehow, and I'll get you home where I can see to your hurts." Then, when he made no response, "Come now, let's get you out of this before they decide to come back and finish what they started." He moved then, abruptly, as if these were the first words that had got through to him. I saw his hand grope down to the pouch at his belt, discover it was still there, and then fall limply away. The weight against my chest sagged suddenly. He had fainted. So much the better, I thought, as I laid him down gently and went to bring up my horse. He would be spared the painful jolting of the ride, and by the gods' mercy I might have him in bed with his hurts bandaged before he woke. Then, in the very act of stooping to lift him again, I paused. His face was dirty, grime mingled with bloodstains from scratches and a cut above the ear. Under the mask of dirt and blood, the skin was drained and grey. Brown hair, shut eyes, a slack mouth. But I recognized him. It was Ralph, Igraine's page, who had let us into Tintagel that night, and who, with Ulfin and myself, had guarded the Duchess's chamber until the king had had his desire. I stooped and lifted the Queen's messenger, and heaved his mercifully unconscious body across my waiting horse. Chapter 4. Ralph did not regain his senses during the journey up to the cave, and only after I'd washed and bound his wounds and put him into bed did he open his eyes. He stared at me for a few moments, but without recognition. "Don't you know me?" I said. "Merlinus Ambrosius. You brought your message safely enough. See." I held up the wallet, still sealed. But his eyes, cloudy and unfocused, slid past it, and he turned his head against the pillow, wincing as he felt the pain from the bruising on the back of his neck. "Very well," I told him. "Sleep now. You're in safe hands." I waited beside him till he drifted back into sleep, then took the wallet and its contents out to my seat in the sunlight. The seal was, as I had expected, the Queen's, and the superscription was mine. I broke the seal and read the letter. It was not from the Queen herself, but from Marcia, Ralph's grandmother and the Queen's closest confidant. The letter was brief enough, but held all I wanted to know. The Queen was indeed pregnant, and the child would be born in December. The Queen herself, said Marcia, seemed happy to be bearing the King's child, but where she spoke of me at all, spoke with bitterness, throwing on me the responsibility for her husband Gorlois's death. "She says little, but it is my belief that she mourns in secret, and that even in her great love for the King there will always be the shadow of guilt. Pray God her feelings for the child may not be tainted with it. As for the King, it is seen that he is angry, though he is as ever kind and loving to my lady, and there is no man who doubts but that the child is his. Alas, I could find it in me to fear for the child at the King's hands if it were not unthinkable that he should so grieve the Queen. Wherefore, Prince Merlin, I beg by this letter to commend to you as your servant my grandson Ralph. For him too I fear at the King's hands, and I believe that if you will take him, service abroad with a true prince is better than here with a king who counts his service as betrayal. There is no safety for him in Cornwall, so pray you, my lord, let Ralph serve you now, and after you, the child. For I think I understand what you were speaking of when you said to my lady, 'I have seen a bright fire burning, and in it a crown, and a sword standing in an altar like a cross.'" Ralph slept until dusk. I'd lit the fire and made broth, and when I took it to the back of the cave where he lay, I saw his eyes open, watching me. There was recognition in them now, and a wariness that I could not quite understand. "How do you feel now?" "Well enough, my lord. This is your cave? How did I come here? How did you find me?" "I'd gone up the hill above here, and from there I saw you being attacked. The men were frightened off and ran away, leaving you. I went down to get you and carried you up here on my horse, so you recognize me now." "You've let your beard grow, but I'd have known you, my lord. Did I speak to you before? I don't remember anything. I think they hit me on the head." "They did. How is it now?" "A headache, but not bad. It's my side," wincing, "that hurts most." "One of the horses struck you. But there's no real damage done. You'll be well enough in a few days." "Do you know who they were?" "No." He knitted his brows, thinking, but I could see the effort hurt him, so I stopped him. "Well, we can talk later. Eat now." "My lord, the message." "I have it safely. Later." When I went back to him, he'd finished the broth and bread, and looked more like himself. He would not take more food, but I made him drink a little wine and watch the colour come back into his face. Then I drew up a chair and sat down beside the bed. "Better?" "Yes." He spoke without looking at me. He looked down at his hands, nervously plucking at the covers in front of him. He swallowed. I haven't thanked you yet, my lord." "For what? Picking you up and bringing you here? It was the only way to get your news." He glanced up at that, and for a startled second I realized that he thought it was no more than the truth. I saw then what there was in that look he had given me. He was afraid of me. I thought back to that night in Tintagel, the gay youth who had dealt so bravely for the king and so truly with me, but for the moment I let it go. I said, "You brought me the news I wanted. I've read your grandmother's letter." "You know what she tells me in it about the Queen?" "Yes." "And about yourself?" "Yes." He shut his mouth on the syllable and looked away, sullen, like someone unfairly trapped and held for questioning, who is determined not to answer. It seemed that whatever Marcia's motives for sending him to me, he himself was far from willing to offer me service, from which I guessed that she had told him nothing about her hopes for the future. "All right, we'll leave that for the moment. But it seems that somebody wants to harm you, whoever it may be. If those men this morning weren't just roadside cutthroats, it would help to know who they were and who paid them. Have you no idea who they might have been?" "No," still mumbling. "It's of some interest to me," I said mildly. "They might conceivably want to kill me too." That startled him out of his resentment. "Why?" "If you were attacked out of revenge for the part you played at Tintagel, then presumably they will attack me as well. If you were attacked for the message you carried to me, I want to know why. If they were plain thieves, which seems the most likely, then they may still be hereabouts, and I must get a message to the troopers down at the barracks." "Oh. Yes, I see." He looked disconcerted and slightly ashamed. "But it's true, my lord, I don't know who they were. Well, it was of interest to me, too. I've been trying to think all this time, but I've no idea. There's no clue that I can remember. They didn't wear badges, but at least I don't think so." His brows drew together painfully. "I'd have noticed badges, surely, if they'd had them." "How were they dressed?" I hardly noticed. Leather tunics, I think, and chainmail caps. No shields, but swords and daggers." "And they were well mounted, I saw that. Did you hear their speech?" "Not that I remember. They hardly spoke. A shout or two, that was all. British speech, but I couldn't tell where from. I'm not good at accents." "There was nothing you can think of that might have marked them for the King's men?" This was probing too near the wound. He went scarlet, but said levelly enough, "Nothing, but is it likely?" "I wouldn't have thought so," I said. "But kings are queer cattle, and queerest of all when they have bad consciences." "Well, then, Cornishmen." The flush had ebbed, leaving him, if possible, more sickly pale than before. His eyes were sullen and unhappy. This was the wound itself. This was a thought he had lived with. "Duke's men, you mean?" "They told me before I left Demilioc that the king was to confirm young Cador as Duke of Cornwall. That's one man, Ralph, who will have no love for you. He won't stop to consider that you were the Duchess's man and were serving her as you were bidden. He's full of hatred, and it might extend to vengeance. One could hardly blame him if it did." He looked faintly surprised, then, in some odd way, set at ease by this dispassionate handling. After a bit, he said, with an attempt at the same tone, "They might have been Cador's men, I suppose. There was nothing to show it one way or the other." "Maybe I'll remember something." He paused. "But surely if Cador intended to kill me, he could have cut me down in Cornwall. Why come all the way here to follow me to you? He must hate you as much." "More," I said. "But if he had intended to kill me, he knew where to find me. The whole world knows that. And he'd have come before this." He eyed me doubtfully. Then he appeared to find an explanation for my apparent lack of fear. "I suppose no one would dare come after you here for fear of your magic." It would be nice to think so, I agreed. There was no point in telling him how thin my defences were. "Now, that's enough for the moment. Rest again, and you'll find you feel better tomorrow. Will you sleep, do you think? Are you in pain?" "No," he said, not truthfully. Pain was a weakness he would not admit to me. I stooped and felt for the heartbeat in his wrist. It was strong and even. I let the wrist drop and nodded at him. "You'll live." Call me in the night if you want me. Good night. Ralph did not in fact remember anything more next morning that would give a clue to the identity of his attackers, and I forbore for a few days from questioning him further about the contents of Marcia's letter. Then one evening, when I judged he was better, I called him to me. It had been a damp day, and the evening had brought a chill with it, so I had lit a fire and sat with my supper beside it. "Ralph, bring your bowl and eat beside me where it's warm. I want to talk to you." He came obediently. He had somehow managed to mend and tidy his clothes, and now, with the cuts and bruises fading and with colour back in his face, he was almost himself again, except for a limp where the wound on his hip had not yet mended, and except still for his silence and the sullen shadow of wariness in his face. He limped across and sat where I pointed. "You said you knew what else was in your grandmother's letter to me besides news of the Queen?" I asked him. "Yes." "Then you know she sent you to take service with me, because she feared the King's displeasure. Did the King himself give you any reason to fear him?" A slight shake of the head. He would not meet my eyes. "Not to fear him, no. But when the alarm came of a Saxon landing on the south coast and I asked to ride with his men, he would not take me." His voice was sullen and furious. "Even though he took every other Cornishman who had fought against him at Dimilioch. But myself, who had helped him, he dismissed." I looked thoughtfully at the bent head, the hot, averted cheek. This, of course, was the reason for his attitude to me, the wary resentment and anger. He could only see, understandably enough, that through his service to me and the King he had lost his place near the Queen. Worse, he had incurred his Duke's anger, had been disgraced as a Cornish subject and banished from his home to a kind of service he disdained. I said, "Your grandmother tells me little except that she feels you had better seek a career for yourself outside Cornwall." "Leave that for a moment. You can't seek anything much until your leg is healed. But tell me, did the King ever say anything to you directly about the night of Gorlois's death?" A pause so long that I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, "Yes. He told me that I'd served him well, and he thanked me. He asked me if I wanted a reward. I said no, the service was reward enough. He didn't like that. I think he wanted to give me money and requite me and forget it. He said then that I could no longer serve him or the Queen, that in serving him I'd betrayed my master the Duke, and that a man who had betrayed one master could betray another." "Well," I said, "is that all?" "All?" His head jerked up at that. He looked startled and contemptuous. "All? An insult like that? And it was a lie, you know it was. I was my lady's man, not Duke Gorlois's. I did not betray the Duke." "Oh, yes, it was an insult. You can't expect the King to be level-headed yet when he himself feels as guilty as Judas. He's got to put the betrayal on someone's shoulders, so it's yours and mine. But I doubt if you're in actual danger from him. Even a doting grandmother could hardly call that a threat." "Who was talking about threats?" said Ralph hotly. "I didn't come away because I was afraid. Someone had to bring the message, and you saw how safe that was." It was hardly the tone a servant uses. I hid my amusement and said peaceably, "Don't ruffle your feathers at me, young cockerel. No one doubts your courage. I'm sure the King doesn't. Now, tell me about this Saxon landing. Where? What happened? I've had no news from the south for over a month now." In a little while he answered me civilly enough. "It was in May. They landed south of Vindicladia. There's a deep bay there. They call it Potter's Bay. I forget its real name. Well, it's outside Federated territory, in Dumnonia, and that was against all the agreements the Federates made. You would know that." I nodded. It's hard to remember now, looking back down the years to the time I write of, Uther's time, that today men hardly remember even the name of Federate. The first of the federated Saxons were the followers of Hengist and Horsa, who had been called in by King Vortigern as mercenary help to establish him on his stolen throne. When the fighting was done, and the rightful princes Ambrosius and Uther had fled to Brittany, the usurper Vortigern would have dismissed his Saxon mercenaries, but they refused to withdraw, demanding territory where they could settle and promising, as federated settlers, to fight as Vortigern's allies. So, partly because he dared not refuse them, partly because he foresaw that he might need them again, Vortigern gave them the coastal stretches in the south, from Rutupiae to Vindicladia, the stretch that was called the Saxon shore. In the days of the Romans it had been so called because the main Saxon landings had been there. By Uther's time, the name had taken on a direr and truer significance. On a clear day you could see the Saxon smoke from London Wall. It had been from this secure base and from similar enclaves in the northeast that the new attacks had come when my father was king. He had killed Hengist and his brother, and had driven the invaders back, some northwards into the wild lands beyond Hadrian's Wall, and others behind their old boundaries, where once again, but this time forcibly, they had been bound by treaty. But a treaty with a Saxon is like writing in water. Ambrosius, not trusting to the prescribed boundaries, had thrown up a wall to protect the rich lands which marched with the Saxon shore. Until his death, the treaty, or the wall, had held them, nor had they openly joined in the attacks led by Hengist's son, Octa, and Eosa, his kinsman, in the early days of Uther's reign. But they were uneasy neighbours. They provided a beachhead for any wandering longships, and the Saxon shore grew crowded and still more crowded, till even Ambrosius's wall looked frail protection. And everywhere along the eastern shores raiders came in from the German Sea, some to burn and rape and sail again, others to burn and rape and stay, buying or extorting new territory from the local kings. Such an attack now, Ralph was describing to me. Well, of course the Federates broke the agreement. A new war band, 30 ships it was, landed in Potter's Bay, well west of the boundary, and the Federates welcomed them and came out in force to help them. They established a beachhead near the river's mouth and started to push upwards towards Vindicladia. I think if they'd once got to Baden Hill... What is it? He broke off, staring at me. There was amazement in his face and a touch of fear. Nothing, I said. I thought I heard something outside, but it's only the wind. He said slowly, You looked for a moment the way you did that night at Tintagel, when you said the air was full of magic. Your eyes went strange, all black and blurred, as if you were seeing something out there beyond the fire. He hesitated. Was it prophecy? No, I saw nothing. All I heard was a sound like horses galloping. It was only the wild geese going over in the wind. If it was prophecy, it will come again. Go on, you were speaking of Baden Hill. Well, the Saxons can't have known that King Uther was in Cornwall with all the force he'd brought down to fight Duke Gorlois. He gathered his army and called on the Dumnonians to help him and marched to drive the Saxons back. He paused, compressing his lips, then finished briefly. Cador went with him. Did he indeed? I was thoughtful. You didn't happen to hear what had passed between them? Only that Cador had been heard to say that since he couldn't defend his part of Dumnonia alone, he didn't mind fighting alongside the devil himself, as long as the Saxons could be cleared from the coast. He sounds a sensible young man. Ralph, hot on his grievance, was not listening. You see, he didn't exactly make peace with Uther. Yes, one gathers that. But he did march with him. And I could not. I went to him and to my lady and begged to go, but he wouldn't take me. Well, I said reasonably, how could he? That stopped him. He stared at me, ready to be angry again. What do you mean? If you think me a traitor, you're the same age as Cador, aren't you? And try to show as much common sense. Think. If Cador was to go into battle beside the king, then the king, for your sake, could hardly take you. Uther may suffer a few pangs of conscience when he lays eyes on you, but Cador must see you as one of the causes of his father's death. Do you think he would bear you near him, however much he may need the king and his legions? Now, do you see why you were left at home and then sent north to me? He was silent. I said gently, What's done is done, Ralph. Only a child expects life to be just. It's a man's part to stand by the consequences of his deeds, as we both shall, believe me. So put all this behind you and take what the gods send. Your life is not over because you've had to leave the court, or even because you've had to leave Cornwall. There was a longer silence. Then he picked up his empty bowl and mine and got to his feet. Yes, I see. Well, since for the moment I can't do much else, I'll stay and serve you, but not because I'm afraid of the king, or because my grandmother wants to get me out of Duke Cador's way. It's because I choose. And indeed, he swallowed, I reckon I owe it to you. His tone was neither grateful nor conciliatory. He stood there like a soldier, stiffly, the bowls clutched to his ribs. Then start paying your debt and wash the supper dishes, I said equably, and picked up a book. He hung on his heel a moment, but I neither spoke nor looked up. He went then, without another word, to draw water from the spring outside. Chapter 5. Bruises on the young heal quickly, and Ralph was soon active again and insistent that he no longer needed doctoring. The wound on his hip, however, gave some trouble and left him limping for a week or two. In choosing to stay with me, he had made the best of a bad job, since for the time being he was tied to the cave by his injury and by the loss of his horse, but he served me well, mastering what resentment he might yet feel towards me and his new position. He was silent still, but this suited me, and I went quietly about my affairs, while Ralph gradually fell into my ways, and we got along tolerably well together. Whatever he thought of my quarters in the cave and the menial tasks which between us we had to do, he made it clear that he was a page serving a prince. Somehow, through the days that followed, I found myself relieved bit by bit of burdensome work which I had begun to take for granted. I had leisure again to study, to replenish my store of medicines, even to make music. It was strange at first, and then in some way comforting to lie wakeful in the night and hear the boys' untroubled breathing from the other side of the cave. After a while I found I was sleeping better. As the nightmares receded, strength and calmness came back, and if power still withheld itself, I no longer despaired of its return. As for Ralph, though I could see that he still fretted against his exile, to which of course he could see no clear end, he was never less than courteous, and as time went on seemed to accept his banishment with a better grace, and either lost or hid his unhappiness in a kind of contentment. So the weeks went by. The valley fields yellowed towards harvest, and the message came at last from Tintagel. One evening in August, towards dusk, a messenger came spurring up the valley. Ralph was not with me. I had sent him that afternoon across the hill to the hut where the shepherd, Abba, lived all summer. I'd been treating Abba's son, Ban, who was simple, for a poisoned foot. This was almost healed, but still needed salves. I went out to meet the messenger. He had dismounted below the cliff, and now clambered on to the flat alp in front of the cave. He was a youngish man, spruce and lively, and his horse was fresh. I guessed from this that his message was not urgent. He'd taken his time and come at his ease. I saw him take in my ragged robe and threadbare mantle in one swift, thumbing glance, but he doffed his cap and went on one knee. I wondered if the salute was for the enchanter or for the king's son. "My Lord Merlin?" "You're welcome," I said. "From Tintagel?" "Yes, sir, from the Queen." A quick upward glance. "I came privily without the king's knowledge." "So I'd imagined, or you would have borne her badge. Get up, man, the grass is damp. Have you had supper?" He looked surprised. It was not thus, I reckoned, that most princes received their messengers. "Why, no, sir, but I bespoke it at the inn." "Then I won't keep you from it. I've no doubt it will be better than you'd get here." "Well, then, your business. You brought a letter from the Queen?" "No letter, sir, just the message that the Queen desires to see you." "Now?" I asked sharply. "Is there anything wrong with her, or with the child she bears?" "Nothing. The doctors and the women say that all is well, but—" He dropped his eyes. It seems she had that on her mind which makes her want to talk with you. As soon as possible, she said. I see. Then, with my voice as carefully neutral as his, where is the king? The king plans to leave Tintagel in the second week of September. Ah, so any time after that it will be possible for me to see the Queen. This was rather more frank than he cared for. He flashed me a glance, then looked at the ground again. The Queen will be pleased to receive you then. She's bidden me make arrangements for you. You'll understand that it will not do for you to be received openly in the castle of Tintagel. Then in a burst of candour, you must know, my lord, there is no man's hand in Cornwall but will be against you. It would be better if you came disguised. As for that, I said, fingering my beard, you'll see that I'm half disguised already. Don't worry, man, I understand. I'll be discreet. But you'll have to tell me more. She gave no reason for this summons? None, my lord. And you heard nothing, no gossip from among the women, things like that? He shook his head. Then, at the look in my face, added quickly, My lord, she was urgent. She didn't say so, but it must concern the child. What else? Then I will come. I thought he looked shocked as he lowered his eyes. I said sharply, Well, what did you expect? I'm not the Queen's man. No, nor the King's either. So there's no need to look scared. Whose then? My own and God's. But you can go back to the Queen and tell her I will come. What arrangements have you made for me? He hurried, relieved, on to his own ground. There is a small inn at a ford of the River Camel in the valley, about 5 miles from Tintagel. It's kept by a man called Caw. He's a Cornishman, but his wife Maeve was one of the Queen's women, and he will keep his counsel. You can stay there without fear. They will expect you. You may send messages to Tintagel, if you will, by one of Maeve's sons. It would not be wise to go near the castle until the Queen sends for you. Now, for the journey. The weather should still be fine in mid-September, and the seas are usually calm enough, so... If you're about to advise me that it's easier to go by sea, you're wasting your breath, I said. Has no one ever told you that enchanters can't cross water? At least not with any comfort. I should be seasick did I so much as cross the Severn River in the ferry. No, I go by road. But the main road takes you past the barracks at Caerleon. You may be recognised. And then the bridge at Cleveland is guarded by King's troops. Very well, I'll take the river crossing, but make it a short one. I knew that he was right. To go by the main road through Caerleon, and then by the Cleveland bridge, would, even without the prospect of discovery by Uther's troops, put several days on my journey. I'll avoid the military road. There's a good track along the coast through Needham. I'll go that way, if you can bespeak me a boat at the mouth of the Ely River. Very well, my lord. And so it was arranged. I would cross from the Ely to the mouth of the Uxella, in the country of the Dumnonii, and from there I would find my way southwest by the tracks, avoiding the roads where I might fall in with Uther's troops or Cador's men. Do you know the way? He asked me. For the last part, of course, Ralph can guide you. Ralph will not be with me, but I can find it. I've been through that country before, and I have a tongue in my head. I can arrange for horses. Better not, I said. We agreed, did we not, that I would be better disguised? I'll use a disguise that has served me before. I'll be a travelling eye doctor, and a humble fellow like that doesn't expect to post with fresh horse all the way. Now, have no fear, I shall be safe, and when the Queen wants me, I shall be there. He was satisfied, had stayed for a while longer, answering my questions and giving me what news there was. The King's brief punitive expedition against the coastal raiders had been successful, and the newcomers had been pushed back behind the agreed boundaries of the federated West Saxons. For the moment, things were quiet in the south. From the north had come rumours of tougher fighting where Anglian raiders from Germany had crossed the coast near the Alornus River in the country of the Votardini. This is the country that we of Dyfed call Manau Gwotodin, and it is from here that the great King Cunetha came, invited a century ago by the Emperor Maximus to drive the Irish from northern Wales and settle there as allies to the imperial eagles. These were, I suppose, the first of the federates. They drove the Irish out and afterwards remained in northern Wales, which they called Gwynedd. A descendant of Cunetha held it still. Maelgon, a stark king and a good warrior, as a man would have to be to keep that country in the wake of the great Magnus Maximus. Another descendant of Cunetha still held the Votadini country, a young king, Lot, as fierce and as good a fighter as Mildon. His fortress lay near the coast, south of Caer Aidin, in the centre of his kingdom of Lothian. It was he who had faced and beaten off the latest attack of the Angles. He had been given his command by Ambrosius in the hope that with him the kings of the north, Gwalorg of Elmet, Urien of Gore, the chiefs of Strathclyde, King Coel of Reged, would form a strong wall in the north and east. But Lot, it was said, was ambitious and quarrelsome, and Strathclyde had sired 9 sons already, and, while they fought like young bull seals, each for his square of territory, was cheerfully siring more. Urien of Gore had married Lot's sister, and would stand firm, but was, it was said, too close in Lot's shadow. The strongest of them was still, as in my father's time, Coel of Reged, who held with a light hand all the smaller chiefs and earls of his kingdom, and brought them together faithfully against the smallest threat to the sovereignty of the high kingdom. Now the Queen's messenger told me the king of Reged, with Ector of Galava and Ban of Benoic, had joined with Lot and Urien to clear the north of trouble, and for the time being they had succeeded. On the whole, the news was cheering. The harvest had been good everywhere, so hunger would not drive any more Saxons across before winter closed the seaways. We should have peace for a time, enough time for Uther to settle any unrest caused by the quarrel with Cornwall and his new marriage, to ratify such alliances as Ambrosius had made, and to strengthen and extend his system of defences. At length the messenger took his leave. I wrote no letters, but sent news of Ralph to his grandmother, and a message of compliance to the Queen, with thanks for the gift of money she had sent me by the messenger's hand to provide for my journey. Then the young man rode off cheerfully down the valley towards the good company and the better supper that awaited him at the inn. It remained now for me to tell Ralph. This was more difficult even than I expected. His face lit when I told him about the messenger, and he looked eagerly about for the man, seeming very disappointed when he found that he'd already gone. Messages from his grandmother he received almost impatiently, but plied me with questions about the fighting south of Vindicladia, listening with such eagerness to all I could tell him of that and the larger news that it was obvious that his forced inaction in Maridunum fretted him far more than he had shown. When I came to the Queen's summons, he showed more animation than I'd seen in him since he had come to me. "How long before we set out?" "I didn't say we would set out. I shall go alone." "Alone?" You'd have thought I'd struck him. The blood sprang under the thin skin, and he stood staring with his mouth open. Eventually he said, sounding stifled, "You can't mean that. You can't." "I'm not being arbitrary, believe me. I'd like to take you, but you must see it isn't possible." "Why not? You know everything here will be perfectly safe. In any case, you've left it before. And you can't travel alone. How would you go on?" "My dear Ralph, I've done it before." "Maybe you have. But you can't deny I've served you well since I've been here, so why not take me? You can't go to Tintagel, back to where things are happening, and leave me here. I warn you." He took a breath, eyes blazing, all his careful courtesy collapsing in ruins. "I warn you, my lord, if you go without me, I shan't be here when you come back." I waited till his gaze fell, then said mildly, "Have some sense, boy. Surely you see why I can't take you. The situation hasn't changed so much since you had to leave Cornwall. You know what would happen if any of Cador's men recognized you, and everyone knows you round about Tintagel. You'd be seen, and the word would go round." "I know that. You still think I'm afraid of Cador or of the king?" "No, but it's foolish to run into danger when one doesn't need to. And the messenger certainly seemed to think there was still danger." "Then what about you? Won't you be in danger too?" "Possibly. I shall have to go disguised as it is. Why do you think I've been letting my beard grow all this while?" "I didn't know. I never thought about it." "Do you mean you've been expecting the Queen to send for you?" "Well, I didn't expect this summons, I admit," I said, "but I knew that come Christmas, when the child is born, I must be there." He stared. "Why?" I regarded him for a moment. He was standing near the mouth of the cave against the sunset, just as he had come in from his trip across the hill to the shepherd's hut. He was still clutching the osier basket which had held the salves. It held a small bundle now, wrapped in a clean linen cloth. The shepherd's wife, who lived across in the next valley, sent bread up weekly to her man. Some of this Abba regularly sent on to me. I could see the boy's fists clenched bone-white on the handle of the basket. He was tense, as angry and fretting as a fighting dog held back in the slips. There was something more here, I was sure, than homesickness or disappointment at missing an adventure. "Put that basket down, for goodness' sake," I said, "and come in." "That's better. Now sit down. It's time that you and I talked. When I accepted your service, I did not do so because I wanted someone to scour the cooking pots and carry gifts from Abba's wife on baking day. Even if I am content with my life here on Bryn Merlin, I'm not such a fool as to think it contents you, or would do so for long. We are waiting, Ralph, no more. We have fled from danger, both of us, and healed our hurts, and now there is nothing to do but wait." "For the Queen's childbed? Why?" "Because as soon as he is born, the Queen's son will be given to me to care for." He was silent for a full minute before he said, sounding puzzled, "Does my grandmother know this?" "I think she suspects that the child's future lies with me. When I last spoke with the king on that night at Tintagel, he told me he would not acknowledge the child who would be born. I think this is why the Queen has sent for me." "But not to acknowledge his eldest son? You mean he will send him away? Will the Queen agree? A baby? Surely they'd never send it to you. How could you keep it? And how could you even know it will be a boy?" "Because I had a vision, Ralph, that night in Tintagel. After you had let us in through the postern gate while the king was with Igraine and Ulfin kept guard outside the chamber, you diced with the porter in the lodge by the postern. Do you remember?" "How could I ever forget? I thought that night would never end." I didn't tell him that it had not ended yet. I smiled. I think I felt the same while I waited alone in the guardroom. It was then that I was shown for certain why God had required me to do as I had done, shown for sure that my prophecies had been true. I heard a sound on the stairs, and went out of the guardroom onto the landing. I saw Marcia, your grandmother, coming down the steps towards me from the Queen's room, carrying a child. And though it was only March, I felt the chill of midwinter. And then I saw the stairs and the shadows clear through her body, and knew it was a vision. She put the child into my arms and said, "Take care of him." She was weeping. Then she vanished, and the child too, and the winter's chill went with her. But this was a true picture, Ralph. At Christmas I shall be there, waiting, and Marcia will hand the Queen's son into my care. He was silent for a long time. He seemed awed by the vision, but then he said practically, "And where do I come into this? Is this why my grandmother told me to stay with you and serve you?" "Yes. She saw no future for you near the king, so she made sure you would be near his son." "A baby?" His voice was blank. He sounded horrified and far from flattered. "You mean that if the king won't acknowledge the child, you'll have to keep it? I don't understand. Oh, I can see why my grandmother concerns herself, and even why you do, but not why she dragged me into it. What sort of future does she think there is in looking after a king's bastard that won't be acknowledged?" "Not a king's bastard," I said, "a king." There was silence but for the fluttering of the fire. I had not spoken with power, but with the full certainty of knowledge. He stared open-mouthed and shaken. "Ralph," I said, "you came to me in anger, and you stayed from duty, and you have served me as well and as faithfully as you knew how. You were no part of my vision, and I don't know if your coming here or the wounds that held you here with me were part of God's plan. I've had no message from my God since Gorlois died. But I do know now, after these last weeks, that there is no one I would sooner choose to help me, not with the kind of service you've given till now. I shall need a fighting man who is loyal not to me or to the Queen, but to the next High King." He was pale and stammering. "I had no idea. I thought that you were suffering a kind of exile. In a way, we both were. I told you it was a waiting time." I looked down at my hands. It was dark now outside the cave. The sun had gone and dusk drew in. Nor do I know clearly what lies ahead, except danger and loss and treachery, and in the end, some glory. He sat quiet without moving till I roused myself from my thoughts and smiled at him. "So, now, perhaps you'll accept that I don't doubt your courage." "Yes, I'm sorry I spoke as I did. I didn't understand." He hesitated, chewing his lip, then came to a decision. "My lord, you really don't know why the Queen sends for you now?" "No." He leaned forward, hands on knees. "But because you know that your vision of the birth was a true one, you know that you will go safely this time to Cornwall and return." "You could say so." "Then, if your magic's always true, might it not be because I go with you to protect you that you make the journey safely?" I laughed. "I suppose it's a good quality in a fighting man never to admit defeat, but can't you see, taking you would only be taking 2 risks instead of 1. Because my bones tell me I shall be safe, it doesn't mean that you will." "If you can be disguised, so can I. If you even say that we must go as beggars and sleep in ditches, whatever the danger—" He swallowed, sounding all at once very young. "What is it to you if I run a risk? You are to be safe. You told me so, so taking me can't endanger you, and that's all that matters. Won't you let me take my own risks, please?" His voice trailed away, silence again and the fire flickering. Time was, I thought, not without bitterness, when I would only have had to watch the flames to find the answer there. Would he be safe? Or would I carry the burden of yet another death? But all that the firelight showed me was a youth who needed to find manhood. Uther had denied it to him. I could not let my conscience do the same. At length I said heavily, "I told you once that men must stand by their own deeds. I suppose that means I have no right to stop you." "Very well. You may come. No, don't thank me. You'll dislike me thoroughly enough before we are done. It'll be a damned uncomfortable journey, and before we set out you'll have work to do that won't suit you." "I'm used to that," he said, and straightened, laughing. He was shining, excited, the gaiety that I remembered back in his face. "But you don't mean you're going to teach me magic?" "I do not, but I shall have to teach you a little medicine, whether you like it or not. I shall be a travelling eye doctor. It's a good passport anywhere, and one can pay one's way easily without spending the Queen's gold abroad where questions might be asked. So you'll have to be my assistant. And that means learning to mix the salves properly." "Well, if I must, God help the patients. You know I can't tell one herb from the other." "Never fear. I wouldn't let you touch them. You can leave me to select the plants. You'll just prepare them." "And if any of Cador's men show signs of recognizing us, just try some of my salves on them," he said buoyantly. "Talk about magic, it'll be easy. The eye doctor's skilled assistant will simply strike them blind." Chapter 6. We came to the inn at Camelford 2 days before the middle of September. The Camel Valley is winding, with steep sides clothed with trees. For the last part of the way we followed the track along the waterside. The trees were closely crowded, and the path where we rode was so thickly padded with moss and small dark green ferns that our horses' hoofs made no sound. Beside us the river wrangled its way down through granite boulders that glittered in the sun. Around and above us the dense hangers of oak and beech were turning yellow, and acorns crunched among the dead leaves where the horses trod. Nuts ripened in the thickets, the willows trailed amber leaves in the tugging shallows, and wherever the bright sun splashed through the boughs it shimmered on the spiders' webs of autumn, furred and glittering, sagging deep with dew. Our journey had been uneventful. Once south of the Severn and beyond hourly danger of recognition, we had ridden at ease and in pleasant stages. The weather, as so often in September, was warm and bright, but with a crisp feel to the air that made riding a pleasure. Ralph had been in high spirits all the way, in spite of poor clothes, an undistinguished horse, bought with some of the Queen's gold, and the work he had had to do for me making the washes and ointments with which I largely paid our way. We were only questioned once by a troop of king's men who came on us just short of Hercules Point. Uther kept the old Roman camp there garrisoned as a strong point, and by the purest mischance we fell foul of a scouting party which was making its way home by the moorland track we followed. We were taken to the camp and questioned, though it seemed this was merely a matter of form, as after a cursory look at our baggage, my story was accepted. We were sent on our way with our flasks refilled with the ration wine, the richer for a copper coin given me by a man off duty, who followed us out of camp and begged a pot of salve from me. I found the men's vigilance interesting, and would have liked to know more of the state of affairs in the north, but that would have to wait. To have asked questions here would have attracted attention I didn't want. No doubt I would find out what I wished to know from the Queen herself. "Did you see anyone you knew?" I asked Ralph as we headed over the moors at a brisk canter away from the gate of the camp. "None. Did you?" "I met the officer before, a few years ago. His name is Priscus, but he gave no sign of recognizing me." "I wouldn't have known you myself," said Ralph. "And it isn't just the beard, it's the way you walk, your voice, everything. It's like that night at Tintagel when you were disguised as the Duke's captain. I'd known him all my life, and I'd have sworn you were he. It's no wonder folks are talking about magic. I thought it was magic myself." "This is easier," I said. "If you carry a trade or a skill with you, men think about that instead of looking at you too closely." Indeed, I'd troubled very little with disguise. I bought a new riding cloak, brown, with a hood which could be pulled about my face, and I spoke Celtic with the accent of Brittany. This is a tongue close to the Cornish one, and would be understood where we were going. This, with the beard and my humble tradesman's bearing, should keep any but my intimates from knowing me. Nothing would part me from the brooch my father had given me with its royal cipher of the Red Dragon on gold, but I wore it clipped inside the breast of my tunic, and had threatened Ralph with every fate in the 9 books of magic if he called me my lord, even in private. We reached Camelford towards evening. The inn was a small, squat building of daubed stone, built where the coast road ran down into the ford. It stood at the top of the bank, just clear of flood level. Ralph and I, approaching by the country track along the river, came on it from the rear. It seemed a pleasant place and clean. Someone had given the stones a wash of red ochre, the colour of the rich earth thereabouts, and fat poultry picked about among the ricks at the edge of a swept yard. A chained dog dozed in the shade of a mulberry tree heavy with fruit. There was a tidy stack of firewood against the byre, and the midden was full 20 feet from the back door. As luck would have it, the innkeeper's wife was out at the back with a maidservant, taking in bedding which had been spread over the bushes in the sun. As we approached, the dog flew out, barking at the length of his chain. The woman straightened, shading her eyes against the light, and staring. She was a young woman, broadly built and lively-looking, with a fresh, high colour and prominent light blue eyes. Her bad teeth and plump figure gave away a rash passion for sweetmeats, and the lively blue eyes spoke even more clearly of other pleasures. They ran now over Ralph, who rode ahead of me, appraised him as likely, but young for it. Then, more hopefully, over me, to dismiss me finally as less likely, and probably too poor to pay my shot anyway. Then, as her gaze returned to Ralph, I saw her recognize him. She stiffened, looking quickly back at me. Her mouth fell open, and I thought for an anxious moment that she was going to curtsy. But then she had command of herself. A word sent the maid packing indoors with an armful of bedding. A shrill bidding to the dog drove him back, ears down and growling, into the mulberry shade. Then she was greeting us, smiling widely, eyes curious and excited. "You be the eye doctor, likely." We drew our horses to a halt in the dust of the yard. "Indeed, mistress. My name is Emrys, and this is my servant Ban." "We've been expecting you. Your beds is bespoke." Then under her breath, as she came close to my horse's shoulder, "You be very welcome, my lord, and Ralph too. I declare he do look a handspan taller than when I seen him last. Will you be pleased to come in?" I dismounted and handed the reins to Ralph. "Thank you. It's good to be here. We're both weary. Ralph will look after the horses himself. Now, before we go in, Maeve, give me the news from Tintagel. Is all well with the Queen?"
"Yes, indeed, sir. Praise be to all the saints and fairies. You need have no worries there, surely."
"And the King, he's still at Tintagel?"
"Aye, my lord, but the word goes that he'll ride out any day now. You'll not have long to bide. You're as safe here as anywhere in Cornwall. We'll have good enough warning of troops moving, and you can hear them on this road a mile off. And never worry about Caw, that's my husband. He's a duke's man, sure enough, but he'll do nothing to harm my lady. And besides, he always does as I tell him. Well, leastways, not always. There's something he don't do near often enough for my liking." This with a burst of cheery laughter. I saw Ralph grinning as he led the horses away. Then Maeve, talking loudly about beds and supper time and the sore eyes of her youngest, which could do with looking at, led me through the back door of the inn. When I saw her husband later that evening, I knew that I need have no fears for his discretion. He was a dry stick of a man and silent as an oyster. He came in as we were sitting down to supper, stared at Ralph, nodded at me, then went about his business of serving wine without a word spoken. His wife treated him and all comers with the same rough, frank kindliness, and saw to it without fuss that we were well served and comfortably housed. It was as good a house of its kind as I have ever been in, and the food was excellent. Understandably, the inn was always busy, but there was little danger of our being recognized. My character as a travelling healer was not only my pass to people's incurious acceptance, it gave Ralph and me the excuse to be abroad in the countryside. Each day, early, we would take food and wine with us, and make our way up by one of the deep, densely wooded glens that fed the Camel Valley to the windy upland that lay between Camelford and the sea. Ralph knew all the ways. We would separate more often than not, and each choose some hidden point of vantage from which he could watch the two roads which Uther and his men might take out of Tintagel. He might turn northeast along the coast for Dimilioch and the camp near Hercules Point, or if he was making straight for Winchester or the trouble centres along the Saxon shore, he would follow the valley tracks through Camelford, and from there climb southeast to the military road which ran along the spine of Dumnonia. Here on the wind-swept heights the forest thins, and there are great tracts of broken moorland, treacherous with bog, and watched over by strange stony hills. The old Roman road, crumbling fast in that wild country, but still serviceable, runs straight through Isca, into the kinder lands behind Ambrosius's wall. It was my guess that this latter was the way that Uther would take, and I wanted to see who rode with him. Ralph and I gave it out that I was searching for plants for my medicines, and indeed I came back each evening to my meeting place with him with a pouch full of roots and berries, which didn't grow at home, and which I was glad to have. Luckily the weather continued fine, and no one wondered to see us ride abroad. They were too glad to have a doctor staying there who, each evening, would treat any who came to him, and ask no more than they could afford to pay. So the days went by, serene and still, while we waited for the king to move and the queen to send word. It was a week before he rode out. He went the way I had expected, and I was there watching. There's a place where the track from Tintagel to Camelford runs straight for some quarter of a mile along the foot of a steeply wooded bank. For the most part the wood is too steep and thickly grown to penetrate, but there were places at the wood's edge open to the sun, stony banks deep in ferns and drifting thistledown, where brambles and bracken grew in thickets over the rocks. The blackthorn bushes were high and glinting with fruit. Some of the little sloe plums were still greenish, but most were ready, black bloomed over pale blue with ripeness. There is an extract one can make of the fruit which is sovereign for a flux of the bowels. One of Maeve's children had been suffering in this way, and I promised a draught that night. It would need no more than a handful, but the fruit was ripe to perfection, and so tempting that I went on gathering. If the berries are crushed and added in a certain way to juniper wine, they make a good drink, rich, astringent, and powerful. I'd told Maeve of it, and she wanted to try it. My bag was almost full, when I heard, like a soft thunder in the distance, horses coming steadily along the track below me. I withdrew quickly into the edge of the wood, and watched from hiding. Soon the head of the column came in sight. Then the long train of dust, filled with the beat of trotting hoofs, the clash of mail, the coloured glint of pennants, rolled past along the foot of the slope. 1,000, perhaps more. I stood stone still in the shadow of the trees and watched them go by. A horse's length to the front, the king rode, and behind him, on his left hand, his standard-bearer carried the red dragon. Other colours showed through the dust, but there was no wind to move the banners, and though I strained my eyes the length of the column, I could not swear to most that I saw. Nor did I glimpse the one I was watching for, though it might well have been there. I waited till the last horseman disappeared at a smart trot round a bend in the road. Then I made my way to the place where I had arranged to meet Ralph. He met me halfway, panting. "Did you see them?" "Yes." "Where were you?" "I sent you to watch the other road." "I was watching. There was nothing stirring there, nothing at all. I was on my way back here when I heard them, so I ran. I almost missed them, only saw the tail end. It was the king, wasn't it?" "It was." "Ralph, could you pick out the devices? Did you see any that you knew?" "I saw Bricklin and Clonfellin, but no others from Diffnaint that I recognised. The men from Garlock were there, and Cernwy, too, I think, and others I thought I knew, but there was too much dust to make sure. They were round that bend before I could get a good sight of them." "Was Cato there?" "My lord, I'm sorry, I didn't see." "No matter. If the others were there from Cornwall, you may be sure he would be." "No doubt they'll know at the inn. And had you forgotten that you were not to call me my lord, even when we were alone?" "I'm sorry, Emrys." It was a measure of our new, easier relationship that he should add with a suspicious meekness, "And had you forgotten that my name is Ban?" Then laughing as he dodged my cuff at his head, "Do you have to call me after the half-wit?" "Well, it's the first name that came into my head. It's a king's name, too, the King of Benoik. So you can take your choice which was your sponsor." "Benoik? Where's that?" "In the north. Come now, we'll get back to the inn. I doubt if the Queen will send before tomorrow, but I've a draught to make tonight, and it's a decoction that takes time. Here, carry these." I was right. The messenger came next morning. Ralph had gone out down the road to watch for him, and the two of them came back together, with the news that I was to ride to Tintagel immediately for my audience with the Queen. I had not confessed it to Ralph, nor even hardly admitted it to myself, but I was apprehensive about the coming interview with Igraine. On that night at Tintagel, when the child was conceived, I'd been certain in every way a seer can be certain, that the boy who was to be born would be given to me to foster, and that I should be the guardian of a great king. Uther himself, in his bitterness and anger over Gorlois's death, had sworn to reject the bastard he had begotten, and from Marcia's letter I knew he was still of the same mind. But in the 6 long months since that March night, I had had no direct message from Igraine, and no means of knowing whether she would obey her husband, or whether, as the time drew near, she would find it impossible to face separation from her child. I had gone over in my mind 100 times all the arguments I might bring to bear, remembering half incredulously the sureness with which I had spoken to her before, and to the king. Indeed, my God had been with me then, and in truth and how bitterly was he gone from me now. There were even times when, lying wakeful in the night, I saw my sure visions in the past as chances, illusions, dreams fed by desire. I remembered the king's bitter words to me. "I see now what your magic is, this power you talk of. It is nothing but human trickery, an attempt at statecraft which my brother taught you to like and to play for, and to believe was your mystery. You use even God to gain your ends. It is God who tells me to do these things. It is God who exacts the price. It is God who sees that others should pay. For what, Merlin? For your ambition? And who is it pays this debt to God for carrying out your plans? Not you. The men who play your game for you and pay the price. But you pay nothing." When I listened to such words as these, heard clearly in the nights when nothing else spoke to me, I wondered if I had read my vision of the future aright, or if everything I had done and dreamed of had been a mockery. Then, thinking of those who had paid with death for my dream, I would wonder if that death had not been kinder than this desert of self-doubt, where I lay fixed, waiting in vain for even the smallest of my gods to speak to me. Oh, yes, I paid. Every night of those 9 long months I paid. But now it was day, and I would soon find out what the Queen wanted with me. I remember how restlessly I fidgeted around while Ralph saddled my horse and made ready. Maeve was with the maids in the kitchen washing the sloes for the wine-making. A pan of them was on the stove, coming to the simmer. It seemed a strange memory to take with me on my visit to the Queen, the smell of slow wine. Suddenly I found the pungent sweetness intolerable and made choking for the air outside. But then one of the girls came running to ask something about the mixing, and in answering her I forgot my sickness, and then all at once Ralph was at my elbow to summon me, and the 3 of us, Ralph, the messenger, and I, were heading for Tintagel at a hand gallop through the soft, blowing September noon. Chapter 7. It was only a few months since I'd last seen Igraine, but she seemed very much changed. At first I thought this was only the pregnancy. Her once slim body was greatly swollen, and though her face was full of the bloom of health, she had that pinched and shadowy look that women get around the eyes and mouth. But the change was deeper than this. It was in the expression of her eyes, in her gestures, the way she sat. Where before she had seemed young and burning, a wild bird beating her wings against the wires of the cage, now she seemed to brood, wings clipped, gravid, a creature of the ground. She received me in her own chamber, a long room above the curtain wall, with a deep circular recess where the turret stood at the northwest corner. There were windows in the long wall facing southwest, and through these the sunlight fell freely, but the Queen was sitting by one of the narrow turret windows, through which came the breeze of the soft September afternoon, and the eternal noise of the sea on the rocks below. So much was still here, then, of the Igraine I remembered. It was like her, I thought, to choose the wind and the sea sounds rather than the sunlight. But even here, in spite of the light and air, one got the feeling of a cage. This was the room in which the young wife of Gorlois, the old Duke, had passed those pent years before the fateful trip to London, where she had met the King. Now, after that brief flight, she was penned again, by her love for the King, and by the weight of his child. I never loved a woman, except one, but I have pitied them. Now, looking at the Queen, young, beautiful, and with her heart's desire, I pitied her even as I feared her, for what she might say to me. She was alone. I'd been led by a chamberlain through the outer room where the women span and weaved and gossiped. Bright eyes looked at me in momentary curiosity, and the chattering was stilled, only to begin again as soon as I'd passed. There was no recognition in their faces, only perhaps here and there some disappointment at the sight of so ordinary and humble a fellow. No diversion here. To them I was a messenger, to be received by the Queen in the King's absence, that was all. The chamberlain rapped on the door of the inner chamber, and then withdrew. Marcia, Ralph's grandmother, opened the door. She was a grey-haired woman with Ralph's eyes in a lined and anxious face. But in spite of her age, she bore herself as straight as a girl. Though she was expecting me, I saw her eyes rest on me for a moment without recognition. Then, with a flicker of surprise, even Igraine looked startled for a moment. Then she smiled and held out her hand. "Prince Merlin, welcome." Marcia curtsied to the air somewhere between me and the Queen, and withdrew. I went forward to kneel and kiss the Queen's hand. "Madam." She raised me kindly. "It was good of you to come so quickly for such a strange summons. I hope the journey was easy." "Very easy. We are well lodged with Maeve and Cor, and so far no one has recognized me, or even Ralph. Your secret is safe." "I must thank you for taking so much care of it. I promise you I'd not have known you until you spoke." I fingered my chin, smiling. "As you see, I've been preparing for some time." "No magic this time?" As much as there was before, I said. She looked at me straightly then, the beautiful dark blue eyes meeting mine in the way I remembered. And I saw that this was still the old Igraine, direct as a man and with the same high pride. The heavy stillness was just an overlay, the milky calm that seems to come on women in pregnancy. Beneath the stillness, the placidity, was the old fire. She spread her hands out. "Looking at me now, do you still tell me that when you spoke to me that night in London, and promised me the king's love, there was no magic there?" "Not in the ruse that brought the king to you, madam. In what happened after, perhaps." "Perhaps?" There was a quick lift to her voice that warned me. Igraine might be a queen, with mettle as high as a man's, but she was a woman nearing her 7th month. My fears were my own, and must stay my own. I hesitated, searching for words, but she went on quickly, burningly, as if to convince herself across my silence. "When you first spoke with me and told me you could bring the king to me, there was magic there. I know there was. I felt it, and I saw it in your face. You told me that your power came from God, and that in obeying you I was God's creature, even as you were. You said that because of the magic that would bring Uther to me, the kingdom should have peace. You spoke of crowns and altars. And now, see, I am queen with God's blessing, and I am heavy with the king's child. Dare you tell me now that you deceived me?" "I did not deceive you, madam. That was a time full of visions and a passion of dreams and desires. We're quit of those now, and we are sober, and it is daylight. But magic is here, growing in you, and this time it is fact, not vision. He will be born at Christmas, they tell me." "He? You sound very sure." "I am sure." I saw her press her lips together as if at a sudden spasm of pain. Then she looked away from me, down at her hands, which lay folded across her belly. When she spoke calmly, straight to her hands, or to what they covered. "Marcia told me of the messages she sent to you in the summer. But you must have known without her telling you the way my lord the king thinks of this matter." I waited, but she seemed to expect an answer. "He told me himself," I said. "If he's still of the same mind now as he was then, he won't acknowledge the child as his heir." "He is still of the same mind." Her eyes came swiftly up to mine again. "Don't misunderstand me. He has not the faintest doubt of me, nor ever had. He knows that I was his from the first moment I saw him, and that from that moment, on one excuse or another, I never lay with the Duke. No, he does not doubt me. He knows the child is his. And for all his high speech—" There was the glimmer of a smile, and suddenly her voice was indulgent, the voice of a woman speaking of her child, or of a loved husband. "And for all his rough denials, he knows your power and fears it. You told him a child would come out of that night, and he would trust your word, even if he could not trust mine. But none of this alters the way he feels about it. He blames himself and you, and even the child, for the Duke's death. I know. If he had waited, he says, Gorlois would still have died that night, and I would have been queen, and the child conceived in wedlock, so that no one could question his parentage or call him bastard." "And you, Igraine?" She was silent for a long time. She turned that lovely head of hers and gazed out of the window where the sea-birds swung and tilted, crying on the wind. I saw, I'm not sure how, that her calm was that of a soldier who has won one battle and rests before the next. I felt my nerves tighten. I did not hold Igraine lightly, should the battle be with me. She said very quietly, "What the king says may well be true, I don't know. But what's done is done, and it is the child who must concern me now. This is why I sent for you." A pause. I waited. She faced me again. "Prince Merlin, I fear for the child." "At the king's hands?" I asked. This was too straight even for Igraine. Her eyes were cold, and her voice. "This is insolence, and folly too. You forget yourself, my lord." "I spoke as coldly. It is you who forget, madam. If my mother had been wed to Ambrosius when he begot me, Uther would not now be king, nor would I have helped him to your bed to beget the child you carry. There should be no talk of insolence or folly from you to me. I know, who better, what chance there is in Britain for a prince conceived out of wedlock and unacknowledged by his sire." She had flushed as red as she was pale before. Her eyes dropped from mine, their anger dying. She spoke simply, like a girl. "You're right. I had forgotten. I ask your pardon. I had forgotten, too, what it was like to talk freely. There is no one here besides Marcia and my lord, and I cannot talk to Uther about the child." I'd been standing all this while. Now I turned aside to bring up a chair and set it near her in the turret embrasure. I sat down. Things had changed between us, suddenly, as when a wind changes. I knew then that the battle was not with me, but with herself, her own woman's weakness. She was watching me now as a woman in pain watches her doctor. I said gently, "Well, I'm here, and I'm listening. What did you send for me to tell me?" She drew in her breath. When she spoke, her voice was calm, but no more than a whisper. "That if this child is a boy, the king will not allow me to rear him. If it's a girl, I may keep her. But a boy so begotten cannot be acknowledged as a prince and legitimate heir. So he must not remain here, even as a bastard." Visibly she steadied herself. "I told you, Uther does not doubt me. But because of what happened that night, my husband's death and all the talk of magic, he swears that men may still believe that the Duke and not himself begot this child. There will be other sons, he says, whose begetting no man will question, and among them he will find the heir to the high kingdom." "Igraine," I said, "I know what a heavy thing it is, however it happens, for a woman to lose her child. Perhaps there is no grief heavier. But I think the king is right. The boy should not remain here to be reared as a bastard in times so wild and uncertain. If there should be other heirs declared and acknowledged by the king, they might count him a danger to themselves, and certainly they would be a danger for him. I know what I'm talking about. This is what happened in my own childhood. And I, as a royal bastard, found fortune as this prince may never find it. I had my father's protection." A pause. She nodded without speaking, her eyes once again on the hands that lay in her lap. "And if the child is to be sent away," I said, "it's better that he should be taken straight from the birth-chamber, before you have had time even to hold him. Believe me," I spoke quickly, though she had not moved, "this is true. I'm speaking now as a doctor." She moistened her lips. "Marcia says the same." I waited a moment, but she said no more. I started to speak, found my voice came hoarsely and cleared my throat. In spite of myself, my hands tightened on the arms of my chair, but my voice was calm and steady as I came to the core of the interview. "Has the king told you where the child is to be fostered?" "No, I told you it wasn't easy to talk to him about it. But when we last spoke of it, he said he would take counsel, and he spoke of Brittany." "Brittany?" For all my care, the word came out with a cutting edge. I fought to recover my calm. My hands had clenched on the chair, and I relaxed them and held them still. So my doubts were real. Oddly enough, the knowledge hardened me. If I must fight the king as well as Igraine, yes, and my Delphic gods as well, then I would do so, as long as I could see the ground to fight from. "So Uther will send him to King Budek?" "It seems so." She seemed to have noticed nothing strange in my manner.
"He sent a messenger a month ago. That was just before I sent to ask you to come. Budek is the obvious choice after all."
This was true. King Budek of Les Britain was a cousin of the king's. It was he who some 30 years ago had taken my father and the young Uther under his protection when the usurper Vortigern murdered their elder brother King Constans. And in his capital of Kerek they had assembled and trained the army which had won the High Kingdom back from Vortigern. But I shook my head. Too obvious. If anyone should look for the boy to harm him, they'll guess where to go. Budek can't protect him all the time. Besides,
Budek cannot care for my child as he should be cared for.
The words came forcibly, stopping me short. But the interruption was not uncivil. It came almost like a cry. It was plain that she had not heard a word I'd said. She was fighting herself, choosing words.
"He is old, and besides, Brittany is a long way off, and less secure even than this Saxon-ridden land. Prince Merlin, Marcia and I, we think that you—"
The hands suddenly twisted together in her lap. Her voice changed.
"There is no one else we can trust. And Uther, whatever Uther says, he knows that his kingdom or any part of it would be safe in your hands. You are Ambrosius's son and the child's closest kinsman. Everyone knows your power and fears it. The child would be safe with you to protect him. It's you who must take him, Merlin." She was begging me now. "Take him safe, somewhere away from this cruel coast, and rear him for me. Teach him as you were taught, and rear him as a king's son should be reared, and then when he is grown, bring him back and let him take his place as you did at the next king's side."
She faltered. I must have been staring at her like a fool. She fell quiet, twisting her hands. There was a long silence filled with the scent of the salt wind and the crying of the gulls. I'd not been aware of rising, but I found myself standing at the window with my back to the Queen, staring out at the sky. Below the turret wall the gulls wheeled and mewed in the wind, and far below, at the foot of the black cliff, the sea dashed and whitened. But I saw and heard nothing. My hands were pressed down hard on the stone of the sill, and when at length I lifted them and straightened, they showed a mottled bar of bloodless flesh where the stone had bitten in. I began to chafe them, only now feeling the small hurt as I turned back to meet the Queen's eyes. She, too, had hold of herself again, but I saw strain in her face, and a hand plucked at her gown. I said flatly, "Do you think you can persuade the king to give him to me?"
"No, I don't think so. I don't know."
She swallowed.
"Of course I can talk to him, but—"
"Then why send for me to ask me this, if you have no power to sway the king?" She was white, and her lips worked together, but she kept her head up and faced me.
"I thought that if you agreed, my lord, you would—"
"I can do nothing with Uther now, you should know that." Then in sudden, bitter comprehension, "Or did you send for me as you did last time, hoping for magic to order, as if I were an old spellwife or a country druid? I would have thought, madam—" I stopped. I'd seen the flinching in her eyes and the drawn pallor round her mouth, and I remembered what she carried in her. My anger died. I turned up a hand, speaking gently. "Very well, if it can be done, Igraine, I will do it, even if I have to talk to Uther myself to remind him of his promise."
"His promise? What did he promise you, and when?"
"When he first sent for me and told me of his love for you. He swore to obey me in anything if only he could have his way." I smiled at her. It was meant as a bribe rather than a promise, but no matter. We'll hold him to it as a royal oath. She began to thank me, but I stopped her. No, keep your thanks. I may not succeed with the king. You know how little he loves me. You were wise to send secretly, and you'll be wiser not to let him know we talked of this together."
"He shan't know from me."
I nodded. "Now, for the child's sake and your own, you must put your fears aside. Leave this to me. Even if we can't move the king, I promise you that wherever the child is fostered, I shall make it my business to watch over him. He will be kept safely and reared as a king's son should be reared. Will that content you?"
"If it has to, yes."
She drew a long breath then and moved at last, rising from her chair and still gracefully in spite of her bulk, pacing down the long room to one of the far windows. I made no move to follow her. She stood there for a while with her back to me in silence. When at length she turned, she was smiling. She lifted a hand to beckon me, and I went to her.
"Will you tell me one thing, Merlin?"
"If I can."
"That night when we spoke in London before you brought the king to me here, you talked of a crown and a sword standing in an altar like a cross. I've wondered so much about it, thinking. Tell me now truly, was it my crown you saw? Or did you mean that this child, this boy who has cost so much, that he will be king?"
I should have said to her, "Igraine, I do not know. If my vision was true, if I was a true prophet, then he will be king. But the sight has left me, and nothing speaks to me in the night or in the fire, and I am barren. I can only do as you do, and take the time on trust. But there is no going back. God will not waste all the deaths." But she was watching me with the eyes of a woman in pain, so I said to her, "He will be king." She bent her head and stood silent for a few moments, watching the sunlight on the floor, not as if thinking, but as if listening to what stirred within her. Then she looked up at me again.
"And the sword? In the altar?"
I shook my head. "Madam, I don't know. It has not come yet. If I am to know, I will be shown." She put out a hand.
"One more thing."
From something in her voice, I knew that this mattered most to her. Not knowing what was coming, I braced myself to lie. She said,
"If I must lose this child, shall I have others, Merlin?"
"That is 3 things you have asked me, Igraine."
"You won't answer?"
I had spoken only to gain time, but at the flash of fear and doubt in her eyes, I was glad to tell her the truth. "I would answer you, madam, but I do not know."
"How is that?"
she asked sharply. I lifted my shoulders. "That again I cannot answer. Further than this boy you carry I have not seen. But it seems probable, since he is to be king, that you will have no other sons. Girls may be to bring you comfort."
"I shall pray for it,"
she said simply, and led the way back to the embrasure. She gestured me to sit.
"Will you not take a cup of wine with me now before you leave? I've received you poorly, I'm afraid, after asking such a journey of you, but I was in torment until I'd talked with you. Won't you sit down with me now for a little while and tell me what the news is with you?"
So I stayed a short while longer, and after I had given her my meagre news, I asked where Uther was bound with his troops. She told me that he was heading not for his capital at Winchester, as I had supposed, but northwards, to Viraconium, where he had called a council of leaders and petty kings from the north and northeast. Viraconium is the old Roman town which lies on the border of Wales, with the mountains of Gwynedd between it and the threat of the Irish shore. It was still at this time a market centre, and the roads were well maintained. Once out of the Dumnonian peninsula, Uther could make good speed north by the Glevum Bridge. He might, even if the weather stayed fair and the country quiet, be back for the Queen's lying in. For the moment, Igraine told me, the Saxon shore was quiet. After Uther's victory at Vindocladia, the invaders had retired on the hospitality of the federated tribes. There was no clear news from the north, but the king, she told me, feared some kind of concerted action there in the spring between the Picts of Strathclyde and the invading Angles. The meeting of the kings at Viraconium had been called in an attempt to thrash out some kind of united plan of defence. "And Duke Cador," I asked her, "does he stay here in Cornwall, or go on to Vindocladia to watch the Saxon shore?" Her answer surprised me. "He is going north with the king to the council." "Is he indeed? Then I'd better guard myself." At her quick look I nodded. "Yes, I shall go straight to the king. Time grows short, and it's luck for me that he's travelling north. He's bound to take his troops by the Glevum Bridge, so Ralph and I can cross by the ferry and get there before him. If I intercept him north of the Severn, there's nothing to show him that I ever left Wales. Soon after that I took my leave. When I left her, she was standing by the window again. Her head was held high, and the breeze was ruffling her dark hair. I knew then that when the time came, the child would not be taken from a weeping and regretful woman, but from a queen who was content to let him go to his destiny. Not so with Marcia. She was waiting for me in the anteroom, bursting with questions, regrets, and anger against the king, which she barely smothered into discretion. I reassured her as best I could, swore several times on every god in every shrine and hollow hill in Britain that I would do my utmost to get possession of the child and keep him safe. But when she started to ask me for spells for protection in childbed and to talk of wet nurses, I left her talking and made for the door. Forgetting herself in her agitation, she followed me and grabbed my sleeve. "And did I tell you? The king says he must have his own physician, a man he can trust to put the right stories about afterwards, and say nothing about where the poor mite goes for fostering. As if it wasn't more important that my lady should be properly looked after. Give any doctor enough gold and he'd swear his own mother's life away. Everybody knows that." "Certainly," I said gravely. "But I know Gandar well, and there's no one better. The Queen will be in good hands." "But an army doctor? What can he know about childbirth?" I laughed. "He served with my father's army in Brittany for a long time. Where there are fighting men, there are also their women. My father had a standing army in Brittany of 15,000 men encamped. Believe me, Gandar has had plenty of experience." With that she had to be content. She was talking again about wet nurses when I left her. She came to the inn that night, cloaked and hooded, and riding straight as a man. Maeve led her to the room her family shared, drove out everyone, including Cor, who was still awake, then took Ralph in to talk to his grandmother. I was in bed before she left. Next morning, Ralph and I set out for Bryn Merlin, with a flask or two of slow wine to cheer us on our way. To my surprise, Ralph seemed every bit as cheerful as he had been on the way south. I wondered if, after the brief spell back in the scene of his childhood, service with me had begun to look like freedom. He'd heard all the news from his grandmother. He told it me as we rode. Most of it was what I'd learned already from the Queen, with some court gossip added, which was entertaining but hardly informative, except for the talk which was inevitably going round about Uther's rejection of the child. Ralph, to my secret amusement, seemed as anxious now as Marcia for me to get custody of the baby. "If the king refuses, what will we do?" "Go to Brittany to talk to King Budek." "Do you think he'll let you stay with the prince?" "Budek is my kinsman too, remember." "Well, but would he risk offending King Uther? Would he keep it secret from him?" "That I can't tell you," I said. "If it had been Hoel now, Budek's son, that would be different. He and Uther always fought like dogs after the same bitch." I did not add that the description was in fact more accurate than was decent. Ralph merely nodded, chewing. We'd stopped on a sunny hillside to eat, and reached for a flask. "Have some of this?" He was offering me the slow wine. "God of green grapes, boy, no, it won't be ready to drink for a year. Wait till next harvest's ripe, and open it then." But he insisted, and unstoppered the flask. It certainly smelled odd, and, he admitted, tasted worse. When I suggested, not unkindly, that Maeve had probably made a mistake and given him the medicine for the flux, he spat the mouthful out on the grass, then asked me a little stiffly what I was laughing at. "Not at you. Here, let me taste the stuff." "Well, there's nothing in it that there shouldn't be." But I must have been thinking of something else when they asked me about the mixing. No, I was laughing at myself. All these months, these years even, hammering at heaven's door to get what? A baby and a wet nurse. If you insist on staying with me, Ralph, the next few years will certainly bring new experiences for both of us. He merely nodded. He was busy pursuing present anxieties. "If we have to go to Brittany, you mean we might have to stay disguised like this for years?" He flicked with a contemptuous finger at the coarse stuff of his cloak. "That will depend. Not quite like this, I hope." "Hold step till you reach your bridges, Ralph." His face showed me that this was not how enchanters were expected to talk. They built their own bridges, or flew across without them. "Depend on the king, you mean? Must you seek him out? My grandmother says if he's put about that the baby's stillborn, it could be handed to you secretly and the king never know." "You forget. Men must know if a prince is born. How else, when Uther dies, can they be brought to accept him?" "And what are you going to do, my lord?" I shook my head, not answering. He took my silence for refusal to tell him, and accepted it, with no more questions. For my part, I had perforce to take my own advice about crossing bridges. I was waiting to see a way over. But the Queen won, the harder half of the game was played. Now I must plan how best to deal with the king, whether to seek his consent openly, or go first to Budek. But as we sat finishing our meal, I was not thinking over much about Brittany, or the king, or even the child. I was content to rest in the sun and let the time go over. What had just happened at Tintagel had happened without my contriving. Something was moving. There was a kind of breathing brightness in the air, the wind of God brushing by, invisible in sunlight. Even for men who cannot see or hear them, the gods are still there. And I was not less than a man. I had not the arrogance or the hardihood to test my power again, but I put on hope, as a naked man welcomes rags in a winter storm. Chapter 8. The weather held, so we went easily, taking care not to tread too closely on the heels of Uther's force. If we were caught west of the Uxella marshes, or indeed south of the Severn at all, it would be only too obvious where we'd been. Uther usually moved fast, and there was nothing to delay him here in settled country, so we followed cautiously, waiting until his army should be clear of the southern end of the Severn ferry. If we were lucky with the ferry, and once we were across the Severn, made good speed northwards, we should be able, having apparently just come innocently for the purpose from Marydunum, to fall in with the troops on their way up the Welsh border, and try to have speech with the king. On the way south we'd avoided the main road, but had used the pack tracks which run near the coast, winding in and out of the valleys. Now, since we dared not fall too far behind Uther, we kept as closely as we dared to the straight route along the ridges, but avoiding the paved road where the posting stations might be left guarded in the army's wake. We were even more careful than we had been formerly. After we had left the shelter of Maeve's roof, we sought out no more inns. Indeed, the ways we went boasted of no inns, even had we looked for them. We lodged where we could, in woodcutters' cabins, sheep shelters, even once or twice in the lee of a stack of bracken cut for bedding, and blessed the mild weather. It was wild country through which we went. There are high ridged stretches of moorland where heather grows among the granite tors, and the land is good to feed nothing except the sheep and the wild deer. But just below the rocky spine of the land the forest begins. On the uplands the trees grow sparsely, raked by the wind, already in early autumn half scoured of leaves. But lower in every dip and valley the forest is dense, of trees crowded and hugely grown, impassable with undergrowth as toughly woven as a fisherman's net. Here and there, unnoticed until you stumble across them, are crags and bouldered screes of rock thickly clothed with thorn and creeper, invisible and deadly as a wolf trap. Even more dangerous are the stretches of bog, some black and slimy, some innocent and green as a meadow, where a man on horseback can sink from sight as easily and almost as quickly as a spoon sinking into a bowl of gruel. There are secret ways through these places, known to the beasts and the forest dwellers, but mostly men shun them. At night the soft ground flickers with marsh lights and strange dancing flames, which men say are the souls of the wandering dead. Ralph had known the ways in his own country, but once we struck the low-lying marshy forests through which the Uxella and its tributaries flow towards the Severn, we had to go more cautiously, relying on information from the people of the forest, charcoal burners and woodmen, and once or twice a solitary hermit or holy man who offered us a night's shelter in some cave or woodland shrine. Ralph seemed to enjoy the rough travel and rougher lodging, and even the danger that seemed to lie about us in forest and track, and the threat of the army so few miles ahead. Both of us grew daily more unkempt, and more like the roles we had assumed. It might be said that our disguise was more necessary here even than in Tintagel. Woe betide the king's messenger or merchant who rides off the guarded road in these parts, but the poor are received kindly, vagrants or holy men with nothing to steal, and Ralph and I, as poor travelling healers, met welcome everywhere. There was nowhere we could not buy food and shelter with a copper penny and a pot of medicine. The marsh folk always need medicine, living as they do at the edge of the fetid bogland, with agues and swollen joints and the fear of fever. They build their huts right at the borders of the scummed pools, just clear of the deep black mud at the edge, or even set them on stilts right over the stagnant water. The huts crack and rot and fall to pieces every year, and have to be patched each spring. But in spring and autumn, the flocks of travelling birds fly down to drink. In summer, the waters are full of fish and the forest of game, and in winter, the folk break the ice and lie in wait for the deer to come and drink. And always the place is loud with frogs. I have eaten these many times in Brittany, and it is true that they make a good meal. So the folk of the marshes cling to their stinking cabins, and eat well, and drink the standing water, and die of the fever and the flux. Nor do they fear the walking fires which haunt the marsh at night, for these are the souls of men they knew. We were still 12 miles short of the ferry, and it was growing dusk, when the first hint of trouble came. The oak forests had given way to a lighter woodland of birch and alder, the trees crowding so closely to the sides of the track that we had to lie low on the horses' necks to avoid the whipping branches. Though there had been no rain, the ground was very soft, and now and again our horses' hoofs splashed deep in the black mire. Soon somewhere near us I smelt the marsh, and before long through the thinning trees we could see the dull glimmer of the bog pools reflecting the last light from the sky. My horse stumbled, floundering, and Ralph, who was riding ahead of me, checked and put a quick hand to my rein. Then he pointed ahead. Ahead of us, a different light pricked the dusk, the steady, dull yellow of candle or rushlight, the hut of a marsh-dweller. We rode towards it. The dwelling was not set over the water, but the ground was very wet, and was no doubt flooded in bad weather, for the hut was raised on piles, and approached by a narrow causeway of logs sawn short and jammed together across a 10-foot moat of mud. A dog barked. I could see a man, a shadow against the dully lit interior of the hut, peering out at us. I hailed him. The marsh-dwellers speak a tongue of their own, but they understand the Celtic of the Dumnonii. "My name is Emrys. I'm a travelling doctor, and this is my servant. We're making for the ferry at Uxella. We came by the forest because the king's army is on the road. We're looking for shelter and can pay for it." If there was one thing the poor folk of these parts understood, it was the need for a man to keep out of the way of troops on the march. In a few moments a bargain was struck. The dog was hauled back into the hut and tied up, and I was picking my way gingerly across the slippery logs, leaving Ralph to tend the horses and tether them on the driest piece of ground he could find. Our host's name was Nid. He was a short, agile-looking fellow with black hair and a black bristle of beard. His shoulders and arms looked immensely strong, but he limped badly from a leg which had been broken, then set by guesswork and left to knit crooked. His wife, who was probably little more than 30, was white-haired and bent double on herself with rheumatism. She looked and moved like an old woman, and her face was drawn into tight lines round a toothless mouth. The hut was cramped and foul-smelling, and I would rather have slept in the open, but the evening had turned chilly, and neither Ralph nor I wished to spend a night out in the sodden forest. So, when we'd had our fill of black bread and broth, we accepted the space of floor offered to us, and prepared to lie down wrapped in our cloaks and take what rest we could. I had mixed a potion for the woman, and she was already asleep, huddled against the other wall under a pile of skins. But Nid made no move to join her. He went instead to the doorway, peering again into the night, as if expecting someone. Ralph's eyes met mine, and his brows lifted. His hand moved towards his dagger. I shook my head. I had heard the light, quick footsteps on the causeway. The dog made no sound, but his tail beat the floor. The curtain of rough tanned deer hide was pushed aside from the doorway, and a boy came running in, his mouth one huge grin in a filthy face. He stopped short when he saw Ralph and me, but his father said something in patois, and the boy, still eyeing us curiously, dumped the bundle of faggots he carried on the table and undid the thong that held it together. Then, with a swift, wary look at me, he pulled from the middle of the faggots a dead fowl, a few strips of salted pork, a bundle which he shook out to reveal a pair of good leather trews, and a well-sharpened knife of the kind issued to the soldiers of the king's armies. I approached the table, holding out my hand. The man stood watchful, but made no move, and after a moment the boy dropped the knife into my palm. I weighed it in my hand, considering. Then I laughed and dropped it point down to the table. It stuck there beside the fowl, quivering. "You've had good hunting tonight, haven't you? That's easier than waiting for the wild duck to fly in at dawn. So, the king's army lies nearby. How near?" The boy merely stared, too shy to answer. But with the help of his father I got the information bit by bit. It was not reassuring. The army had made camp barely 5 miles away. The boy had lurked in a tree at the forest's edge, watching his chance to steal food, and had overheard scraps of talk among the men who had gone in among the trees to relieve themselves. It seemed, if the boy had rightly understood what he'd heard, that though the main body of the army would no doubt head on its way in the morning, a troop was to be detached and sent directly to Caerleon, with a message for the commander there. They would obviously go by the quickest way, the river crossing. They would certainly commandeer whatever boats were available. I looked at Ralph. He was already fastening his cloak. I nodded and turned to Nid. "We must go, I'm afraid. We must get to the ferry before the king's troops. And no doubt they'll ride at first light. We'll have to leave now. Can the boy guide us?" The boy would do anything, it seemed, for the copper penny I gave him, and he knew all the ways through the marsh. We thanked our host, left the fee and medicines we'd promised, and were soon on our way, with the boy, whose name was Ger, at my horse's head. There were stars and a quarter moon, but hazed over with fitful cloud. I could barely see the path, but the boy never hesitated. He seemed able to see even in the dark under the trees. The beasts trod softly enough on the forest floor, but the boy made no sound at all. It was difficult to tell, what with the dark, the bad going, and the winding track, what kind of distance we were covering. It seemed a long time before the trees dwindled and thinned, and the way stretched clearer ahead of us. As the moon grew stronger, the clouds diffusing her pale light, I could see more clearly. We were still in the marsh. Water gleamed on either hand, islanded with blackness. Underfoot, mud pulled and sucked at the horses' hooves. Rushes swished and rustled shoulder high. There was a noise of frogs everywhere, and now and again a splash as something took to the water. Once, with a clap and a call and a flash of white, a feeding bird shot off not a yard in front of my horse's hoofs, and had it not been for the boy's hand on the reins, I must have been unseated and thrown into the water. After that my horse picked his way nervously, starting even at the faint sucking sounds from the pools where the marsh lights flickered and bubbles popped under the wisps of vapour which hung and floated over the water. Here and there, sticking up black out of the bog, was the stripped skeleton of a tree. It was a strange, dead-looking landscape, and smelling of death. From Ralph's silence I knew that he was afraid. But our guide at my horse's head plodded on through the wandering mists and the wisps of fire that were the souls of his fathers. The only sign he gave was when at a fork in the track we passed a hollow tree, a thick trunk twice the height of a man, with a gaping hole in the bark, and inside this a greenish glow that, with the help of the moonlight, faintly lit a crouching shape of eyes, mouth, and crudely carved breasts. The old goddess of the crossways, the nameless one, who sits staring from her hollowed log like the owl who is her creature, and in front of her, decaying with the greenish glow that folk call enchanter's light, an offering of fish, laid in an oyster shell. I heard Ralph's breath go in, and his hand flickered in a defensive gesture. The boy Ger, without even looking aside, muttered the word under his breath, and held straight on. Half an hour later, from the head of a rise of solid ground, we saw the wide moonlit stretch of the estuary, and smelt salt on the clean and moving air. Down by the shore where the ferry plied, there was a red glimmer of light, the flame of the cresset on the wharf. The road to it, clear in the moonlight, crossed the ridge not far from us and ran straight downhill to the shore. We drew rein. But when I turned to thank the boy, I found that he'd already vanished, melting back into the darkness as silently as one of the wandering marsh lights fading. We headed our weary horses down towards the distant glimmer. When we reached the ferry, we found that our luck had deserted us as swiftly and as decisively as our guide. The cresset burned on its post, at the strip of shingle where the ferry beached, but the ferry wasn't there. Straining my ears, I thought I heard above the ripple of water the splashing of oars some way out on the estuary. I gave a hail, but got no reply.
"It looks as if he expects to come back to this side soon," said Ralph, who had been exploring. "There's a fire in the hut, and he's left the door open." "Then we'll wait inside," I said. "It's not likely the king's troops will set out before cockcrow. I can't imagine his message to Caerleon is as urgent as that, or he'd have sent a rider posting last night. See to the horses, then come in and get some rest." The ferryman's hut was empty, but the remains of a fire still glowed in a ring of stones that served for a hearth. There was a pile of dry kindling beside it, and before long a comforting tongue of flame licked up through the wood and set the turf glowing. Ralph was soon dozing in the warmth while I sat watching the flames and listening for the return of the ferry. But the sound that roused me was not the sound of a keel grating on shingle. It was the soft and distant thudding of a troop of horse coming at the canter. Before my hand could reach Ralph's shoulder to shake him awake, he was on his feet. "Quick, my lord! If we ride fast along the shingle, the tide's not full yet." "No, they'd hear us. And in any case, the horses are too tired." "How far away would you say they were?" He was at the door in 2 strides, his head slanted, listening. "Half a mile. Less. They'll be here in a few minutes. What are you going to do? We can't hide. They'll see the horses. And the country's open as a map in the sand." This was true. The road down which the horsemen were coming ran straight up from the shore to the head of the ridge. To right and left of it lay the marshlands, glinting with water and white with mist. Behind us, the estuary stretched glimmering, throwing back the moonlight. "What you can't run from, you must face," I said. "No, not like that," as the boy's hand went to his sword. "Not against king's men, and we wouldn't stand a chance anyway. There's a better way. Get the bags, will you?" I was already stripping off my stained and ragged tunic. He threw me a doubtful look, but ran to obey. "You won't get away with that doctor disguise again." "I don't intend to. When fate forces your hand, Ralph, go with it. It looks as if I may get to see the king sooner than I'd hoped to." "Here? But the Queen." "The Queen's secret will be safe. I've been thinking how to deal with this if it happened. We'll let them think we've just come south from Maridunum, hoping to see the king." "But the ferryman, if they check with him?" "It could be awkward, but we'll have to chance it. Why should they, after all? Even if they do, I can deal with it. Men will believe anything of the king's enchanter, Ralph, even that he could cross the estuary on a cloud or ford it knee-high at flood tide." While we were talking, he had unstrapped one of the saddlebags and pulled out of it the decent dark robe and stitched doeskin boots I'd worn for my interview with the Queen, while I bent over the bucket of water by the door and swilled the weariness of the journey and the stench of the marshlander's hut off my face and hands. "When fate forces you," I'd said to Ralph. I felt my blood running fast and light with the hope that this stroke, ill luck we had thought it, might be the first cold, dangerous touch of the god's hand. When the troop rode up, halting with a clatter and slither of shingle in front of the ferryman's hut, I was standing waiting for them in the open doorway, with the firelight behind me, and the bright moonlight catching the royal dragon at my shoulder. Behind me, in the shadows, I heard Ralph mutter thankfully, "Not Cornwall's men. They won't know me." "But they'll know me," I said. "That's Ineir's badge. They're Welshmen from Gwent." The officer was a tall man with a thin hawk face and a white scar twisting the corner of his mouth. I did not remember him, but he stared, saluted, and said,
By the raven himself! How came you here, sir?
I must have words with the king. How far away is his camp? As I spoke, a kind of ripple of movement went among the troop, horses fidgeting and one suddenly rearing as if curbed too nervously. The officer snapped something over his shoulder, then turned back to me. I heard him swallow before he answered me.
Some 8 miles off, sir.
There was something more here, I thought, than surprise at finding me in this deserted place, and the awe that I was accustomed to meeting among common men. I felt Ralph move up close behind me to my shoulder. A half-glance showed me the sparkle in his eyes. Show Ralph danger, and he came alive. The officer said abruptly,
Well, my lord, this has saved us something. We were on the way to Caerleon. We had the king's orders to find you and bring you to him.
I caught the sharp intake of Ralph's breath. I thought fast, through a sudden quickening of the heart. This explained the soldiers' reaction. They thought the king's enchanter must have had magical foreknowledge of the king's will. On a plainer level, it settled the matter of the ferryman. If this troop was an escort for me, they would not now need to cross the ferry. Ralph could buy the man's silence when I'd gone with the troops. I would not risk taking the boy back within reach of Uther's displeasure. There was no harm in driving the point home. I said pleasantly, So I've saved you the trip to Bryn Merlin. I'm glad. Where did the king plan to receive me? At Viraconium? I didn't think he meant to lie at Caerleon.
Nor does he,
said the man. I could hear the effort of control, but his voice was hoarse and he cleared his throat.
You knew the king was travelling north to Viraconium?
How not? I asked him. From the edge of my eye I saw the nods and head-turning among the men, that also asked, how not? But I had a mind to talk to him sooner than that. Did he charge you with a letter for me?
No, sir. Instructions to take you to him, that was all.
He leaned forward in the saddle.
I think it was on account of the message he got last evening from Cornwall. Ill news, I think, though he told no one what it was. He seemed angry. Then he gave the order to fetch you.
He waited, looking down at me, as if I would be sure to know the contents of the message. I was only too afraid that I did. Someone had recognized us, or made a guess, and sent to tell the king. The messenger could easily have passed us on the road. So, whatever was to happen between Uther and myself, I had to get Ralph out of danger first. And although I was not afraid for the queen at Uther's hands, there were others, Maeve, Cor, Marcia, the child himself. The skin on my nape stung and roused like a dog's that smells danger. I took a long steadying breath and looked about me. You have a spare horse? My beast is weary and must be led. My servant will rest here and go back at first light with the ferry to make ready for me at home. The king will no doubt see me escorted there when my business with him is done. The officer's voice, apologetic but definite, cut across Ralph's furious whisper of dissent.
If it please you, sir, you will both come. Those were my orders. We have horses. Shall we ride?
At the lift of his hand, the men were already moving forward to close us round. There was nothing to be done. He had his orders, and I would risk more by arguing than by obeying. Besides, every minute's delay might bring the ferry back. I'd heard nothing, but the fellow must have seen the soldiers' torches and might even now be heading back for custom. A trooper came up with the spare horses and took our own beasts in hand. We mounted. The officer barked an order, and the troop wheeled and fell in behind us. We were barely 200 paces from the shore when I heard clear behind me the sound of a boat's bottom grating on shingle. No one else paid any attention. The officer was busy telling me about the council to be held in the north, and behind me I could hear Ralph's voice, gay and amused, promising the troopers, "A skin of sloe wine, the best stuff you ever tasted. A recipe of my master's. It's what they give you with the rations now in Caerleon, so you'll see what you've missed. That's what comes of sending messages for a wizard, who knows everything that's happened before it's even happened at all." The king was abed when we arrived at the camp, and we were lodged and guarded in a tent not far from his. We said nothing to each other that could not be overheard. And danger or no danger, it was the most comfortable lodging we had had since we left the inn at Camelford. Ralph was soon asleep, but I lay wakeful, watching the empty dark, listening to the little wind which had sprung up, throwing handfuls of rain against the walls of the tent, and telling myself, it must happen, it must happen. The God sent me the vision. The child was given to me. But the dark stayed empty, and the wind swept the tent walls and withdrew into silence, and nothing came. I turned my head on its uneasy pillow and saw dimly the shine of Ralph's eyes watching me. But he turned over without speaking, and soon his breathing slackened again into sleep. Chapter 9. The king received me alone soon after dawn. He was armed and ready for the road, but bareheaded. His helmet with its gold circlet lay on a stool beside his chair, and his sword and shield stood propped against the box which held the travelling altar of Mithras that he always carried with him. The tent was hung with skins and worked curtains, but it was chilly, and draughts crept everywhere. Outside were the sounds of the army breaking camp. I could hear the snap and flutter of the dragon standard by the entrance. He greeted me briefly. His face still wore the bleak expression I remembered, empty of friendliness, but I could see neither anger nor enmity there. His look was cool and summing, his voice brisk. "You and your sight have saved me a little trouble, Merlin." I bent my head. If he asked no questions, I need answer none. I came to the point. "What do you want with me?" "Last time we spoke together I was harsh with you. I've since thought that this was perhaps unworthy of a king to whom you had just done a service." "You were bitter at the Duke's death." "As to that, he fought against his king. Whatever the circumstances, he raised a sword to me and he died. It's done, and it's past. We, you and I, are left with a future. This is what concerns me now." "The child," I said, assenting. The blue eyes narrowed. "Who sent you the news? Or is this still the sight?" "Ralph brought the news. When he left your court, he came to me. He serves me now." He considered that for a moment, his brows drawing together, then smoothing as he found no harm in it. I watched him. He was a tall man with reddish hair and beard and a fair, high-coloured skin that made him look younger than his years. It was just over a year, I thought, since my father had died and Uther had lifted the Pendragon standard. Kingship had steadied him. I could see discipline in his face as well as the lines drawn there by passion and temper, and kingship along with his victories clothed him like a cloak. He moved a hand dismissively, and I knew that Ralph need fear him no longer. "I said the past was past. But there is one thing I must ask you. On that night in Tintagel when this child was begotten, I bade you keep away from me and trouble me no more. Do you remember?" "I remember." "And you replied that you would not trouble me again, that I should not need your service again. Was this foresight or only anger?" I said quietly, "When I spoke the words that came to me. I thought they were foresight. All the words I spoke and the things I did throughout that night I took as if they came straight from the gods." "Why do you ask? Have you sent for me now to command service of me?" "To ask it, rather." "As a prophet?"
"No, as a kinsman."
"Then I'll tell you, as a kinsman, that it was not prophecy that night, nor was it anger, sir, but only grief. I was grieving for my servant's death, and for the deaths of Gorlois and his companions, but now, as you say, the past is past. If I can serve you, you have only to command me." But I thought as I waited for him to speak, if it was no prophecy, then none of that night was God's, and he never spoke to me. No, I told the truth when I said that Uther would have no need of my service. It had not been Uther whom I served that night. It was not Uther I would serve now. I remembered the words of the other king, my father. "You and I between us, Merlin, we will make such a king as the world has never known." It was the dead king, and the one still unborn who commanded me. If there had been any hesitation in my manner, Uther had not noticed it. He nodded, then set his elbow on his knee and his chin on his fist, and thought for a while, frowning. "There is one other thing I said that night. I told you that I would not acknowledge the child begotten then. I spoke in anger, but now I speak coldly after taking thought and counsel, and I tell you, Merlin, that I'm still of the same mind." He seemed to expect an answer, but I was silent. He went on, half irritably. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't doubt the Queen. I believe her when she tells me that she never lay with Gorlois after he brought her to London. The child is mine, yes, but he cannot be my heir, nor can he be reared in my house. If the child is a girl, then none of this matters, but if it's a boy, it would be folly to rear him as heir to the High Kingdom, when men will only have to count on their fingers to say that Gorlois begot him of his wife Igraine half a month before the High King married her." He looked at me. "You must know this as well as I do, Merlin. You've lived in kings' houses. There will always be those who doubt his birth, so there will always be those who would try to pull him off the throne in favour of men with a better claim. And God knows there will always be claims in plenty. And the best claims will be those of my other sons. So even brought up as my bastard at my court, the child is dangerous. He may try to come at the kingship by the deaths of my other children. By the light, this is not unknown. I will not have my house a battleground. I must beget myself another son, an undoubted heir, conceived in wedlock to the satisfaction of all men and reared at my side when the kingdom is settled and the Saxon wars are over. Do you accept this?" "You are the king, Uther, and the child's father." It was hardly an answer, but he nodded as if I had agreed. "There's more. This child is not only dangerous, he'll be a victim of danger. If men can say that he was not mine, that he must have been begotten by Gorlois on Igraine his wife, then it follows that he is the true son of the Duke of Cornwall with a claim on the younger son's portion of the lands which Cador holds, now that I've confirmed him as Duke in his father's place. You see? King's son or Duke's son, Cador is bound to be the child's enemy. And there are some who'd follow him quickly enough." "Is Cador loyal to you?" "I trust him." He gave a short laugh. "So far. He's young but hard-headed. He wants Cornwall, and he won't risk anything that could lose it, yet. But later, who knows? And when I'm gone—" He let it hang. "No, Cador is not my enemy. But there are others who are." "Who?" "God knows. But what king was ever without them? Even Ambrosius. They're still saying he died of poison. I know you told me this was not true, but even so I have Ulfin taste my food. Ever since I took Octa and Eosa prisoner, they've been the storm centre for every disaffected leader who thinks he can see his way to a crown, like Vortigern's, backed with Saxon forces, and paid for with British lives and lands. But what else can I do? Let them go to raise the federates against me? Or kill them, and give their sons in Germany a grievance to be wiped out in blood? No, Octa and his cousin are my hostages. Without them, Colgrim and Badolf would have been here long since, and the Saxon shore would have burst its bounds and be lapping at Ambrosius's wall. As it is, I'm buying time. You can't tell me anything, Merlin? Have you heard anything or seen?" He was not asking for prophecy. Uther looked askance and white-eyed at things of the other world, like a dog that sees the wind. I shook my head. "Of your enemies?" "Nothing, except that when Ralph came to me after leaving your court he was set upon and nearly killed. The men had no badge. They may have thought he was your messenger, or perhaps the Queen's. Troops from the barracks hunted the woods, but found no trace of them. More than that, I've heard nothing, but be sure that if I ever learn anything, I will tell you." He gave a brief nod, then went on slowly, choosing his words. His manner was abrupt, almost reluctant. For myself, my mind was spinning, and I had to fight to hold myself calm and steady. We were coming now onto the battleground. but it must be a very different battle from the one I had planned for. "You and I," he had said. He would hardly have sent for me unless I was to have some concern in the child's future. He was going over the same ground that Igraine and I had covered. "So you see why, if the child is a boy, he cannot stay with me, yet if I send him away, he's beyond my power to protect. But protection he must have. Bastard or no, he is my child and the Queen's, and if we have no other sons, he must one day be declared my heir to the High Kingdom." He turned up a hand. "You see where this leaves me. I must consign him to a guardian who will keep him in safety for the first few years of his life. At least until this torn kingdom is settled and safe and in the hands of strong and loyal allies and my own declared heirs." He waited again for my agreement. I nodded, then said, carefully neutral, "Have you chosen this guardian?" "Yes, Budek." So the Queen had been right, and the decision was made. But still he had sent for me. I held myself still and said so flatly that it sounded indifferent, "It was the obvious choice." He shifted in his chair and cleared his throat. I saw with some surprise that he was uneasy, nervous even. He even looked half pleased at my commendation of his choice. The knowledge steadied me. I realized that I'd been so single-minded, so wrapped in what I believed was my and the child's driving fate, that I'd seen Uther falsely as the enemy. He was not so concerned. The plain fact was that Uther was a war leader harassed perpetually by the strife in and around his borders, working desperately against time to patch a dam here, a sea-wall there, against the piling floodwater. And to him this affair of the child, though it might prove one day vitally important, was now little but a rub in the way of major issues, something he wanted out of the way and delegated. He'd spoken without emotion, and indeed had set the thing out fairly enough. It was possible that he had sent for me genuinely to ask my advice, as his brother had been used to do. In which case, I wetted dry lips and schooled myself to listen quietly, an adviser with a man beset by trouble. He was speaking again something about a letter, the message which had come yesterday. He pointed to the stool beside him and where the parchment lay, crumpled as if he had thrown it down in anger. "Did you know about this?" I picked the letter up and smoothed it out. It was brief, a message from Brittany that had been sent to the king at Tintagel, and brought here after him. King Budek had fallen sick of a fever, it said, during the summer. He had seemed on the way to recovery. Then, towards the end of August, he had quite suddenly died. The letter finished with protestations of formal friendship from the new king, Hoel, Uther's devoted cousin and ally. I looked up. Uther had sat back in his chair, shifting a fold of the scarlet mantle over his arm. Everything seemed quite still. Outside the wind had dropped. The sound of the camp came from far away, faintly. Uther's chin was sunk on his chest, and he was watching me with a mixture of worry and impatience. I was non-committal. "This is heavy news. Budek was a good man and a good friend." "Heavy enough, even if it had not destroyed my plans. I was preparing to send messages even when this letter came. Now I can't see my way clear. Have they told you that I go to a council of kings at Viraconium?" "Audegus told me." Audegus was the officer who had escorted us from the ferry. He threw out a hand. "Then you see how much I want to turn aside to deal with this. But it must be dealt with now. This is why I sent for you." I flicked the seal with a forefinger. "You won't send the child to Hoel, then? He swears himself your devoted cousin and ally." "He may be my devoted cousin and ally, but he's also a—" Uther used a phrase that became a soldier rather than a king in council. "I never liked him, nor he me. Oh, Mithras knows he would never mean harm to a son of mine, but he's not the man his father was, and he might not be able to protect the boy from his ill wishers. No, I'll not send him to Hoel. But what other court can I send him to? Reckon it for yourself." He told over a few names, all powerful men, all of them kings, whose lands lay in the southern part of the country, behind the wall of Ambrosius. "Well, you see my problem. If he goes to one of the nobles or petty kings in safe country, he could still be in danger from an ambitious man, or worse, become a tool of treachery and rebellion.
So?
So I come to you. You're the only man who can steer me between these clashing rocks. On the one hand, the child must be sworn and acknowledge my own in case there is no other heir. On the other, he must be taken away out of danger for himself and the kingdom and brought up in ignorance of his birth until the time comes when I send for him." He turned over a hand on his knee and asked me as simply as he had asked me once before, "Can you help me?" I answered him as simply. The bewilderment, the confused whirl of thought, settled suddenly into a pattern like coloured leaves blown down into a tapestry on the grass when the spinning wind drops still. "Of course. You need wreck no part of your kingdom on either of these rocks. Listen, and I will tell you how. You told me you had taken counsel. Other men, then, know of your plans to send the boy to Budek?" "Yes." "Have you spoken to anyone of this letter, and your doubts of Hoel?" "No." "Good. You will give it out that your plan stays as formerly, and that the boy will go to Hoel's court at Kerek. You will write to Hoel requesting this. Have someone make all arrangements to send the boy with his nurse and attendants as soon as the weather allows. See that it is given out that I will accompany him there myself." He was frowning, intent, and I could see protest in his face, but he made none. He said merely, "And?" "Next," I said, "I must be at Tintagel for the birth. Who is her physician?" "Gandar." He seemed about to say something more, then changed his mind and waited. "Good. I'm not suggesting I should attend her." I smiled. "In view of what I shall suggest, that might lead to some rather dangerous rumours. Now, will you be there yourself for the lying-in?" "I shall try, but it's doubtful." "Then I shall be there to attest the child's birth, as well as Gandar and the Queen's women, and whoever you can appoint. If it's a boy, the news will be sent to you by beacon, and you will declare him your son by the Queen, and in default of a son begotten in wedlock, your heir until another prince shall be born." He took some time over that, frowning and obviously reluctant to commit himself, but it was only the conclusion of what he had himself said to me. Finally he nodded and spoke a little heavily. "Very well. It is true. Bastard or not, he is my heir until I get another. Go on." "Meantime the Queen will keep her chamber, and once he's been seen and sworn to, the child will be taken back to the Queen's apartments and kept there, seen only by Gandar and the women. And Gandar can arrange this. I myself will leave openly by the main gate in the bridge. Then, after dark, I shall go down secretly to the postern gate on the cliff to receive the child." "And take him where?"
"To Brittany. No, wait, not to Hoel, nor by the ship which everyone will be watching. Leave that part of it to me. I shall take him to someone I know in Brittany, on the edge of Hoel's kingdom. He will be safe and well cared for. You have my word for it, Uther." He brushed that aside as if there had been no need for me to say it. He was already looking lighter, glad to be relieved of a care that must, among the weighty cares of the kingdom, seem trivial, and, with the child still only a weight in a woman's womb, unreal.
"I'll have to know where you take him."
"To my own nurse, who reared me and the other royal children, bastard and true alike, in the nurseries at Maridunum. Her name is Moravik, and she's a Breton. After the sack by Vortigern, she went home to her people. She's married since. While the child is sucking, I can think of no better place. He won't be looked for in such a humble home. He will be guarded, but better than that, he'll be hidden and unknown."
"And Hoel?"
"He will know, he must. Leave Hoel to me." Outside a trumpet sounded. The sun was growing stronger and the tent was warm. He stirred and flexed his shoulders as a man does when he lays off his armour.
And when men find that the child is not on the royal ship but has vanished, what do we tell them? That for fear of the Saxons in the narrow sea, the prince was sent not by the royal ship, but privily with Merlin to Brittany. And when it is found he is not at Hole's court, Gandar and Marcia will swear to it that I took the child safely. What will be said I can't tell you, but there's no one who will doubt me, or that the child is safe as long as he's under my protection. And what my protection means, you know. I imagine that men will talk of enchantments and vanishings and wait for the child to reappear when my spells are lifted. He said prosaically, they're more likely to say the ship foundered and the child is dead. I shall be there to deny it. You mean you won't stay with the boy? I must not. Not yet. I'm known. Then who will be with him? You said he would be guarded. For the first time I hesitated fractionally. Then I met his eyes. Ralph. He looked startled, then angry. Then I saw him thinking back past his anger. He said slowly, yes, I was wrong there too. He will be true. There is no one truer. Very well, I'm content. Make what arrangements you please. It's in your hands. You, of all men in Britain, will know how to protect him. His hands came down onto the arms of his chair. So, that's settled. Before we march today, I shall send a message to the Queen telling her what I've decided. I thought it wise to ask, will she accept it? It's no easy thing for a woman to bear, even a queen. She knows my decision, and she will do as I say. There's one thing, though, where she'll have her way. She wants the child baptized a Christian. I glanced at the Mithras altar against the tent wall. And you? He lifted his shoulders. What does it matter? He'll never be king, and if he were, then he would pay service where he had to in the sight of the people. A hard, straight look. As my brother did. If it was a challenge, I declined it, saying merely, and the name? Arthur. The name was strange to me, but it came like an echo of something I'd heard long before. Perhaps there had been Roman blood in Igraine's family. The Artorii. That would be it. But that was not where I'd heard the name. I'll see to it, I said. And now, with your permission, I'll send the Queen a letter too. She'll lie the easier for being assured of my loyalty. He nodded, then stood up and reached for his helmet. He was smiling, a cold ghost of the old malicious smile with which he had baited me when I was a child. It's strange, isn't it, Merlin the bastard, that I should talk so easily of trusting the body of my own ill-begotten son to the one man in the kingdom whose claim to the throne is better than his. Are you not flattered? Not in the least. You'd be a fool if you didn't know by now that I have no ambitions towards your crown. Then don't teach my bastard any, will you? He turned his head, shouting for a servant, then back to me, and none of your damned magic either. If he's your son, I said dryly, he won't take very kindly to magic. I shall teach him nothing except what he has the need and the right to know. You have my word on it. On that we parted. Uther would never like me, nor I him. But there was a kind of cold mutual respect between us, born of our shared blood and the different love and service we had given to Ambrosius. I should have known that he and I were linked in this as closely as the two sides of the same counter, and that we would move together whether we willed it or not. The gods sit over the board, but it is men who move under their hands for the mating and the kill. I should have known, but I'd been so used to God's voice in the fire and stars that I'd forgotten to listen for it in the councils of men. Ralph was waiting alone in the guarded tent. When I told him the result of my talk with the king, he was silent a long time. Then he said, "So, it will all happen just as you said it would. Did you expect it to come like this? When they brought us here last night, I thought you were afraid." I was, but not in the way you mean. I expected him to ask how, but oddly, he seemed to understand. His cheek flushed, and he busied himself over some detail of packing. "My lord,
I have to tell you—" His voice was stifled. "I've been very wrong about you. At first well, because you're not a man of war, I thought—" "You thought I was a coward, I know." He looked up sharply. "You knew? You didn't mind?" This, obviously, was almost as bad as cowardice. I smiled. When I was a child among budding warriors, I grew used to it. Besides, I've never been sure myself how much courage I have. He stared at that, then burst out, "But you're afraid of nothing, and the things that have happened, this journey. You'd have thought we were riding out on a summer morning instead of going by paths filled with wild beasts and outlaws. And when the king's men took us, even if he is your uncle, that's not to say you'd never be in danger from him. Everyone knows the king's unchancy to cross. But you just look cold as ice, as if you expected him to do what you wanted, just as everyone does. You afraid? You're not afraid of anything that's real." "That's what I mean," I said. "I'm not sure how much courage is needed to face human enemies, what you'd call real, knowing they won't kill you." "But foreknowledge has its own terrors, Ralph. Death may not lie just at the next corner, but when one knows exactly when it will come and how, it's not a comfortable thought." "You mean you do know?" "Yes. At least I think it's my death that I see. At any rate, it's darkness and a shut tomb." He shivered. "Yes, I see. I'd rather fight in daylight, even thinking I might die perhaps tomorrow. At least it's always perhaps tomorrow, never now. Will you wear the doeskin boots for riding, my lord, or change them now?" "Change them, thank you." I sat down on a stool and stretched out a foot for him. He knelt to pull off my boots. "Ralph, there's something else I must tell you. I told the king that you were with me, and that you would go to Brittany to guard the child." He looked up at that, struck still. "You told him that? What did he say?" "That you were a true man. He agreed and approved you." He sat back on his heels, my boots in his hands, gaping at me. "He's had time to think, Ralph, as a king should think. He has also had time, as kings do, to still his conscience. He sees Gorlois now as a rebel, and the past as done with. If you wish to go back into his service, he will receive you kindly and give you a place among his fighting men." He didn't answer, but stooped forward again and busied himself fastening my boots. Then he got to his feet and pulled back the flap of the tent, calling to a man to bring up the horses. "And hurry! My lord and I ride now for the ferry." "You see," I said. "Your own decision this time, freely given. And yet who can say it's not as much a part of the pattern as the chance of Boudec's death?" I got to my feet, stretching, and laughed. "By all the living gods, I'm glad that things are moving now. And gladder for the moment of one thing more than any other." "That you're to get the child so easily?" "Oh, that, of course, no. I really meant that now at last I can shave off this damnable beard." Chapter 10. By the time Ralph and I reached Marydunum, my plans, so far as could be at this stage, were made. I sent him by the next ship to Brittany with letters of condolence to Howell and with messages to supplement the king's. One letter, which Ralph carried openly, merely repeated the king's request that Howell should give shelter to the baby during his infancy. The other, which Ralph was to deliver secretly, assured Howell that he would not be burdened with the charge of the child, nor would we come by the royal ship or at the time ostensibly fixed. I begged his assistance for Ralph in all the arrangements for the secret journey at Christmas that I planned. Howell, easy-going and lazy by nature, and less than fond of his cousin Uther, would be so relieved, I knew, that he would help Ralph and myself in every way known to him. With Ralph gone, I myself set out for the north. It was obvious that I would not be able to leave the baby too long in Brittany. The refuge with Moravik would serve for a while till men's interest died down, but after that it might be dangerous. Brittany was the place,
as I'd said to the Queen, where Uther's enemies would look for the child. The fact that the child was not, had never been, at his publicly declared refuge at Hole's Court, might make them believe that the talk of Brittany had been nothing but a false trail. I would make certain that no real trail would lead them to Moravik's obscure village. But this was only safe as long as the boy was an infant. As soon as he grew and began to go about, some query or rumour might start. I knew how easily this could happen, and for the child of a poor house to be so cared for and guarded as must happen here, it would be very easy for some question to start a rumour, and a rumour to grow too quickly into a guess at the truth. More than this, once the child was weaned from women and the nursery, he would have to be trained, if not as a young prince, then as a young noble and a warrior. It was obvious that Bryn Merlin on no count could be his home. He must have the comfort and safety of a noble house around him. In the end, I'd thought of a man who had been a friend of my father's, and whom I had known well. His name was Hector, styled Count of Galava, one of the nobles who fought under King Coel of Reged, Uther's most considerable ally in the north. Reged is a big kingdom stretching from the mountainous spine of Britain right to the western coast, and from the wall of Hadrian in the north, clear down to the plain of Deva. Galava, which Hector held under Coel, lies about 30 miles in from the sea in the northwest corner of the kingdom. Here there is a wild and mountainous tract of country, all hills and water and wild forest. In fact, one of the names it goes by is the Wild Forest. Hector's castle lies on the flat land at the end of one of the long lakes that fill these valleys. There was in past time a Roman fortress there, one of a chain on the military road, running from Glanaventa on the coast to join the main way from Luguvalium to York. Between Galava and the port of Glanaventa lie steep hills and wild passes, easily defended, and inland is the well-guarded country of Reged itself. When Uther had talked of fostering the child in some safe castle, he had thought only of the rich, long-settled lands inside Ambrosius's wall. But even without his fears of the noble's loyalty, I would have counted that country dangerous. These were the very lands that the Saxons, immured along the shore, coveted most dearly. It was these lands which I guessed they would fight for first and most bitterly. In the north, in the heart of Reged, where no one would look for him and where the wild forest itself would guard him, the boy could grow up as safely as God would allow, and as freely as a deer. Hector had married a few years back. His wife was called Drusilla, of a Romano-British family from York. Her father, Faustus, had been one of the city magistrates, who had defended the city against Hengist's son Octa, and had been one of those urgent to advise the Saxon leader to yield himself to Ambrosius. Hector himself was fighting at the time in my father's army. It was in York that he had met Drusilla and had married her. They were both Christians, and this was possibly why their paths and Uther's had not often crossed. But I, along with my father, had been to Faustus's house in York, and Ambrosius had there taken part in many long discussions about the settlement of the northern provinces. The castle at Galava was well protected, being built on the site of the old Roman fort, with a lake before it and a deep river on the one hand and the wild mountains near. It could be approached only from the open water or by one of the easily watched and defended valley passes. But it did not have the air of a fortress. Trees grew near it, now rich with autumn, and there were boats out and men fishing where the river flowed deep and still through its sedgy flatlands. The green meadows at the water's head were full of cattle, and there was a village crowded under the castle walls, as there had been in the Roman peace. 2 full miles beyond the castle walls lay a monastery, and so secluded were the valleys that right up on the heights above the tree line, where the land stretched bare of all but short grass and stones, one saw the strange little blue-fleeced sheep that breed in Reged, with some shepherd boy cheerfully braving the wolves and fierce hill foxes with the protection of a stick and a single dog. I travelled alone and quietly. Though the hated beard had gone, and with it the heavy disguise, I managed the journey unnoticed and unrecognized, and came to Galava towards late afternoon on a bright, crisp October day. The great gates were wide open, giving on a paved yard where men and boys were unloading a wagon of straw. The oxen stood patiently chewing their cud. Near them a lad was watering a pair of sweating horses. Dogs barked and skirmished, and hens pecked busily among the fallen straw. There were trees in the yard, and to either side of the steps up to the main door someone had planted beds of marigolds which blazed orange and yellow in the late sunshine. It looked like a prosperous farm rather than a fortress, but through an open door I could see the rows of freshly burnished weapons, and from behind one of the high walls came shouted orders and the clash of men drilling. I had barely paused between the posts of the archway when the porter was barring my way and asking my business. I handed him my dragon brooch wrapped in a small pouch, and bade him take it to his master. He came hurrying back to the gate within minutes, and the chamberlain, puffing in his wake, showed me straight to Count Hector. Hector was not much changed. He was a man of medium height, growing now into middle age. If my father had lived, they would have been of an age now, I reckoned, which made him something over 40. He had a brown beard going grey and brown skin with the blood springing healthily beneath it. His wife was more than 10 years younger. She was tall, a statuesque woman still in her 20s, reserved and a little shy, but with smoky blue eyes that belied her cool manner and distant speech. Hector had the air of a contented man. He received me alone in a small chamber where spears and bows stood stacked against the walls, and the hearth was 4 deep in deerhounds. The fire was heaped as high as a funeral pyre with pine logs blazing, and small wonder, for the narrow windows were unglazed and open to the brisk October air, and the wind whined like another hound in the bowstrings that were stacked there. He gripped my arms with a bear-like welcome, beaming. "Merlinus Ambrosius, here's a pleasure indeed. What is it, 2 years, 3? There's been water under the bridge, aye, and stars fallen since we last met, eh? Well, you're welcome, welcome. I can't think of any man I'd rather see under my roof. You've been making a name for yourself, haven't you? The tales I've heard tell. Well, well. But you can tell me the truth of it yourself. God's sweet death, boy, you get more like him by the day. Thinner, though, thinner. You look as if you've seen no red meat for a year. Come, sit down by the fire now and let me send for supper before we talk." The supper was enormous and excellent, and would have served me 10 times over. Hector ate enough for 3, and pressed me to finish the rest. While we ate, we exchanged news. He'd heard of the Queen's pregnancy and spoke of it, but for the moment I let it go, and asked him instead what had happened at Viraconium. Hector had attended the King's council there, and was but newly returned home. "Success?" he asked in reply to my question. "It's hard to say. It was well attended, Coel of Reged, of course, and all from these lands." He named 6 neighbours, "except Rheacartus of Verteri, who sent to say he was sick." "I gather you didn't believe it." "When I believe anything that jackal says," said Hector forcibly. "I'm a spit licker too, but the wolves were there, all of them, so the scavengers hardly matter." "Strathclyde?" "Oh, aye, Cor was there. You know the Picts in the western half of his land have been giving trouble. When haven't they given trouble, come to that? But for all Cor's Pictish himself, he'll cooperate with any plan that'll help him keep control of that wild territory of his. So he was well disposed to the idea of the council. He'll help, I'm sure of it. Whether he can control that pack of sons he's sired is another matter. Did you know that one of them, Hoyle, a wild young blackguard scarcely old enough, you'd have thought, to lift a spear, took one of Morian's girls by force last spring when she was on her way to the monastery her father had promised her to since birth? He lifted his spear to her easily enough. By the time her father got the news, she was over the border with him and in no condition for any monastery, however broad-minded." He chuckled. "Morian cried rape, of course, but everyone was laughing, so he made the best of it. The Strathclyde had to pay, naturally, and he and Morian sat on opposite benches at Viraconium, and Hoyle wasn't there at all. Ah, well, but they agreed to sink their differences. King Uther managed it well enough. So what between Reged and Strathclyde, there's half the northern frontier solid for the king." "And the other half?" I asked. "What about Lot?" "Lot?" Hector snorted. "That braggart. He'd swear allegiance to the devil and Hecate combined if it would give him a few more acres for himself. He cares no more for Britain than that hound by the hearthstone. Less. He and his wild brood of brothers sitting on that cold rock of theirs. They'll fight when it pays them, and that's all. He fell silent, scowling at the fire, poking with a foot at the hound nearest him. It yawned with pleasure and flattened its ears. But he talks well, and maybe I'm blackguarding him. Times are changing, and even barbarians like Lot ought to be able to see that unless we band together with a strong oath and keep it, it'll be the flood year all over again. He was not referring to an actual flood, but to the year of the great invasion a century ago, when the Picts and Saxons, joined with the Scots from Ireland, poured across Hadrian's wall with axe and fire. Maximus commanded then, in Sigontium. He drove them back and broke them, and won for Britain a time of peace, and for himself an empire and a legend. I said Lothian is a key to the defence that Uther's planning, even more than Reged or Strathclyde. I'd heard tell, I don't know if it's true, that there are Angles settled on the Alornus, and that the strength of the Anglian federates south of York along the Abus has doubled since my father's death. It's true. He spoke heavily. And south of Lothian there's only Urien on the coast, and he's another carrion crow picking at Lot's leavings. Nay, that may be another one I'm doing an injustice to. He's married to Lot's sister when all's done, so he'd be bound to cry the same way. Talking of which... Talking of what? I asked as he paused. Marriage. He scowled and then began to grin. If it wasn't so plaguey dangerous, it would be funny. You know, Uther had a bastard girl. I forget her name. She must be 7 or 8 years old. Morgause. Yes, I remember her. She was born in Brittany. Morgause was a side-slip of Uther's by a girl in Brittany who had followed him to Britain, hoping, I suppose, for marriage, since she was of a good family and the only woman, so far as anyone knew then for certain, who had borne him a child. It had always been a matter of amazement, and a good deal of private and public conjecture among Uther's troops, how he managed to avoid leaving a train of bastards in his wake like seedlings following the sower down a furrow. But this girl was, to public knowledge, the only one, and I believe to Uther's knowledge too. He was a fair man and a generous one, and no girl had suffered any loss worse than Maidenhead through him. He acknowledged the child, kept both child and mother at one of his houses, and after the mother's marriage to a lord of his household, had taken the girl into his own. I'd seen her once or twice in Brittany, a thin, pale-haired girl with big eyes and a mouth folded small. What about Morgause? I asked. Uther was casting out feelers for marrying her to Lot. Come the time she'll be ready for wedding. I cocked an eyebrow at him. And what did Lot think about that? You'd have laughed to watch him. Black as a wolverine at the suggestion that Uther's bye-blow was good enough, but careful to keep his talk sweet in case there's no other daughter born in the right bed now the king's wedded. Bastards and their mates have inherited kingdoms before now, saving your presence, of course. Of course. Lot casts his eyes as high as that, then? He gave a short nod. High as the High Kingdom itself, you can take my word for it. I digested that, frowning. I'd never met Lot. He was at this time scarcely older than myself, somewhere in his early 20s, and though he had fought under my father, his path and mine had not crossed. So Uther wants to tie Lothian to him, and Lot wants to be tied. Whether it's for his own ambition or not, it means surely that Lot will fight for the High King when the time comes. And Lothian is our main bulwark against the Angles and the other invaders from the north. Oh, aye, he'll fight, said Hector, unless the Angles offer him a better bribe than Uther does. Do you mean that? I was alarmed. Hector, for all his bluff ways, was a shrewd observer, and few men knew more about the changing shifts of power along our shores. Maybe I was putting it a trifle high, but for my money, Lot's unscrupuled and ambitious, and that's a combination that spells danger to any overlord who can't placate him. How is he with Reged? I was thinking of the child to be lodged here, perhaps at Galava, with Lot east by north across the Pennines. Oh, friends, as good friends as 2 big hounds, each with his own full platter of meat. No, it's not yet a matter for concern, and may never be. So forget it and drink up. He drank deeply himself, then set down his cup and wiped his mouth. Then he fixed me with a sharp and curious eye. "Well, you better get to it, boy. You didn't come all this way for a good supper and a prattle with an old farmer. Tell me how I can serve Ambrosius's son." "It is Ambrosius's nephew you'll be serving," I said, and then told him the rest. He heard me out in silence. For all his warmth and heartiness, there was nothing impulsive or over-quick about Hector. He had been a cold-brained and calculating officer, a valuable man in any circumstance, from a pitched fight to a long and careful siege. After a sharp glance of surprise and a lift of the brows when I spoke of the king's decision and my guardianship of the child, he listened without moving and without taking his eyes off me. When I had finished, he stirred. "Well, I'll say one thing to start with, Merlin. I'm glad and proud you should have come to me. You know how I felt about your father, and to tell you the truth, boy—" He cleared his throat, hesitated, then looked away into the fire as he spoke. "It always sorrowed my heart that you yourself were a bastard. And that's between these four walls, I don't have to tell you. Not that Uther's made a bad shot at being High King. A far better shot than I'd ever have made," I said, smiling. "My father used to say that Uther and I between us shared out some of the qualities of a good king. It was a dear dream of his that some day between us we might fashion one. And this is the one." Then, as his head went up, "Oh, I know, a baby not yet born. But all the first part has happened as I knew it must happen. A child begotten by Uther and given to me to raise. I know this is the one. I believe he will be such a king as this poor country has never had before and may never see again. Your stars tell you this? It has been written there, certainly. And who writes among the stars but God? Well, God grant it is so. There's coming a time, Merlin, maybe not next year, or for 5 years, or even for 10, but it's coming, when flood year will come again, and pray God that this time there's a king here to raise the sword of Maximus against it." He turned his head sharply. "What's that? That sound?" "Only the wind in the bowstrings. I thought it was a harp sounding." "Strange. What is it, boy? Why do you look so?" "Nothing." He looked at me doubtfully for a moment longer, then grunted and fell silent, and behind us the long humming stretched out, a cold music, something from the air itself. I remembered how as a child I'd lain watching the stars and listening for the music which, I'd been told, they made as they moved. This must, I thought, be how it sounded. A servant came in then with logs to replenish the fire, and the sound died. When he'd gone and the door had shut behind him, Hector spoke again in quite a different tone. "Well, I'll do it, of course, and proud to. You're right, in the next few years I can't see that Uther will have much time for him, and for that matter he'd be hard put to it to keep the child safe. Tintagel might have done, but as you say, there's Cador there. Does the king know that you've come to me?" "No, nor will I tell him, yet." "Indeed." He thought it over for a moment, frowning a little. "Do you think he'll be content with that?" "Possibly, I don't know. He didn't press me too hard about Brittany. I think that just now he wants as little to do with it as need be. The other thing is," I smiled a little wryly, "the king and I have a truce declared, but I wouldn't bank on it staying that way. And out of sight, out of mind. If I'm to have anything to do with the child's teaching, then it had better be at a fair distance from the High King." "Aye, I've heard that too. It's never a wise thing to help kings to their heart's desire. Will the boy be a Christian?" "The Queen wants it, so he'll be baptized in Brittany if I can arrange it. He's to be called Arthur." "You'll stand for him?" I laughed. I believe the fact that I was never baptized myself puts me out of the running. His teeth showed. "I forgot you were a pagan. Well, I'm glad to hear about the boy. There'd have been a peck of trouble else. Your wife, you mean? She's so devout? Poor lass, he said. She's had nothing else since our second died. There'll be no more, they say. In fact, it will be God's mercy if we take this boy into our house. My son Kay is a headstrong little ruffian, for all he's only 3, and the women spoil him. It'll be good to have the second child. What did you say his name was to be? Arthur? You'll leave this with me to talk over with Drusilla? Though there's no question she'll be as glad as I am to have him. And I can tell you that she's close-mouthed enough, for all she's a woman. He'll be safe with us. I was sure of it. It doesn't need the stars to tell me that. But when I began to thank him, he cut me short. Well then, that's settled. We can talk over the details later. I'll speak with Drusilla tonight. You'll stay a while, of course. Thank you, but I can't. No longer than it takes to rest myself and my horse. I have to be at Tintagel again in December, and before that, I must be home when Ralph gets back from Brittany. There's a lot to be arranged. A pity. But you'll be back. I'll look forward to it. He grinned, stirring my hounds again. I'll enjoy seeing you installed as tutor to the household, or whatever you think will give you some claim on the boy. And I own I should like to see Kay licked into shape. Maybe he'll mind his manners with you, if he thinks he can be turned into a toad for disobeying you. Bats are my speciality, I said, smiling. You're very good, and I'll never be out of your debt. But I'll find a place of my own. Look, boy, Ambrosius's son doesn't wander the countryside looking for a home while I have 4 walls and a fireplace to offer him. Why not here? Because I might be recognized. And where Merlin is for the next few years, men will look for Arthur near him. No, I must stay unknown. A household as big as this is too risky, and with all my thanks to you, 4 walls are not always the best shelter for such as me. Ah, yes. A cave, isn't it? Well, there are a few hereabouts, they tell me, if you turn the wolves out first. Well, you know your own business. But tell me, what of the Queen? You didn't say where she stood in this. What woman would let her first child be taken from the bed where she bore him and never try to see him again or make herself known to him? The Queen herself sent for me secretly and asked me to take him. She has suffered, I know, but it's the King's will, and she knows that it's more than a whim born of anger. She sees the dangers as well as he. And she is a queen before she is a woman. I added carefully, I think that the Queen is not a woman for a family any more than Uther is a family man. They're man and woman for each other, and outside their bed they're king and queen. It may be that in the future Igraine will wonder and ask questions, but that is with the future. For the moment she is content to let him go. After this we talked on late into the night, arranging as far as we could the details of the time ahead. Arthur would be left in Brittany until he was 3 or 4 years old. Then, at a safe time of year, Ralph would bring him across from Brittany to Hector's home. "And you?" asked Hector. "Where will you be?" "Not in Brittany, for the same reason that I can't live here. I shall vanish, Hector. It's a talent that magicians have. And when I do appear again, it will be somewhere that draws men's eyes away from Brittany and Galava." When he questioned me further, I laughed and refused to enlighten him. "Truth to tell, my plans are not yet fixed. Now I've kept you out of your bed for long enough. Your wife will be wondering what sort of mystery man you've been closeted with all these hours. I'll make my apologies when you present me in the morning." "And I'll make my own now," he said, getting to his feet. "But that's one apology I enjoy making." "You miss a lot, you know, Merlin." "Ah, but then you can't know." "I know," I said. "You do? Then you must think it's worth it. Life without women?" "For me, yes." "Well then, come this way to your cold bed," he said, and held the door for me. Chapter 11. The boy was born on the eve of Christmas, an hour before midnight. Just before the birth, I and the 2 nobles appointed as witnesses were called into the Queen's chamber, where Gandar attended with Marcia and other women of the Queen's household. One of these was a girl called Branwyn, who had lately been brought to bed of a dead child. She was to be the child's wet nurse. When all was done, the baby washed and swaddled and the Queen sleeping, I took my leave and rode out of the castle and along the track towards Dimilioch. As soon as the lights of the gatehouse were out of view, I turned my horse aside down the steep path into the valley which runs from the high fields above the headland down to the shore. The castle at Tintagel is built on a promontory of rock, or near island, a crag jutting up out of the fearsome seas, which is joined to the cliffs of the mainland only by a narrow causeway. To either side of this causeway the cliffs drop away sheer to small bays of rock and shingle tucked in under the cliff. From one of these, a path, narrow and precarious, and passable only on a receding tide, leads up the face of the cliff to a small gate let into the roots of the castle walls. This is the postern, the secret entrance to the castle. Inside is a narrow stairway of stone, leading up to the private door of the royal apartments. Halfway up the steep stairway was a broad landing and a guardroom. Here I was to wait until the child was judged fit to be taken abroad into the winter's cold. There were no guards. Months past the king had had the postern sealed, and the guardroom's other door, giving onto the main part of the castle, had been built up. For tonight, the postern gate had been opened, but no porter manned it. Only Ulfin, the king's man, and Valerius, his friend and trusted officer, waited there to let me in. Valerius took me up to the guardroom, while Ulfin went down the path into the bay to take my horse. Ralph was not with me. He had gone to ensure that the Breton ship was waiting as it had promised, and he was also to bring horses and to keep watch each night in the bay below the secret path. I waited for 2 days and nights. There was a pallet in the guardroom, and Ulfin himself had kindled a fire to banish the disused chill of the place, and from time to time brought food and fuel, and the news from above stairs. He would have waited on me if I'd let him. He was grateful still for some kindness I had shown to him in the past, and I think the king's disfavour had distressed him. But I sent him back to his post at the Queen's door, and spent the waiting time alone. At the other side of the landing, in the outer wall of the castle and opposite the guardroom door, was another door leading out onto a narrow, level platform skirted waist-high by a battlement. It was not overlooked by any of the castle windows, and below it, between the castle wall and the sea, was an apron of grass sloping down to the edge of the sheer cliffs. In summer the place was alive with nesting seabirds, but now, in midwinter, it was barren and crisp with frost. From below, incessantly, came the suck and hush and thud of the winter sea. Each day at dawn and sunset I walked out to this platform to see if the weather had changed. But for 3 days there was no change. The air was cold, and below me the grass, grey with rime, was barely distinguishable in the thick mist that held the whole place shrouded from the invisible sea below the invisible cliffs to the pale blur where the winter sun fought to clear the sky. Below the blanket of mist, the sea was quiet as it ever is on that raging coast. And every midnight before I slept, I went out into the icy dark and looked upwards for the stars. But there was only the blank pall of the mist. Then, on the 3rd night, the wind came. A small wind from the west that crept across the battlements and in under the doors and set the flames fluttering blue round the birch logs. I stood up listening. I had a hand to the latch of the door when I heard a sound in the quiet from the head of the stairway. The door to the Queen's apartment had opened and shut again gently. I opened the door and looked upwards. Someone was coming softly down the stairs. A woman shrouded in a mantle, carrying something. I stepped out onto the landing, and the light from the guardroom door came after me, firelight and shadow. It was Marcia. I saw the tears glisten on her cheeks as she bent her head over what lay in her arms. A child wrapped warm against the winter night. She saw me and held her burden out to me. "Take care of him," she said. "Take care of him as God loves him and you." I took the child from her. Inside the woolen wrappings I caught the glint of cloth of gold. "And the token?" I asked. She handed me a ring. It was one I had often seen on Uther's hand, made of gold, enclosing a stone of red jasper with a dragon crest carved small. I slipped it on my own finger, and saw her instinctive movement of protest, stilled as she remembered who I was. I smiled. For safekeeping only, I shall put it away for him. My lord Prince. She bent her head. Then she threw a quick glance over her shoulder to where the girl Branwen, hooded and cloaked, was coming down the stairway with Ulfin behind her, carrying a pack with her effects. Marcia turned back to me swiftly and laid a hand on my arm. You will tell me where you're taking him? It was a plea whispered. I shook my head. I'm sorry. It's better that no one should know. She was silent, her lips working. Then she straightened herself. Very well, but you promise me that he will be safe. I'm not asking you as a man or even as a prince. I'm asking you from your power. He will be safe. So Igraine had said nothing, even to Marcia. Marcia's guess at the future was still only a guess, but in the days to come both these women would feel the bitter need for each other's confidence. It would be cruel to leave the Queen isolated with her knowledge and her hopes. It is not true that women cannot keep secrets. Where they love, they can be trusted to death and beyond, against all sense and reason. It is their weakness and their great strength. I met Marcia's eyes full for a moment. He will be king, I said. The Queen knows it, but for the child's sake you will tell no one else. She bent her head again without replying. Ulfin and Branwen were beside us. Marcia leaned forward gently and drew back a fold of the shawl from the child's face. The baby was sleeping. The eyelids, curiously full, lay over the shut eyes like pale shells. There was a thick down of hair on his head. Marcia stooped and kissed him lightly on the head. He slept on undisturbed. She pulled the fold of wool back to shelter him, then with gentle, expert hands settled the bundle closer into my arms. So. Hold his head so. You'll be careful going down the path? I will be careful. She opened her mouth to speak again, then shook her head quickly, and I saw a tear slide from her cheek to fall on the child's shawl. Then she turned abruptly away and started back up the stairs. I carried the baby down the secret path. Valerius went ahead with his sword drawn and ready, and behind me, with Ulfin's arm to help her, came Branwen. As we reached the bottom and stepped on the grating pebbles, Ralph's shadow detached itself from the immense darkness of the cliffs, and we heard his quick, relieved greeting and the tread of hooves on the shingle. He had brought a mule for the girl, tough and sure-footed. He settled her in the saddle, then I handed the baby up to her, and she folded him close in the warmth of her cloak. Ralph vaulted to the back of his own horse and took the mule's rein in hand. I was to lead the pack mule. This time I planned to travel as an itinerant singer. A harper is free of king's courts, where a drug peddler is not, and my harp was strapped to the mule's saddle. Ulfin gave me the lead rein, then held my gelding for me. It was fresh and anxious to be moving and warm itself. I said my thanks and farewells, then he and Valerius started back up the cliff path. They would seal the postern again behind them. I turned my horse's head into the wind. Ralph and the girl had already put their mounts to the bank. I saw the dim shapes pause above me, waiting, and the pale oval of Ralph's face as he turned back to watch me. Then his arm went out, pointing. "Look!" I turned. The mist was lifting, drawing back from a sparkling sky. Faintly, high over the castle promontory, grew a hazy moon of light. Then the last cloud blew clear, billowing before the west wind like a sail blowing towards Brittany, and in its wake, blazing through the sparkle of the lesser stars, grew the great star that had lit the night of Ambrosius's death, and now burned steady in the east for the birth of the Christmas King. We set spurs to our horses and rode for the ship. Chapter 12. The wind stayed fair for Brittany, and we came in sight of the wild coast at dawn on the 5th day. Here the sea is never quiet, The cliffs, high and dangerous, towered black with the early light behind them and the teeth of the sea gnawing white at the base. But once round Vindanis Point, the seas flattened and ran calmer, and I was even able to leave my cabin in time to watch our arrival at the wharf south of Kerek, which my father and King Budek had built years back when the invasion force was being assembled here. The morning was still, with a touch of frost and a thin mist pearling the fields. The country hereabouts is flat, field and moorland stretching inland where the wind scours the grass with salt, and for miles nothing grows but pine and wind-bitten thorn. Thin streams wind between steep mud banks down to the bays and inlets that bite everywhere into the coast, and at low tide the flats teem with shellfish and are loud with the cries of wading birds. For all its dour seeming, it is a rich country, and had provided a haven not only for Ambrosius and Uther when Vortigern murdered their brother the king, but for hundreds of other exiles who fled from Vortigern and the threat of the Saxon terror. Even then they found parts of the country already peopled by the Celts of Britain. When the Emperor Maximus, a century before, had marched on Rome, those British troops who survived his defeat had straggled back to the refuge of this friendly land. Some had gone home, but a great many had remained to marry and settle. My kinsman King Hoel came of one such family. The British had indeed settled in such numbers that men called the peninsula Britain also, dubbing it Less Britain, as their homeland was known as Greater Britain. The language spoken here was still recognizably the same as that of home, and men worshipped the same gods, but the memories of older gods still visibly held the land, and the place was strange. I saw Branwen gazing over the ship's rail with wide eyes and wondering face, and even Ralph, who had travelled here before as my messenger, had a look of awe as we drew nearer the wharf and saw beyond the huts and the piles of casks and bales the first ranks of the standing stones. These line the fields of Less Britain, rank on rank, like old grey warriors waiting, or armies of the dead. They've stood there, men say, since time began. No one knows why or how they came there, but I had long known that they were raised not by giants or gods or even enchanters, but by human engineers whose skill lives on only in song. These skills I learnt when as a boy I lived in Brittany and men called it magic. For all I know, they may be right. One thing is certain, though men's hands lifted the stones and are long since dust under their roots, the gods they served still walk there. When I have gone between the stones at night, I felt eyes on my back. But now the sun was up, gilding the granite surfaces and throwing the shadows of the stones slanting blue across the frost. The wharf side was already busy. Carts stood ready for loading, and men and boys ran about the business of tying up and unloading the ship. We were the only passengers, but no one cast more than a glance at the travellers in their decent, sober clothes, the musician with the harp in his baggage, his wife and baby beside him, and his servant in attendance. Ralph had lifted the baby from Branwen's arms and was supporting her as she trod gingerly down the gangplank. She was silent and pale, and leaned heavily on him. I saw as he bent over her how, suddenly it seemed, he had grown from boy to man. He would be turned 16 now, and though Branwen was perhaps a year older than he, Ralph might well be taken for her husband rather than I. He looked brisk and bright, sleek as a springtime cockerel in his neat new clothes. He was the only one of our party, I thought sourly, feeling the wharf tilt and sway under me, as if it had still been the heaving deck, who had weathered the passage well. The escort he had arranged was waiting for us. Not the escort of troops which King Hoel had wanted to provide, but simply a mule litter for Branwen and the child, with a muleteer and one other man, who had brought horses for Ralph and myself. This man came forward now to greet me. From his bearing I judged him to be an officer, but he was not in uniform, and there was nothing to show that the escort came from the king. Nor, apparently, had the officer been told anything about us, beyond the fact that we were to be led into town and housed there until the king should send for us. He greeted me civilly, but without the courtesies of rank. "You're welcome, sir. The king sends his greetings, and I'm here to escort you into town. I trust you had a good voyage." "They tell me so," I said, "but neither I nor the lady are inclined to believe them." He grinned, I thought she looked a little green. I know how she feels. I'm not a great one for the sea myself. And you, sir, can you ride as far as the town? It's little more than a mile. I can try, I said. We exchanged courtesies while Ralph helped Branwyn into the litter and drew the curtains against the morning chill. As she settled herself into the warmth, the baby woke and began to cry. He had very good lungs, had Arthur. I suppose I must have winced. I saw a gleam of amusement in the officer's face and said dryly, "Are you married?" "Yes, indeed. I used to think sometimes what I might be missing. Now I begin to know." He laughed at that. "One can always escape. It's the best reason I know for being a soldier. Will you mount, sir?" He and I rode side by side on the way into the town. Kerrick was a sizable settlement, half civil, half military, walled and moated, clustered round a central hill where the king's stronghold lay. Near the ramp which led up to the castle gate was the house where my father had lived during his years of exile, while he and King Boudec assembled and trained the army which had invaded Britain to claim it back for him, a rightful king. And now, perhaps, a next and greater king was here at my side, still yelling lustily, muffled in a litter, and being carried over the wooden bridge that spanned the moat and in through the gate of the town. My companion was silent beside me. Behind us the others rode at ease. They chatted among themselves, the sound of their voices and the sharp clop of the horses' hoofs on the cobbles and the jingling of bits sounding loud in the still and misty daybreak. The town was just waking. Cocks crowed from yards and middens. Here and there doors were opened, and women, shawled against the cold, could be seen moving with pails or armfuls of kindling to start the day's work. I was glad of my companion's silence as I looked about me. Even in the 5 years since I'd left it, the place seemed to have changed completely. I suppose one cannot pull a standing army out of a town where it has been built and trained for years, and not leave an echoing shell. The army, indeed, had been mainly quartered outside the walls, and the camps had long since been dismantled and gone back to grassland. But in the town, though King Boudec's own troops remained, the orderly bustle and the air of purpose and expectancy which had characterized the place in my father's time had gone. In the street of the engineers, where I had served my apprenticeship with Tremorinus, there were a few workshops open and already clanging in the early dawn, but the air of high purpose had gone with the crowd and the clamour, and something almost like desolation had taken its place. I was glad that the way to our lodging did not pass my father's house. We were lodged with a decent couple who made us welcome. Branwyn and the baby were carried straight off to some women's fastness, while I was shown to a good room where a fire blazed and breakfast was spread waiting beside it. A servant carried the baggage in, and would have stayed to wait on me, but Ralph dismissed him and served the meal himself. I bade him eat with me, and he did so, cheerful and brisk, as if the last week or so had been spent holidaying, and when we'd done, asked if I wanted to go out to explore the town. I gave him leave, but said that I would stay within doors. I'm a strong man, and do not readily tire, but it takes more than a mile on dry land and a good breakfast to dispel the grinding sickness and exhaustion of a winter voyage. So I bade Ralph merely see to it that Branwyn and the child were comfortable, and after he had gone, compose myself to rest and wait for the king's summons. It came at lamplighting, and Ralph with it, wide-eyed, with a robe over his arm of soft combed wool, dyed a rich dark blue with a border worked in gold and silver thread. "The king sent this for you. Will you wear it?" "Certainly. Would be an insult to do anything else." "But it's a prince's robe. People will wonder who you are." "Not a prince's, no, a singer's robe of honour. This is a civilized country, Ralph, like my own. It's not only princes and soldiers who are held in high esteem." "When will King Howell receive me?" "In an hour's time, he says. He'll receive you alone before you sing in the hall." "What are you laughing at?" "King Howell being cunning from necessity. There's only one catch about going as a singer to Howell's court. He happens to be tone-deaf. But even a tone-deaf king will receive a travelling singer to get the news. So he receives me alone. Then, if the barons in his hall want to hear me, he doesn't have to sit through it." "He sent that harp along, though?" Ralph nodded to the instrument which stood shrouded near the lamp. "He sent it, yes, but it was never his. It's my own." He looked at me in surprise. I had spoken more curtly than I had meant to. All day the silent harp had stood there, untouched, but speaking for me of memories, of most, indeed, that I'd ever had of happiness. As a boy here in Kerek, in my father's house, I'd played it almost nightly. I added, "It was the one I used here years ago. Howell's father must have kept it for me. I don't suppose it's been touched since I last played it. I'd better try it before I go. Uncover it, will you?" A scratch at the door then heralded a slave with an ewer of steaming water. While I washed and combed my hair, then let the slave help me into the sumptuous blue robe, Ralph uncovered the harp and set it ready. It was bigger than the one I had brought with me. That was a knee harp, easy to transport. This was a standing harp, with a greater range and a tone which would reach the corners of a king's hall. I tuned it carefully, then ran my fingers over the strings. To remember love after long sleep, to turn again to poetry after a year in the marketplace, or to youth after resignation to drowsy and stiffening age, to remember what once you thought life could hold, after telling over with muddied and calculating fingers what it has offered. This is music made after long silence. The soul flexes its wings, and clumsy as any fledgling tries the air again. I felt my way groping back through the chords for the passion that slept there in the harp, exploring, testing as a man tests in the dark ground which once he knew in daylight. Whispers, small jags of sound, bunches of notes dragged sharply. The wires thrilled, catching the firelight, and the long-running chords lapsed into the song. There was a hunter at the moon's dark, who sought to lay a net of gold in the marshes. A net of gold, a net heavy as gold. And the tide came in and drowned the net, held it invisible deep, and the hunter waited, crouching by the water in the moon's dark. They came, the birds flighting the dark, 100 on 100, a king's army. They landed on the water, a fleet of ships, of king's ships, proud with silver, silver-masted, swift ships, fierce in battle, crowding the water in the moon's dark. The net was heavy beneath them, hidden, waiting to catch them. But he lay still, the young hunter, with idle hands. "Hunter, draw in your net. Your children will eat tonight, and your wife will praise you, the cunning hunter." He drew in his net, the young hunter, drew it tight and fast. It was heavy, and he drew it to shore among the reeds. It was heavy as gold, but nothing was there but water. There was nothing in it but water, heavy as gold, and one grey feather from the wing of a wild goose. They had gone, the ships, the armies, into the moon's dark. And the hunter's children were hungry, and his wife lamented. But he slept dreaming, holding the wild goose feather. King Howell was a big, thick-bodied man in his middle 30s. During the time I'd spent in Kerek, from my 12th to my 17th year, I'd seen very little of him. He'd been a lusty and dedicated fighting man, while I was only a youth, and busy with my studies in hospital and workshop. But later he had fought with my father's troops in Greater Britain, and there we had come to know and to like one another. He was a man of big appetites, and, as such men often are, good-natured and tending to laziness. Since I'd last seen him, he had put on flesh, and his face had the flush of good living, but I had no doubt he would be as stalwart as ever in the field. I started by speaking of his father, King Budek, and the changes that had come, and we talked for a while of past times.
"Ah, yes, those were good years."
He stared, chin on fist, into the fire. He had received me in his private chamber, and after we had been served with wine, had dismissed the servants. His deerhounds lay stretched on the skins at his feet, dreaming still of the chase they had had that day. His hunting spears, freshly cleaned, stood against the wall behind his chair, their blades catching the firelight. The king stretched his massive shoulders and spoke wistfully.
"I wonder when will such years come again?"
"You're talking of the fighting years."
"I'm talking of Ambrosius's years, Merlin."
"They will come again, with your help now." He looked puzzled, then startled and uneasy. I'd spoken prosaically enough, but he had caught the implications. Like Uther, he was a man who liked everything normal, open and ordinary.
You mean the child, the bastard? Well, after all we've heard about it, you'll be the one to succeed, Uther.
Yes, I promise you. He fidgeted with his cup, and his eyes slid away from mine.
Ah, yes, well, we shall keep him safely, but tell me, why the secrecy? I had a letter from Uther asking me openly enough to care for the boy. Ralph couldn't tell me much more than was in the letters he brought. Well, I'll help, of course, everywhere I can, but I don't want to quarrel with Uther. His letter to me made it pretty clear that this boy's only his heir in default of a better claim.
That's true. Don't be afraid. I don't want to quarrel either between you and Uther. One doesn't throw a precious morsel down between two fighting dogs and expect it to survive. Until there is a boy with what Uther calls a better claim, he's as anxious as I am to keep this one safe. He knows what I'm doing, up to a point. Ah. He cocked an eye at me, intrigued. I'd been right about him. He might be well disposed towards Britain, but he was not above doing a quietly backhanded turn to Britain's king.
Up to what point?
The time when the baby is weaned, and grown enough to need men's company and to be taught men's arts. 4 years, perhaps, or less. After that I shall take him back from you, and he must go home to Britain. If Uther asks where he is, he will have to be told. But until he does, well, there's no need to seek him out, is there? Myself, I doubt if Uther will question you at all. I think he would forget this child if he could. In any case, if there is blame, it's mine. He put the boy in my charge to rear as I thought fit.
But will it be safe to take him back? If Uther's sending him here now because of enemies at home, are you sure it will be better then?
It's a risk that will have to be taken. I want to be near the child as he grows. It should be in Britain, and therefore it must be in secret. There are bad times coming, Howell, for us all. I cannot yet see what will happen beyond these facts. But this boy, this bastard, if you like, will have enemies, even more than Uther has. You call him bastard, so will other men with ambition. His secret enemies will be more deadly even than the Saxons, so he must be hidden until the time comes for him to take the crown, and then he must take it with no cast of doubt, and be raised king in the sight of all Britain.
He must be? But you've seen things, then?
But before I could answer, he shied quickly away from the strange ground and cleared his throat.
Well, I'll keep him safe for you as well as I may. Just tell me what you want. You know your own business, always did. I'll trust you to keep me right with Uther.
He gave his great laugh.
Yeah, I remember how Ambrosius used to say that your judgment in matters of policy, even when you were a youngling, was worth 10 of any bedroom emperors.
My father naturally had said no such thing, and in any case would hardly have said it to Howell, who had a fair reputation himself as a lover, but I took it as it was intended and thanked him. He went on,
Well, tell me what you want. I confess I'm puzzled. These enemies you talk of, won't they guess he's in Brittany? You say Uther made no secret of his plans, and when the time comes for the royal ship to sail and it's seen that you and the child aren't on it, won't they simply think he was sent over earlier, and search first for him here in Brittany?
Probably. But by that time he'll be disposed of in the place I've arranged for him. And that's not the kind of place where Uther's nobles would think of looking, and I myself will be gone.
What place is that? Am I to know?
Of course. It's a small village near your boundary, north, towards Lanascol.
What?
He was startled and showed it. One of the hounds stirred and opened an eye.
North? At the edge of Gorland's land? Gorland's no friend to the dragon.
Nor to me, I said. He's a proud man, and there is an old score between his house and my mother's. But he has no quarrel with you.
No, indeed,
said Howell fervently, with the respect of one fighting man for another. So I believed. So Gorlan isn't likely to make forays into the edge of your territory. What's more, who would dream that I would hide the child so near him? That with all Brittany to choose from, I'd leave him within bowshot of Uther's enemy? Oh, he'll be safe. When I leave him, I'll do so with a quiet mind. But that's not to say I'm not deeply in your debt.
I smiled at him. Even the stars need help at times. I'm glad to hear it, said Hole gruffly. We mere kings like to think we have our parts to play, but you and your stars might make it a bit easier for us, perhaps. Surely in all that great forest north of here there must be safer places than the very edge of my lands.
Possibly, but it happens that I have a safe house there, the one person in both the Britons who know exactly what to do with the child for the next 4 years, and will care for him as she would for her own.
She?
Yes, my own nurse, Moravik. She's a Breton born, and after Maridunum was sacked in Canlac's War, she left South Wales and went home. Her father owned a tavern north of here at a place called Coll. Since he'd grown too old for work, a fellow called Brand kept it for him. Brand's wife was dead, and soon after Moravik returned home, she and Brand married, just to keep things right in the sight of God. And knowing Moravik, I'm not just talking about the inn's title deeds. They keep the place still. We must have passed it, though I doubt if you'd ever stopped there. It stands where 2 streams join and a bridge crosses them. Brand's a retired soldier of your own, and a good man, and in any case will do as Moravik bids him. I smiled. I never knew a man who didn't, except perhaps my grandfather. Yes, he still sounded doubtful. I know the village. A handful of huts by the bridge, that's all. As you say, hardly a likely place to hunt a high king's heir, but an inn? Isn't that in itself a risk? With men, Gorlands too, since it's a time of truce, coming and going from the road. So no one will question your messengers or mine. My man Ralph will stay there to guard the boy, and he'll need to stay abreast of news and get messages to you from time to time, and to me. Yes, I see. And when you take the child there, what's your story? Well, no one will think twice about a travelling harper plying his trade on a journey. And Moravik has put a story round that will explain the sudden appearance of Ralph and the baby and his nurse. The story, if anyone questions it, will be that the girl Branwyn is Moravik's niece, who bore a child to her master over in Britain. Her mistress cast her from the house, and she had no other place to go, but the man gave her money for the passage to her aunt's house in Brittany, and paid the travelling singer and his man to escort her. And the singer's man, meanwhile, will decide to leave his master and stay with the girl. And the singer himself, how long will you stay there? Well, only as long as a travelling singer might. Then I'll move on and be forgotten. By the time anyone even thinks to look further for Uther's child, how can they find him? No one knows the girl, and the baby's only a baby. Every house in the country has one or more to show. He nodded, chewing it over this way and that, and asked a few more questions. Finally, he admitted, It will serve, I suppose. What do you want me to do? You have watchers in the kingdoms that march with yours. He laughed shortly. Spies. Who hasn't? Then you'll hear quickly enough if there's any hint of trouble from Gorlan or anyone else, and if you can arrange for some quick and secret contact with Ralph, should it be necessary. Easy. Trust me, anything I can do short of war with Gorlan. He gave his deep chuckle again. Merlin, it's good to see you. How long can you stay? I'll take the boy north tomorrow, and with your permission we'll go unescorted. I'll come back as soon as I see all is safe, but I'll not come here again. You might be expected to receive a travelling singer once, but not actually to encourage him. No, by God. I grinned. If this weather holds hold, could the ship stay for me for a few days? For as long as you like. Where do you plan to go? Massilia first, then overland to Rome. After that, eastwards. He looked surprised. You? Oh, well, here's a start. I'd always thought of you being as fixed as your own misty hills. What put that into your head? I don't know. Where do ideas come from? I have to lose myself for a few years till the child needs me, and this seemed to be the way. Besides, there was something I heard. I didn't tell him that it had only been the wind in the bowstrings. I've had a mind lately to see some of the lands I learnt about as a boy. We talked on then for a while. I promised to send letters back with news from the eastern capitals, and as far as I could, I gave him points of call to which he would send his own tidings and Ralph's about Arthur. The fire died down and he roared for a servant. when the man had been and gone.
You'll have to go and sing in the hall soon, said Howell. So if we've got all clear, we'll leave it at that, shall we?
He leaned back in his chair. One of the hounds got to its feet and pushed against his knee, asking for a caress. Over the sleek head the king's eyes gleamed with amusement. Well now, you've still to give me the news from Britain, and the first thing you can do is to tell me the inside story of what happened 9 months ago. If you in your turn will tell me what the public story is. He laughed.
Oh, the usual stories that follow you as closely as your cloak flapping in the wind. Enchantments, flying dragons, men carried through the air and through walls invisibly. I'm surprised, Merlin, that you take the trouble to come thy ship like an ordinary man when your stomach serves you so ill. Come now. The story.
It was very late when I got back to our lodging. Ralph was waiting half asleep in the chair by the fire in my room. He jumped up when he saw me and took the harp from me. Is all well? Yes, we go north in the morning. No, thank you, no wine. I drank with the king, and they made me drink again in hall. Let me take your cloak. You look tired. Did you have to sing to them? Certainly. I held out a handful of silver and gold pieces, and a jewelled pin. It's nice to think, isn't it, that one can earn one's keep so handsomely? The jewel was from the king. A bribe to stop me singing. Otherwise they'd have had me there yet. I told you this was a cultured country. Yes, cover the big harp. I'll take the other with me tomorrow. Then he obeyed me. What of Branwyn and the baby? Went to bed 3 hours since. She's lying with the women. They seem very pleased to have a baby to look after. He finished on a note of surprise which made me laugh. Did he stop crying? Why, not for an hour or two. They didn't seem to mind that either. Well, no doubt he'll start again at cockcrow when we rouse them. Now, go to bed and sleep while you can. We start at first light. Chapter 13. There is a road leading almost due north, out of the town of Kerek, the old Roman road which runs straight as a spear-cast across the bare, salty grassland. A mile out of town, beyond the ruined posting station, you can see the forest ahead of you like a slow tidal wave approaching to swallow the salt flats. This is a vast stretch of woodland, deep and wild. The road spears straight into it, aiming for the big river that cuts the country from east to west. When the Romans held Gallia, there was a fort and settlement beyond the river, and the road was built to serve it. But now the river marks the boundary of Hoel's kingdom, and the fort is one of Gorland's strongholds. The writ of neither king runs far into the forest, which stretches for countless hilly miles, covering the rugged centre of the Breton peninsula. What traffic there is keeps to the road. The wild land is served only by the tracks of charcoal burners and woodcutters and men who move secretly outside the law. At the time of which I write, the place was called the Perilous Forest, and was reputed to be magic-bound and haunted. Once leave the road and plunge into the tracks that twist through the tangled trees, and you could travel for days and hardly see the sun. When my father had held command in Brittany under King Boudec, his troops had kept order even in the forest as far as the river where King Boudec's land ended and King Gorland's began. They had cut the trees well back to either side of the road and opened up some of the subsidiary tracks. But this had been neglected, and now the saplings and the bushes had crowded in. The paved surface of the road had long since been broken by winter, and here and there it crumbled off into patches of iron-hard mud that in soft weather would be a morass. We set out on a grey, cold day, with the wind tasting faintly of salt. But though the wind blew damp from the sea, it brought no rain with it, and the going was fair enough. The huge trees stood on either hand like pillars of metal, holding a weight of low grey sky. We rode in silence, and after a few miles the thickly encroaching growth of the underwood forced us even on this road to ride in single file. I was in the lead, with Branwen behind me, and Ralph in the rear, leading the pack mule. I had been conscious for the first hour or so of Ralph's tension, the way his head turned from side to side as he watched and listened. But we saw and heard nothing except the quiet winter life of the forest, a fox, a pair of roe deer, and once a shadowy shape that might have been a wolf slipping away among the trees. Nothing else. No sound of horses, no sign of men. Branwyn showed no hint of fear. When I glanced back, I saw her always serene, sitting the neat-footed mule stolidly, with an unmoved calm that held no trace of uneasiness. I've said little about Branwyn because I have to confess that I remember very little about her. Thinking back now over the span of years, I see only a brown head bent over the baby she carried, a rounded cheek and downcast eyes and a shy voice. She was a quiet girl who, though she talked easily enough to Ralph, rarely addressed me of her own will, being painfully in awe of me both as prince and enchanter. She seemed to have no inkling of any risk or danger in our journey, nor did she seem stirred, as most girls would have been, by the excitement of travelling abroad to a new country. Her imperturbable calm was not due to confidence in myself or Ralph. I came to see that she was meek and biddable to the point of stupidity, and her devotion to the baby was such as to blind her to all else. She was the kind of woman whose only life is in the bearing and rearing of children, and without Arthur she would, I'm sure, have suffered bitterly over the loss of her own baby. As it was, she seemed to have forgotten this, and spent the hours in a kind of dreamy contentment that was exactly what Arthur needed to make the discomforts of the journey tolerable. Towards noon we were deep in the forest. The branches laced thick overhead, and in summer would have shut out the sky like a pitched shield. But above the bare boughs of winter we could see a pale and shrouded point of light, where the sun struggled to be through. I watched for a sheltered place where we could leave the road without showing too many traces, and presently, just as the baby woke and began to fret, saw a break in the undergrowth, and turned my horse aside. There was a path, narrow and winding, but in the sparse growth of winter it was passable. It led into the forest for 100 paces or so, before it divided, one path leading on deeper among the trees, the other, no more than a deer trot, winding steeply up to skirt the base of a rocky spur. We followed the deer trot. This picked its way through fallen boulders, tufted with dead and rusty fern, then led upwards round a stand of pines, and faded into the bleached grass of a tiny clearing above the rock. Here, in a hollow, the sun came with a faint warmth. We dismounted, and I spread a saddle-cloth in the most sheltered spot for the girl, while Ralph tethered the horses below the pines and threw down feed from the hay nets. Then we sat ourselves down to eat. I sat at the lip of the hollow, with my back against a tree, a post from which I could see the main path running below the rock. Ralph stayed with Branwyn. It had been a long time since we had broken our fast, and we were all hungry. The baby, indeed, had begun to yell lustily as the mules scrambled up the steep path. Now he found his cries stifled against the girl's nipple, and fell silent, sucking busily. The forest was very quiet. Most wild creatures lie still at noon. The only thing moving was a carrion crow, which flapped heavily down onto a pine above us and began to caw. The horses finished their feed and dozed, hip-shotten, heads low. The baby still fed, but more slowly, drowsing into milky sleep. I leaned back against the stem of the tree. I could hear Branwyn murmuring to Ralph. He said something, and I heard her laugh. Then, through the murmur of the two young voices, I caught another distant sound. Horses. At the trot. At my word, the boy and girl fell abruptly silent. Ralph was on his feet in the blink of an eye and kneeling beside me to watch the path below. I signed Branwyn to stay where she was. I need not have troubled. She had turned a wondering look on us, then the baby hiccuped, and she held him to her shoulder, patting him, all her attention on him again. Ralph and I knelt at the edge of the clearing, watching the path below. The horses, there were two of them by the sound of it, couldn't be woodcutters' beasts, nor the slow train of the charcoal burners. Trotting horses in the perilous forest meant only one thing: trouble. And travellers who carried, as we did, gold for the baby's keep were quarry for any outlaws and disaffected men. Hampered as we were by Branwyn and Arthur, both fighting and flight were impossible. Nor was it easy with the baby to keep silent and let danger pass by so closely. I'd made it clear to Ralph that whatever happened, he was to stay with the girl, and at the least hint of danger, leave it to me to devise some way of drawing the danger away. Ralph had protested, mutinied, then finally seen the sense of it and sworn to obey. So now, when I whispered, "Only 2, I think. If they don't come up this way, they'll not see us. Get to the horses, and for God's sake tell the girl to keep the baby quiet." He merely nodded, melting back from my side. He stooped to whisper to Branwen, and I saw her nod placidly, shifting the child to her other breast. Ralph slipped like a shadow among the pines where the horses stood. I waited, watching the path. The riders were approaching. There was no other sound except the crow still cawing high in the pine tree. Then I saw them. 2 horses trotting single file. Poor beasts, heavy bred and none too well fed by the look of them. Careless how they put their feet, and having to be hauled up by their cursing riders at every hole or root across the path. It was a fair enough guess that the men were outlaws. They were as unkempt as their beasts, and looked half savage and dangerous. They were dressed in what looked like old uniforms, and on the arm of one of them was a dirty badge half torn away. It looked like Gorland's. The fellow in the rear rode carelessly, lolling in the saddle as if half drunken. But the man in front pricked at the alert, as such men learn to do, his head moving from side to side like that of a questing dog. He held a bow at the ready. Through the rotten leather of the sheath at his thigh I saw the long knife, burnished to a killing point. They were almost below me. They were passing. There had been no sound from the baby, nor from our horses hidden among the pines. Only the carrion crow, balancing high in the sunshine, scolded noisily. I saw the fellow with the bow lift his head. He said something over his shoulder in a thick accent I couldn't catch. He grinned, showing a row of rotten teeth, then lifted his bow, notched it, and sent an arrow whizzing into the pine. It hit. The crow shot upwards off the bough with a yell, then fell transfixed. It landed within 2 paces of Branwen and the child, flapped for a second or 2, then lay still. As I dodged back and ran for the pines, I heard both men laughing. Now the marksman would come to retrieve his arrow. Already I could hear him forcing his beast through the underbrush. I picked up the arrow, crow and all, and flung it out over the edge of the hollow. It landed down among the boulders. From the path, the man could not have seen where the bird fell. It was a chance that he might believe it had fluttered there, and would ride no further. I saw Branwen's eyes, startled and wondering as I ran past her. But she didn't stir, and the baby slept at her breast. I gave her a sign which was meant to convey reassurance, approval, and warning all in one, and ran for my horse. Ralph was holding the beasts quiet, heads together, muffling eyes and nostrils with his cloak. I paused beside him, listening. The outlaws were coming on. They must not have seen the crow. They came on without pausing, making for the pines. I seized my sorrel's bridle from Ralph and turned it to mount. The horse circled, treading the dry stalks and snapping twigs. I heard the sudden clatter and tramp as the outlaws dragged their beasts to a standstill. One of them said, "Listen," in Breton, and there was the rasp of metal as weapons came hissing out. I was in the saddle. My own sword was out. I pulled the sorrel's head round and had opened my mouth to shout when I heard another cry from the path, then the same voice yelling, "Look! Look there!" And my horse reared sharply back on its haunches as something broke out of the bushes beside me and went by so close that it almost brushed my leg. It was a hind, white against the winter forest. She scudded through the pines like a ghost, bounded along the top of the hollow where we had lain, stood poised for a moment in view at the edge, then vanished down the steep, boulder-strewn slope, straight into the path of the 2 outlaws. I heard shouts of triumph from below, the crack of a whip, the sudden thud and flurry of hoofs, as the men wrenched their horses back to the path and lashed them to a gallop. They were giving hunting calls. I jumped from the saddle, threw the sorrel's reins to Ralph, and ran back to my place above the rock. I reached it in time to see the 2 of them going back full tilt the way they had come. Ahead of them, dimly seen for a moment like a scud of mist through the bare trees, fled the white hind. Then the laughter, the hunting cries, the hammer of hard-driven horses echoed plunging back through the forest, and was gone.
Chapter 14. The river which marks the boundary of Hoel's kingdom flows right through the heart of the forest. In places it cuts a deep gorge between overhanging banks of trees, and everywhere in the central part of the forest the land is seamed by small wild valleys, where tributary streams wind or tumble into the main. But there is a place almost in the centre of the forest where the river valley is wider and more gentle, forming a green basin where men have tilled the fields, and over the years have cut back the forest to make grazing land round the small settlement called Col, which in Breton means the hidden place. Here there had been in past times a Roman transit camp on the road from Kerek to Lanascol. All that remained of this now was the squared outline where the original ditch had been dug beside the tributary. Here lay the village. On two sides of it the stream made a natural defence or moat. For the rest, the Roman ditch had been cleared and widened and filled with water. Inside this were steep defensive earthworks crowned with palisades. The bridge had been a stone one in Roman times. The piles still stood and were spanned now with planking. Though the village lay near Gorland's border, it was accessible from it only through the narrow pass cut by the river, and there the road had crumbled almost back to the original rocky path that wolves and wild men had used before the Romans ever came. Col was well named. Brand's tavern lay just inside the gate. The main street of the village was little more than a dirty alley, floored unevenly with cobbles. The inn stood a little way back from this, on the right. It was a low building, roughly built of stone, with mortar slapped haphazardly into the gaps. The outbuildings round the yard were no more than wattle huts daubed with mud. The roof was newly thatched with good close work of reeds held down by a net of rope, weighted with heavy stones. The door was open, as the door of an inn should be, with a heavy curtain of skins hung across the opening to keep the weather out. Through the chimney-hole at one end rose a sluggish column of smoke that smelt of peat. We arrived at dusk when the gates were closing. Everywhere mingled with the peat smoke came the smells of supper cooking. There were few people about. The children had been called in long since, and the men were home at their supper. Only a few hungry-looking dogs skulked here and there. An old woman hurried past with a shawl held over her face and a fowl squawking under her other arm. A man led a yoke of weary oxen along the street. I could hear the clink of a smith's anvil not far away, and smell the sharp fume of burnt hoofs. Ralph eyed the inn dubiously. "It looked better in October on a sunny day. It's not much of a place, is it?" "All the better," I said. "No one will come looking in a place like this for the son of the King of Britain. Go in now and play your part while I hold the horses." He pushed aside the curtain and went in. I helped Branwyn dismount and settled her on one of the benches beside the door. The baby woke and began to whimper, but almost immediately Ralph came out again, followed by a big burly man and a boy. The man must be Brand himself. He had been a fighting man and still bore himself like one, and I saw the puckered seam of an old wound across the back of one hand. He hesitated, uncertain how to greet me. I said quickly, "You'll be the innkeeper? I'm Emrys, the singer, who was to bring your wife's niece along with us, with the baby. You're expecting us, I believe." He cleared his throat. Indeed. You're most welcome. My wife's been looking for you this week past." He saw the boys staring and added sharply, "What are you waiting for? Take the horses round the back." The boy darted to obey. Brand, ducking his head at me and indicating the door of the inn with a gesture that was half invitation, half salute, said, Come in, supper's cooking." Then, doubtfully, "It's mighty rough company we get here, but maybe—" "I'm used to rough company," I said tranquilly, and preceded him through the door. This was not a time of year for much coming and going on the roads, so the place was not crowded. There were some half-dozen men dimly seen in a room lit by one tallow candle, and the light from the peat fire. The talk hushed as we went in, and I saw the looks at the harp I carried, and the whisper that went round. Nobody spared a glance for the girl carrying the baby. Brand said a shade too quickly, "On through there. That far door behind the fire." Then the door shut behind us, and there in the back room stood Moravik, fists on her hips, waiting to greet us. Like everyone else whom one has not seen since childhood, she had shrunk. When I'd last seen her, I'd been a boy of 12 and tall for my age. Even then she'd seemed much bigger than I was, a creature of bulk and commanding voice, surrounded by the aura of authority and infallible decisions left over from the nursery. Now she came no higher than my collarbone, but she still had the bulk and the voice, and, I was to find, the authority. Though I'd turned out to be the favoured son of the High King of all Britain, I was still obviously the wayward small boy from her first nursery. Her first words were characteristic. "And a fine time of night to come with the gates just shutting. You could have been out in the forest all night, and a precious lot there'd have been left of you by morning, what with the wolves and worse that lives out there. And damp, too, I shouldn't wonder. Sweet saints and stars preserve us, look at your cloak. Get it off this minute and come to the fire. There's a good supper cooking special for you. I remember all the things you like, and I never thought to see you sitting at my table again, young Merlin. Not after that night when the place burned down round you, and there was nothing to be found of you in the morning but a few burned bones in your room." Then suddenly she came forward with a rush and had hold of me. There were tears on her face. "Eh, Merlin, little Merlin, but it's good to see you again." "And you, Moravik." I embraced her. "I swear you must have got younger every year since you left Marydunum, and now you're putting me in your debt again, you and your good man here. I'll not forget it, and neither will the king. Now, this is Ralph, my companion, and this," drawing the girl forward, "is Branwen with the child." The baby, the good goddess save us all. What with seeing you, Merlin, I've forgotten all about him. Come near the fire, girl, don't stand there in the draught. Come to the fire and let me see him. Ah, the lamb, the bonny lamb." Bran touched my arm, grinning.
"And now, what with seeing him, she'll forget everything else, my lord. It's lucky she got the supper ready for you before she got the sight of the baby. Sit you down here, I'll serve you myself."
Moravik had made a rich mutton stew, satisfying and very hot. The mutton of the Breton salt flats is as good even as anything we get in Wales. There were dumplings with the stew and good new bread hot from the oven. Brand brought a jug of red wine, very much better than anything we can make at home. He waited on us while Moravik busied herself with Branwen and the baby, whose whimpering had broken now into lusty crying, only to be stilled by Branwen's breast. The fire blazed and crackled, the room was warm and smelt of good food and wine. The firelight traced the shape of the girl's cheek and the baby's head. I became conscious of someone watching me, and turned my head to see Ralph's eyes on my face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but at that moment some clamour from the outer room made Bran set the wine-jug down on the table, excuse himself quickly to me, and hurry out. He left the door slightly ajar. Beyond it I could hear voices raised in what sounded like persuasion or argument. Brand answered quietly, but the clamour persisted. He came back into the room, looking worried, and shut the door behind him.
"My lord, there's those outside who saw you come in and saw you to harp with you. Now, well, it's only natural, my lord, they want a song. I tried to argue them out of it, said you were tired and had come a long way, but they insisted. Said they'd pay for your supper between them if the song was a good one."
"Well," I said, "why not let them?" His mouth dropped open.
"But, well, sing to them? You?"
"But don't you hear anything in Brittany?" I asked him. "I really am a singer, and it wouldn't be the first time I've earned my fee." From her place near Branwen beside the fire, Moravik looked up quickly. "Here's a new start. Potions and such I knew about, learned from that old hermit above the mill, and even magic," crossing herself. "But music? Who taught you?" "Queen Olwyn taught me the notes," I said, adding to Brand, "That was my grandfather's wife, a Welsh girl who sang like a laverock. Then later, when I was here in Brittany with Ambrosius, I learned from a master. You may have heard him, perhaps, an old blind singer who had travelled and made music in every country in the world." Bran nodded as if he knew the man I spoke of, but Moravik looked doubtfully at me, tut-tutting and shaking her head. I suppose no one who has reared a boy from babyhood and not seen him since his 12th year ever thinks he can be a master at anything. I grinned at them. "Why, I played in front of King Howell back there in Kerrick. Not that he's anything of a judge. But Ralph has heard me too. Ask him, if you think I can't earn my supper." Bran said doubtfully,
But you'll not want to be singing to the likes of them, my lord.
Why not? A travelling minstrel sings where he's hired to sing, and that's what I am while I'm in Les Britain. I got to my feet. Ralph, bring me the harp. Finish the wine yourself and then get to bed. Don't wait for me. I went out into the tavern's public room. This had filled up now. There were about 20 men there, crowded in the smoky warmth. When I went in, there were shouts of, "The singer! The singer!" and "A tale! A tale!" "Make room for me then, good people," I said. A stool was vacated for me near the fire, and someone poured me a cup of wine. I sat down and began to tune the harp. They fell still, watching me. They were simple folk, and such folk like tales of marvels. When I asked them what they would have, they asked for this tale and that of gods and battles and enchantments. So, in the end, my mind, I think, on the child sleeping in the next room, I gave them the story of Maxen's dream. This is as much a tale of magic as any of the rest, though its hero is the Roman commander Magnus Maximus, who was real enough. The Celts call him Maxen Vladig, and the legend of Maxen's dream was born in the singing valleys of Dyfed and Powys, where every man claims Prince Maxen as his own. And the stories have gone from mouth to mouth until, if Maximus himself appeared to tell them the truth, no one would believe him. It's a long story, the dream, and every singer has his own version of it. This is the one I sang that night. Maxen, Emperor of Rome, went hunting, and being tired in the heat of the day, lay down to sleep on the banks of the great river that flows towards Rome. And he dreamed a dream. He dreamed that he journeyed along the river towards its source, and came to the highest mountain in the world, and from there followed another fair flowing river through the rich fields and broad woodlands, till he reached the mouth of the river. And there at its mouth was a city of turrets and castles, crowded round a fair harbour. And in that harbour lay a ship of gold and silver, with no man on board, but with all sails set, and shivering to the wind out of the east. He crossed a gangplank made of the white bone of a whale, and the ship sailed. And soon, after a sunset and a sunset, he came to the fairest island of all the world, and leaving the ship he traversed the island from sea to sea. And there on the western shore he saw an island at hand across a narrow strait, and on the near shore where he stood was a fair castle with an open gate. Then Maxen entered the castle and found himself in a great hall with golden pillars, and walls dazzling with gold and silver and precious stones. In that hall 2 youths sat playing chess on a silver board, and near them an old man in an ivory chair carved chessmen for them out of crystal. But Maxen had no eyes for all this splendour. More beautiful than silver and ivory and precious stones was a maiden who sat still as a queen in her golden chair. The moment the emperor saw her, he loved her, and raising her, he embraced her and begged her to be his wife. But in the very moment of the embrace he woke, and found himself in the valley outside Rome with his companions watching him. Then Maxen leapt to his feet and told his dream, and messengers were sent the length and breadth of the world to find the land he had traversed, and the castle with the beautiful maiden. And after many months and a score of false journeys, one man found them, and came home to tell his master. The island most beautiful in all the world was Britain, and the castle by the western sea was Caia Sent, by Segontium, and the island across the shining strait was Mona, Isle of Druids. So Maxen journeyed to Britain, and found everything just as he had dreamed it, and requested the hand of the maiden from her father and her brothers, and made her his empress. Her name was Ellen, and she bore Maxen 2 sons and a daughter, and in her honour he built 3 castles, in Segontium, Caerleon, and Maridunum, which was called Caia Merlin, in honour of the god of high places. Then, because Maxen stayed in Britain and forgot Rome, they made a new emperor in Rome, who set his standard on the walls and defied Maxen. So Maxen raised an army of the Britons, and with Ellen and her brothers at his side set out for Rome. And he conquered Rome. Thereafter he stayed in Rome, and Britain saw him no more. But Ellen's 2 brothers took the British forces back to their homes, and to this day the seed of Maxen Vladig reigns in Britain. When I'd done and the last note had hummed away to nothing in the smoky stillness, there was a roar of applause, cups thumping on the tables, and rough voices calling for more music and more wine. Another cupful was pressed on me, and while I drank and rested before singing again, the men went back to talking among themselves, but softly, lest they disturb the singer's thoughts. It was as well they could not guess at them. I was wondering what they would do if they knew that the last and latest scion of Maximus lay sleeping on the other side of the wall. For this part of the legend at least was true, that my father's family was descended straight from Maximus's marriage with the Welsh princess Ellen. The rest of the legend, like all such tales, was a kind of dreaming distortion of the truth, as if an artist, reassembling a broken mosaic from a few worn and random fragments, rebuilt the picture in his own shimmering new colours, with here and there the pieces of the old true picture showing plain. The facts were these. Maximus, a Spaniard by birth, had commanded the armies in Britain under his general Theodosius, at a time when Saxons and Picts were raiding the coasts constantly, and the Roman province of Britain looked like crumbling to its fall. Between them, the commanders repaired the wall of Hadrian and held it, and Maximus himself rebuilt and garrisoned the great fortress at Saguntium in Wales, and made it his headquarters. This is the place that is called Caer Sent by the British. It is the fair castle of the dream, and here it must have been that Maximus met his Welsh Ellen and married her. Then in the year that Hector had called the flood year, it was Maximus, though his enemies denied him the credit, who after months of bitter fighting drove the Saxons back and constructed the provinces of Strathclyde and Manaw Guotodin, buffer states, in whose shelter the people of Britain, his people, might live in peace. Already Prince Maxen, to the folk of Wales, he was declared emperor by his troops, and so might have remained, but for the events everyone knows of which took him abroad to avenge his old general's murder, and thereafter to march on Rome itself. He never came back. Here again the dream is true, but not because he conquered Rome and stayed to rule it. He was defeated there, and later executed, and though some of the British forces who had gone with him came home and pledged themselves to his widow and his sons, the brief peace was over. With Maximus dead, the flood came again, and this time there was no sword to stop it. Small wonder in the dark years that followed that the short stretch of Maximus's victorious peace should appear to men like a lost age, as golden as any the poets sing. Small wonder that the legend of Maxen the Protector had grown and grown until his power compassed the earth, and in their dark times men spoke of him as of a God-sent saviour. My thoughts went back to the babies sleeping in the straw. I lifted the harp again, and when they hushed for me, sang them another song. There was a boy born, a winter king. Before the black month he was born, and fled in the dark month to find shelter with the poor. He shall come with the spring in the green month, and the golden month, and bright shall be the burning of his star.
"And did you earn your supper?"
asked Moravik. Plenty to drink and 3 copper coins. I laid them on the table and put the leather bag containing the king's gold beside them. That's for your care of the child. I'll send more when it's needed. You'll not regret this, you and Brand. You've nursed kings before, Moravik, but never such a king as this one will be.
What do I care for kings? That's naught but a bonny bairn that should never have been sent to such a journey in this weather. He should be home in his own nursery, and you can tell your King Uther that from me. Gold indeed.
But the leather bag had vanished into some fastness of her skirt, and the coins with it. He's come to no harm on the journey? I asked quickly.
None that I can see. That's a good strong boy, and like to flourish as well as any of my children. He's abed now, and those 2 young things with him, poor children. So keep your voice down and let them sleep.
Branwen and the child lay on a pallet in the far corner of the room away from the fire. Their bed was underneath the flight of rough wooden steps which led up to a platform like a small loft, such as they used for hay in king's stables. Indeed, there was hay stacked there, and our beasts had been led in from the yard at the back and were tethered now under the loft. A donkey, which I suppose was Bran's own, stood near them in the straw.
"Bran brought yours in," said Moravik. "There isn't much room, but he daren't leave them outside in the byre. That sorrel of yours with the white blaze, someone might know it for King Howell's own, and there'd be questions asked that weren't too easy to answer. I've put you up above and the boy. It's maybe not what you're used to, but it's soft and it's clean.
It'll be fine. Don't send me to bed yet, please, Moravik. May I stay up and talk to you?
Send you to bed indeed. You always did look meek and talk soft, and you doing exactly as you wanted all the time.
She sat down by the fire, spreading her skirts, and nodded to a stool.
Well, now, sit down and let me look at you. Mercy me, and here's a change. Who'd ever have thought it back there in Marydoonan with hardly a decent rag to your name that you'd turn out a son of the High King himself, and a doctor, and a singer? And the sweet saints only know what else besides.
A magician, you mean?
Well, that never surprised me, the way I heard you'd been running off to the old man at Bryn Merlin.
She crossed herself, and her hand closed on an amulet at her neck. I'd seen it glinting in the firelight. It was hardly a Christian symbol. So Moravik still hedged herself around with every talisman she could find. In this she was like most of the folk bred in the perilous forest, with its tales of old hauntings and things seen in the twilight and heard in the wind. She nodded at me.
You always were a queer lad with your solitary ways, and the things you'd say. Always knew too much, you did. I thought it was with listening at doors, but it seems I was wrong. The King's Prophet, they tell me you're called now. The doings I've heard about. If the half of them's to be believed, which I doubt they're not. Well now, tell me. Tell me everything.
The fire had burnt low, almost to ash. There was silence from the next room now. The drinkers had either gone home or settled to sleep. Brand had climbed the ladder an hour since and snored softly beside Ralph. In the corner beside the dozing beasts, Branwen and the child slept unmoving.
And now here's this new start, said Moravik softly. This baby here, you tell me he's the son of the High King. Uther himself, that won't own to him. Why do you have to take it on yourself to look after him? I'd have thought there's others, he might ask, that could do it easier.
I can't answer for King Uther, I said, but for myself. You might say the child was a trust, left to me by my father and by the gods.
The gods? She asked sharply. What talk is this for a good Christian man? Not even yet. I remember the old king would have none of it. Well, that's no concern of mine now, only of your own. But this child, is he christened?
No, there's been no time. If you want to, then have him christened.
If you want to? What way's that to talk? What gods were you talking of just now?
I hardly know. He will make himself known in his own good time. Meanwhile, have the boy christened, Moravik. When he leaves Brittany, he's to be reared in a Christian household. She was satisfied.
As soon as may be. I'll see him right with the dear Lord and his saints, trust me for that. And I've hung the vervain charm over his crib and seen the 9 prayers said. The girl says his name's Arthur. What sort of a name is that?
You would say Artos, I told her. This is a name meaning bear in Celtic. But don't call him by that name here. Give him some other name that you can use and forget the other.
Emerus, then? I thought that would make you smile. I'd always hoped that one day there'd be a child I could call after you.
No, after my father Ambrosius, as I was called. I tried the names over to myself in Latin and then in the Celtic tongue. Artorius Ambrosius, last of the Romans. Artos, Emeris, first of the British. Then aloud to Moravik, smiling, Yes, call him so. Once, long ago, I foretold it, the coming of the bear, a king called Arthur, who would knit past and future. I'd forgotten till now where I'd heard the name before. Christen him so. She was silent for a few minutes. I saw her quick eyes searching my face.
In trust to you, you said? A king such as there hasn't been before? He will be king, then? You swear he will be king?
Then suddenly,
Why do you look like that, Merlin? I saw you look the same way a while back when the girl put the child to her breast. What is it?
I don't know. I spoke slowly, my eyes on the last glimmer of fire, where the burned logs hollowed round a red cave. Moravik, I've done what I have done because God, whichever God he is, drove me to do it. Out of the dark he told me that the child which Uther begot of Igraine that night at Tintagel would be king of all Britain, would be great, would drive the Saxons out of our shores and knit our poor country into a strong whole. I did nothing of my own will, but just for this, that Britain might not go down into the dark. It came to me whole out of the silence and the fire, and as a certainty. Then for a time I saw nothing and heard nothing, and wondered if, in my love for my father's land, I'd been led astray, and had seen vision where there was nothing but hope and desire. But now, see, there it lies, just as the God told me. I looked at her. I don't know if I can make you understand, Moravik. Visions and prophecies, gods and stars and voices speaking in the night, things seen cloudy in the flames and in the stars, but real as pain in the blood, and piercing the brain like ice. But now, I paused again. Now it is no longer a god's voice or a vision. It is a small human child with lusty lungs, a baby like any other baby who cries and sucks milk and soaks his swaddling clothes. One's visions do not take account of this.
It's men who have visions, said Moravik. It's women who bear the children to fulfill them. That's the difference. And as for that one there, she nodded towards the corner, we shall see what we shall see. If he lives, and why should he not live? He's strong enough. If he lives, he has a good chance to be king. All we can do now is see that he makes a man. I'll do my part as you've done yours. The rest is with the good God.
I smiled at her. Her sturdy common sense seemed to have lifted a great weight from me. You're right. I was a fool ever to doubt. What will come, will come.
Then sleep on that.
Yes, I'll go to bed now. You have a good man there, Moravik. I'm glad of it.
Between us, boy, we'll keep your little king safely.
I'm sure of that, I said, and after we had talked a little longer, I climbed the ladder to bed. That night I dreamed. I was standing in a field I knew near Howell's town of Kerek. It was a place of ancient holiness where once a god had walked, and I had seen him. In my dream I knew that I had come in the hope of seeing him again. But the night was empty. All that moved was the wind. The sky arched high, bright with indifferent stars. Across its black dome, soft through the glitter of the fiercer stars, lay the long track of light they call the galaxy. There was no cloud. About me stretched the field just as I remembered it, bitten by the wind and sown by the sea's salt, with bare thorn trees hunched along the banks, and solitary in the centre, a single giant stone. I walked towards it. In the scattered light of the stars I cast no shadow, nor was there a shadow by the stone, only the grey wind blurring the grass, and behind the stone the faint drifting of the stars, that is not movement, but the heavens breathing. Still the night was empty. My thoughts arrowed up into the shell of silence and fell back spent. I was trying with every grain of skill and power which I had fought and suffered for, to recall the God whose hand had been over me then, and whose light had led me. I prayed aloud, but heard no sound. I called on my magic, my gift of eyes and mind that men call the sight, but nothing came. The night was empty, and I was failing. Even my human vision was failing, night and starlight melting into a blur, like something seen through running water. The sky itself was moving. The earth held still, but heaven itself was moving. The galaxy gathered and narrowed into a shaft of light, then froze still as a stream in the bite of winter. A shaft of ice, no, a blade. It lay across the sky like a king's sword, with the great jewels blazing in the hilt. Emerald I saw, topaz, sapphires, which in the tongue of swords mean power and joy and justice and clean death. For a long time the sword lay there, still like a weapon newly burnished, waiting for the hand which will lift and wield it. Then of itself it moved, not as a weapon is lifted in battle or in ceremony or sport, but as a blade slides home to its housing, it slid, how gently, down towards the standing stone, dropping into it as a sword slips resting into its scabbard. Then there was nothing but the empty field and the whistling wind and a grey stone standing. I woke to the darkness of the inn room, and a single star, small and bright, showing through a gap above the rafters. Below me the beasts breathed sweet breath, while all around were the snores and stirrings of the sleepers. The place smelt warmly of horses and peat smoke and hay and mutton stew. I lay unmoving, flat on my back, watching the little star. I hardly thought about the dream. Vaguely I remembered that there had been talk of a sword, and now this dream. But I let it pass me. It would come. I would be shown. God was back with me. Time had not lied. And in an hour or two, it would be morning. Book 2. The Search. Chapter 1. The gods, all of them, must be accustomed to blasphemy. It is a blasphemy even to question their purposes, and to wonder, as I had done, who they were, or if they even existed, is blasphemy itself. Now I knew my God was back with me, that his purpose was working, and though I still saw nothing clearly, I knew that his hand would be over me when the time was right, and I would be guided, driven, shown, it didn't matter which, nor in what form he came. He would show me that too, but not yet. Today was my own. The dreams of the night had vanished with the stars that made them. This morning the wind was only the wind, and the sunlight nothing but light. I don't think I even looked back. I had no fear for Ralph or the child. The sight may be an uncomfortable thing to possess, but foreknowledge of catastrophe relieves the possessor of the small frets of day to day. A man who has seen his own old age and bitter end does not fear what may come to him at 22. I had no doubts about my own safety or the boy's whose sword I had seen. Twice now, drawn and shining. So I was free to dread nothing worse than the next sea voyage, which took me, suffering but alive, to the port of Massilia on the inland sea, and landed me there on a bright February day, which in Britain we would have called summer. Once there, it didn't matter who saw me and reported meeting me. If it should be noised abroad that Prince Merlin had been seen in southern Gaul or Italy, then perhaps Uther's enemies would watch for me for a while, hoping for a lead to the vanished prince. Eventually they would give up and search elsewhere, but by that time the trail would be cold. In Kerrick, the visit of the inconspicuous singer would be forgotten, and Ralph, quietly anonymous in the forest tavern, would be able to come and go without fear between Col and the castle at Kerrick, with news of the child's progress for Howell to transmit to me. So, once landed in Massilia, and recovered from my voyage, I set about making open preparations for my journey eastwards. With no need this time for disguise, I travelled in comfort, if not in princely style. Appearances had never troubled me. A man makes his own. But I had friends to visit, and if I could not do them honour, at least I must not shame them. So I hired a body servant, and bought horses and baggage mules, and a slave to look after them, and set off for my first destination, which was Rome. The road out of Massilia is a straight, sun-beaten ribbon of white dust, running along the shore where the villages built by Caesar's veterans crouch among their carefully tended olive groves and vines. We set out at sunrise, with our horses' shadows long behind us. The road was still dewed, and the air smelled of dung and peppery cypress and the smoke of the early fires. Cockerels crowed and curs ran out yapping at our horses' heels. Behind me the two servants talked, low-voiced, so as not to intrude on me. They seemed decent men. The freeman, Gaius, had seen service before, and came to me well recommended. The other, Stilicho, was the son of a Sicilian horse-dealer, who had cheated himself into debt and sold his son to pay it. Stilicho was a thin, lively youth with a cheerful eye and unquenchable spirits. Gaius was solemn and efficient, and more conscious of my dignity than I had ever been myself. When he discovered my royal status, he took on an aura of pomp which amused me and impressed Stilicho into silence for almost 20 minutes. I believe that thereafter it was continually used as a threat or a bribe for service. Certainly, whatever means the two of them employed, I was to find my journey almost a miracle of smoothness and comfort. Now, as my horse pricked his ears at the morning sun, I felt my mood lift to meet the growing brilliance. It was as if the griefs and doubts of the last year streamed back from me like my horse's shadow. As I set off eastwards with my little train, I was for the first time in my life free. Free of the world in front of me and free of the obligations at my back. Until this moment, I'd lived always towards some goal. I'd sought for and then served my father, and after his death had waited in grief until, with Arthur, my servitude might start again. Now the first part of my work was done. The boy was safe, and as my gods and my stars could be trusted, he would remain so. I was still young and facing the sun, and call it solitude or call it freedom, I had a new world in front of me and a span of time ahead when at last I could travel the lands of which as a boy I'd been taught so much and which I'd longed to see. So in time I came to Rome, and walked on the green hills between the cypresses, and talked with a man who had known my father when he was the age I was now. I lodged in his house, and wondered how I had ever thought my father's house in Quebec a palace, or seen London as a great city, or even a city at all. Then from Rome to Corinth, and overland through the valleys of the Argolid, where goats grazed the baked summer hills and people lived wilder than they among the ruins of cities built by giants. Here at last I saw stones greater even than those in the giants' dance, lifted and set just as the songs had told me. And as I travelled further east I saw lands yet emptier, with giant stones standing in desert sunlight, and men who lived as simply as roving wolf-packs, but who made songs as easily as birds, and as marvellously as the stars moving in their courses. Indeed, they know more about the movements of the stars than any other men. I suppose their world is made up of the empty spaces of the desert and the sky. I spent 8 months with a man near Sardis, in Maeonia, who could calculate to a hair's breadth, and with whose help I could have lifted the giant's dance in half the time had it been twice as great. Another 6 months I spent on the coast of Mysia, near Pergamum, in a great hospital where sick men flocked for treatment, rich and poor alike. I found much that was new to me there in the art of healing. In Pergamum they used music with the drugs to heal a man's mind through dreams, and his body after it. Truly the God must have guided me when he sent me to learn music as a child. And all the time on all my journeys I learnt smatterings of strange tongues, and heard new songs and new music, and saw strange gods worshipped, some in holy places and some in manners we would call unclean. It is never wise to turn aside from knowing, however the knowing comes. Through all this time I rested steady and secure in the knowledge that back there in the perilous forest in Brittany, the child grew and thrived in safety. Messages from Ralph came occasionally, sent by King Howell to await me at certain prearranged ports of call. This way I learned that as soon as might be, Igraine was pregnant again. She was delivered in due time of a daughter, who was called Morgiane. By the time I read them, the letters were of course long out of date, but as far as the boy Arthur was concerned, I had my own more immediate source of reassurance. I watched, in the way I have, in the fire. It was in a brazier lit against the chill of a Roman evening that I first watched Ralph make the journey through the forest to Howell's court. He travelled alone and unremarked, and when he set out again in the misty dark to make for home, he was not followed. In the depths of the forest I lost him, but later the smoke blew aside to show me his horse safely stabled, and Branwyn smiling in the sunlit yard with the baby in her arms. Several times after that I watched Ralph's journey, but always smoke or darkness seemed to gather and lie like mist along the river, so that I could not see the tavern or follow him through the door. It was as if, even from me, the place was guarded. I had heard it said that the perilous forest of Brittany was spellbound land. I can affirm that this is true. I doubt if any magic less potent than mine could have spied through the wall of mist that hid the inn. Glimpses I had, no more than that, from time to time. Once, fleetingly, I saw the baby playing among a litter of puppies in the yard while the bitch licked his face and Brand looked on grinning, till Moravik burst scolding out of her kitchen to snatch the child up, wipe his face with her apron and vanish with him indoors. Another time I saw him perched aloft on Ralph's horse while it was drinking at the trough, and yet again astride the saddle in front of Ralph, hanging on to the mane with both hands while the beast trotted down to the river's edge. I never saw him closely or even clearly, but I saw enough to know that he thrived and grew strong. Then, when he was 4 years old, the time came when Ralph was to take him from the forest's protection and seek Count Hector's. The night his ship set sail from the small sea of Morbihan, I was lying under a black Syrian sky where the stars seemed to burn twice as big and ardent as the stars at home. The fire I watched was a shepherd's, lit against the wolves and mountain lions, and he had given me its hospitality when my servants and I were benighted crossing the heights above Berytus. The fire was stacked high with wind-dried wood, and blazed fiercely against the night. Somewhere beyond it I could hear Stilicho talking, then the rough mutter of the shepherd, and laughter shushed by Gaius's grave tones, till the roar and crackling of the fire drowned them. Then the pictures came. Fragmentary at first, but as clear and vivid as the visions I'd had as a boy in the crystal cave. I watched the whole journey, scene by scene, in one night's vision, as you can dream a lifetime between night and morning. This was my first clear sight of Ralph since I'd parted from him in Brittany. I hardly knew him. He was a tall young man now, with the look of a fighter, and an air of decision and responsibility that gave him weight and sat well on him. I had left it to Howells and his discretion whether or not an armed escort would be needed to convoy his wife and child to the ship. In the event, they played safe, though it was obvious that the secret was still our own. Howell had contrived that a wagon load of goods should be dispatched through the forest under the escort of half a dozen troopers. When it set off back towards Kerek and the wharf where the ship lay, what more natural than that the young man and his family should travel back to Kerek with the return load? I never saw what was in those corded bales, using its protection for themselves. Branwen rode in the wagon, and so in the end did Arthur. It looked to me as if he had already outgrown women's care. He would have spent all his time with the troopers, and it took Ralph's authority to make him ride concealed in the wagon with Branwen, rather than on the saddlebow at the head of the troop. After the little party had reached the ship and embarked safely, 4 of the troop took ship along with Ralph, apparently convoying those precious bales to their destination. So the ship set sail. Light glittered on the firelit sea, and the little ship had red sails which spread against a breezy sky on sunset, till they dwindled and vanished small in the blowing fire. It was in a blaze of sunrise, perhaps lit only by the Syrian flames, that the ship docked at Glanaventa. I saw the ropes made fast, and the party crossed the gangplank and be met by Hector himself, brown and smiling with a full-armed body of men. They bore no badge. They had brought a wagon for the cargo, but as soon as they were clear of the town the wagon was left to follow, while out of it came a litter for Branwen and Arthur, and then the party rode as fast as might be for Galava, up the military road through the mountains which lie between Hector's castle and the sea. The road climbs through 2 steep passes, with between them a low-lying valley sodden with marsh, which is flooded right through till late spring. The road is bad, broken by storm and torrents and winter frosts, and in places where the hillsides had slipped in flood time, the road has vanished, and all that remains of it are the ghosts of the old tracks that were there before the Romans came. Wild country and a wild road, but straight going on a May day for a body of well-armed men. I watched them trotting along, the litter swinging between its sturdy mules, through flame-lit dawn and fire-lit day, till suddenly, with evening, the mist rolled down dark from the head of the pass, and I saw in it the glitter of swords that spelled danger. Hector's party was clattering downhill from the second summit, slowing to a walk at a steep place where crags crowded the edge of the road. From here, it was only a short descent to the broad river valley, and the good flat road to the waterhead where the castle stands. In the distance, still lit by evening, were the big trees and the blossoming orchards and the gentle green of the farmlands. But up in the pass among the grey crags and the rolling mist it was dark, and the horses slipped and stumbled on a steep scree where a torrent drove across the way and the road had collapsed into the water's bed. The rush of water must have blanketed all other sound from them. No one saw, dim behind the mist, the other men waiting, mounted and armed. Count Hector was at the head of the troop, and in the middle of it, surrounded, the litter lurched and swung between its mules, with Ralph riding close beside it. They were approaching the ambush, were beside it. I saw Hector's head turn sharply. Then he checked his horse so suddenly that it tried to rear and instead plunged, slipping on the scree as Hector's sword flashed out and his arm went up. The troopers, surrounding the litter as best they might on the rushing slope, stood to fight. At the moment of clashing, shouting attack, I saw what none of the troop appeared yet to have seen, other shadows riding down out of the mist beyond the crags. I believe I shouted. I made no sound, but I saw Ralph's head go up like a hound's at his master's whistle. He yelled, wheeling his horse. Men wheeled with him, and met the new attack with a crash and flurry that sent sparks up from the swords like a smith's hammer from the anvil. I strained my eyes through the visionary firelight to see who the attackers were, but I couldn't see. The wrestling, clashing darkness, the sparkling swords, the shouting, the wheeling horses. Then the attackers vanished into the mist as suddenly as they had come, leaving one of their number dead on the scree, and carrying another bleeding across the saddle. There was nothing to be gained by pursuing them across mountains thick with the misty twilight. One of the troopers picked up the fallen man and flung him across a horse. I saw Hector point, and the trooper searched the body, looking apparently for identification, but finding none. Then the guard formed again round the litter and rode on. I saw Ralph, surreptitious, winding a rag around his left arm where a blade had hacked in past the shield. A moment later, I saw him laughing, stoop in the saddle to say through the curtains of the litter, "Well, but you're not grown yet. Give it a year or two, and I promise you we'll find you a sword to suit your size." Then he reached to pull the leather curtains of the litter close. When I strained my sight to see Arthur, smoke blew grey across the scene, and the shepherd called something to his dog, and I was back on the scented hillside with the moon coming out above the ruins of the temple where nothing remains now of the goddess but her night owls brooding. So the years passed, and I used my freedom in travels which I have told of in other places. There is no room for them here. For me they were rich years and lightly born, and the god's hand lay gently on me so that I saw all I asked to see. But in all the time there was no message, no moving star, nothing to call me home. Then one day, when Arthur was 6 years old, the message came to me near Pergamum, where I was teaching and working in the hospital. It was early spring, and all day rain had been falling like whips on the streaming rock, darkening the white limestone and tearing ruts in the pathway which leads down to the hospital cells by the sea. I had no fire to bring me the vision, but in that place the gods stand waiting by every pillar, and the air is heavy with dreams. This was only a dream, the same as other men's, and came in a moment of exhausted sleep. A man had been carried in late in the night with a leg badly gashed and the life starting to pump out of the great vein. I and the other doctor on duty had worked over him for more than 3 hours, and afterwards I'd gone out into the sea to wash off the blood which had gushed thick and then hardened on me. It was possible that the patient would live. He was young and slept now with the blood staunched and the wound safely stitched. I stripped off my soaked loincloth — that climate allows one to work near naked on the bloodier jobs — swam till I was clean, then stretched on the still warm sand to rest. The rain had stopped with evening, and the night was calm and warm and full of stars. It was no vision I had, but a kind of dream of wakefulness. I lay, as I thought, open-eyed watching, and watched by the bright swarm. Among that fierce host of stars was one distant one, cloudy, its light faint among the others like a lamp in a swirl of snow.
Then it swam closer, closer still, till its clouded air blotted out the brighter stars, and I saw mountains and shore and rivers running like the veins of a leaf through the valleys of my own country. Now the snow swirled thicker, hiding the valleys, and behind the snow was the growl of thunder and the shouting of armies, and the sea rose till the shore dissolved, and salt ran up the rivers, and the green fields bleached to grey, and blackened to desert with their veins showing like dead men's bones. I woke, knowing that I must go back. It was not yet the flood, but it was coming. By the next snow time, or the next, we would hear the thunder, and I must be there, between the king and his son. Chapter 2. I had planned to go home by Constantinopolis, and letters had already gone ahead of me. Now I would have preferred to take a quicker way, but the only ship I could get was one plying north close inshore towards Chalcedon, which lies just across the strait from Constantinopolis. Arrived here, delayed by freakish winds and uncertain weather, luck still seemed against me. I just missed a westbound ship, they told me, and there was no other due to leave for a week or more. From Chalcedon, the trade is mostly small coastbound craft. The bigger shipping uses the great harbour of Constantinopolis. So I took the ferry over, not averse, in spite of the need I felt for haste, to seeing the city of which I had heard so much. I had expected the new Rome to surpass the old Rome in magnificence, but found Constantine's city a place of sharper contrasts, with squalor crowding close behind the splendour, and that air of excitement and risk which is breathed in a young city looking forward to prosperity, still building, spreading, assimilating, and avid to grow rich. Not that the foundation was new. It had been capital of Byzantium since Byzas had settled his folk there 1,000 years before. But it was almost a century and a half now since the Emperor Constantine had moved the heart of the empire eastwards and started to build and fortify the old Byzantium and call it after himself. Constantinopolis is a city marvellously situated on a tongue of land which holds a natural harbour they call the Golden Horn. And rightly. I had never imagined such a traffic of richly laden ships as I saw in the brief crossing from Chalcedon. There are palaces and rich houses and government buildings with corridors like a maze, and the countless officials employed by the government coming and going like bees in a hive. Everywhere there are gardens with pavilions and pools, and fountains constantly gushing. The city has an abundance of sweet water. To the landward side, Constantine's wall defends the city, and from its golden gate the great thoroughfare of the Mese runs, magnificently arcaded through most of its length, through 3 fora decorated with columns, to end at the great triumphal arch of Constantine. The emperor's immense church, dedicated to the Holy Wisdom, sits high over the walls that edge the sea. It was a magnificent city, and a splendid capital. But it had not the air of Rome as my father had spoken of it, or as we had thought of it in Britain. This was still the East, and the city looked to the East. Even the dress, though men wore the Roman tunic and mantle, had the look of Asia, and though Latin was spoken everywhere, I heard Greek and Syrian and Armenian in the markets, and once beyond the arcades of the Mese, you might have supposed yourself in Antioch. It's a place not easy to picture if one has never been beyond Britain's shores. Above everything, it was exciting, with an air full of promise. It was a city looking forward, where Rome and Athens and even Antioch had seemed to be looking back, and London, with its crumbling temples and patched-up towers and men always watching with their hands to their swords, seemed as remote and near as savage as the Icelands of the Northmen. My host in Constantinopolis was a connection of my father's, distant, but not too distant to let him greet me as cousin. He was descended from one Adine, brother-in-law of Maximus, who had been one of Maximus's officers and had followed him on the final expedition to Rome. Adine had been wounded outside Rome and left for dead, but rescued and nursed back to health by a Christian family. Later, he had married the daughter of the house, turned Christian, and though he never took service with the Eastern Emperor, being content with the pardon granted him through his father-in-law's intercession, his son entered the service of Theodosius II, made a fortune at it, and was rewarded with a royally connected wife and a splendid house near the Golden Horn. His great-grandson bore the same name, but pronounced it with the accent of Byzantium, Adjan. He was still discernibly of Celtic descent, but looked, you might say, like a Welshman gone bloodless by being drawn too high towards the sun. He was tall and thin, with the oval face and pale skin and the black eyes set straight that you see in all their portraits. His mouth was thin-lipped, bloodless too, the court servant's mouth, close-lipped with keeping secrets. But he was not without humour, and could talk wisely and entertainingly, a rarity in a country where men and women argue perpetually about matters of the spirit in terms of the more than stupid flesh. I had not been in Constantinopolis half a day before I found myself remembering something I had read in a book of Galapas's. If you ask someone how many obols a certain thing costs, he replies by dogmatizing on the born and unborn. If you ask the price of bread, they answer you, the Father is greater than the Son, and the Son is subordinate to him. If you ask, is my bath ready, they answer you, the Son has been made out of nothing. Adjan received me very kindly in a splendid room with mosaics on the walls and a floor of golden marble. In Britain, where it's cold, we put the pictures on the floor and hang thick coverings over walls and doors, but they do things differently in the East. This room glittered with colour. They use a lot of gold in their mosaics, and with the faintly uneven surface of the tesserae, this has the effect of glimmering movement, as if the wall pictures were tapestries of silk. The figures are alive and full of colour, some of them very beautiful. I remembered the cracked mosaic at home in Maridunum, which as a child I had thought the most wonderful picture in the world. It had been of Dionysos with grapes and dolphins, but none of the pictures was whole, and the god's eyes had been badly mended and showed a cast. To this day, I see Dionysos with a squint. One side of Adjan's room opened to a terrace where a fountain played in a wide marble pool, and cypress and laurel grew in pots along the balustrade. Below this the garden lay, scented in the sun, with rose and iris and jasmine, though it was hardly into April, competing with the scent of 100 shrubs, and everywhere the dark fingers of cypress, gilded with tiny cones, pointing straight at the brilliant sky. Below the terraces sparkled the waters of the Horn, as thickly populated with ships as a farm pond at home is with water beetles. There was a letter waiting for me, from Hector. After Adjan and I had exchanged greetings, I asked his leave, then unrolled and read it. Hector's scribe wrote well, though in long periods which I knew were a gloss on what that forthright gentleman had actually said. But the news, sorted out from the poetry and the perorations, bore out what I already knew or suspected. In more than guarded phrases, he conveyed to me that Arthur, for the scribe's sake he wrote of the family, Drusilla, and both the boys, was safe. But for how long the place might be safe, said Hector, he could not guess, and went on to give me the news as his informers reported it. The danger of invasion, always there but for the last few years sporadic, had begun to grow into something more formidable. Octa and Eosa, the Saxon leaders, defeated by Uther in the first year of his reign and kept prisoner since then in London, were still safely held. But lately pressure had been brought to bear, not only by the federates but by some British leaders who were afraid of the growing discontent along the Saxon shore, on King Uther to free the Saxon princes on terms of treaty. Since he had refused this, there had been 2 armed attempts to release them from prison. These had been punished with brutal severity. And now other factions were pressing Uther to kill the Saxon leaders out of hand, a course he was apparently afraid to take for fear of the federates. These, firmly ensconced along the shore, and crowding too close for comfort even to London, were again showing threatening signs of inviting reinforcements from abroad, and pressing up into the rich country near Ambrosius's wall. Meanwhile there were worse rumours. A messenger had been caught and under torture had confessed that he carried tokens of friendship from the Angles on the Abus in the east to the Pictish kings of the wild land west of Strathclyde. But nothing more, added Hector, than tokens. And he personally did not think that trouble could yet come from the north. Between Strathclyde and the Abus, the kingdoms of Reged and Lothian still stood firm. I skimmed through the rest, then rolled up the letter. I must go straight home, I told Adjan. So soon. I was afraid of it. He signed to a servant who lifted a silver flagon from a bowl of snow and poured the wine into glass goblets. Where the snow had come from I didn't know. They have it carried by night from the hilltops and stored underground in straw. "I'm sorry to lose you, but when I saw the letter I was afraid it might be bad news." "Not bad yet, but there will be bad to come." I told him what I could of the situation, and he listened gravely. They understand these things in Constantinopolis. Since Alaric the Goth took Rome, men's ears are tuned to listen for the thunder in the north. I went on, "Uther is a strong king and a good general, but even he cannot be everywhere, and this division of power makes men uncertain and afraid. It's time the succession was made sure." I tapped the letter. "Hector tells me the queen is with child again." "So I had heard. If this is a boy, he'll be declared the heir, won't he? Hardly a time for a baby to inherit a kingdom, unless he had a Stilicho to look after his interests." He was referring to the general who had protected the empire of the young Emperor Honorius. "Has Uther anyone among his generals who could be left as regent if he were killed?" "For all I know, they'd be as likely to kill as to protect." "Well, Uther had better live then, or allow the son he's already got to be his legitimate heir. He must be, 7, 8? Why cannot Uther do the sensible thing and declare him again with you to become regent if the king should be killed during the boy's minority?" He looked at me sideways over his glass. "Come, Merlin, don't raise your brows at me like that. The whole world knows you took the child from Tintagel and have him hidden somewhere." "Does the world say where?" "Oh, yes. The world spawns solutions the way that pool yonder spawns frogs. The general opinion is that the child is safe in the island of High Brazil, nursed by the white paps of 9 queens, no less. It's no wonder he flourishes, or else that he is with you, but invisible, disguised perhaps as a pack mule, I laughed. "How would I dare? What would that make Uther?" "You'd dare anything, I think. I was hoping you'd dare tell me where the boy is, and all about him, no?" I shook my head, smiling. "Forgive me, but not yet." He moved a hand gracefully. They understand secrets, too, in Constantinopolis. "Well, at least you can tell me if he's safe and well." "I assure you of it." "And will succeed with you as a regent?" I laughed, shook my head, and drained my wine. He signalled to the slave who was standing out of hearing, and the man hurried to refill my glass. Ajan waved him away. "I've had a letter, too, from Hoel. He tells me that King Uther has sent men in search of you, and that he doesn't speak of you with kindness, though everyone knows how much he owes you. There are rumors, too, that even the king himself does not know where his son is hidden, and has spies out searching. Some say the boy is dead. There are also those who say that you keep the young prince close for your own ambitious ends." "Yes," I agreed equably. "There would be some who say that." "You see," he threw out a hand, "I tried to goad you into speaking, and you are not even angry. Where another man would protest, would even fear to go back, you say nothing, and, I'm afraid, decide to take ship straight for home." "I know the future, Ajan. That's the difference." "Well, I don't know the future, and it's obvious you won't tell me, but I can make my own guess at the truth. What men are saying is just that truth, twisted. You keep the boy close because you know he must one day be king. You can tell me this, though. What will you do when you get back, Bring him out of hiding?" "By the time I get back, the queen's child should be born," I said. "What I do must depend on that. I shall see Uther, of course, and talk to him, but the main thing, as I see it, is to let the people of Britain know, friend and enemy alike, that Prince Arthur is alive and thriving and will be ready to show himself beside his father when the time comes." "And that's not yet?" "I think not. When I reach home, I hope I shall see more clearly. With your leave, Ajan, I'll take the first ship." "As you will, of course. I shall be sorry to lose your company." "I regret it too. It's been a happy chance that brought me, after all, to Constantinopolis. I might have missed seeing you, but I was delayed by bad weather and lost the ship I should have got at Chalcedon." He said something civil, then looked startled as he saw the implications. "Delayed? You mean you were on your way home already, before you saw the letter? You knew?" "No details, only that it was time I was home." "By the three." For a moment I'd seen the Celt looking out of his eyes, though it was the Christian God that he swore by. They only have one other oath in Constantinopolis, and that is, by the one, and they fight to the death over them. Then he laughed. "By the three. I wish I had you beside me last week in the Hippodrome. I lost a cool 1,000 on the greens. A sure thing you'd have sworn, and they ran like three-legged cows. Well, it seems that whatever prince has you to guide him, he's lucky. If he had had you, I might have had an empire today, instead of a respectable government post. And lucky to get that without being a eunuch besides." He nodded as he spoke at the great mosaic on the main wall of the room behind us. I had noticed it already and wondered vaguely at the Byzantine strain of melancholy which decorates a room with such scenes instead of the livelier designs one sees in Greece and Italy. I had already observed in the entrance hall a crucifix done life-size with mourning figures and Christian devices all round it. This, too, was an execution, but a noble one on the battlefield. The sky was dark, done with chips of slate and lapis, hammered into clouds like iron, with among them the staring heads of gods. The horizon showed a line of towers and temples with a crimson sun setting behind. It seemed meant to be Rome. The wide plain in front of the walls was the scene of the battle's end. To the left, the defeated host, men and horses dead or dying on a field scattered with broken weapons. To the right, the victors, clustered behind the crowned leader and bathed in a shaft of light descending from a Christ poised in blessing above the other gods. At the victor's feet, the other leader knelt, his neck bared to the executioner's blade. He was lifting both arms towards his conqueror, not for mercy, but in formal surrender of the sword, which lay across his hands. Below him, in the corner of the picture, was written, Max. On the right, below the victor, were stamped the words, Theod, Imp. "By the one," I said, and saw Ajahn smile. But he could not have known what had brought me so quickly to my feet. He rose gracefully and followed me to the wall, obviously pleased at my interest. "Yes, Maximus's defeat by the Emperor. Good, isn't it?" He smoothed a hand over the silken tesserae. "The man who did it can't have known much of the ironies of war. In spite of all this, you might say it came out even enough in the end. That hangdog fellow on the left, behind the Maximus, is Hoel's ancestor, the one who took the remnants of the British contingent home. This holy-looking gentleman shedding blood all over the Emperor's feet is my great-great-grandfather, to whose conscience and good business sense I owe both my fortune and the saving of my soul." I hardly listened. I was staring at the sword in Maximus's hand. I'd seen it before, glowing on the wall behind Igraine, flashing home to its scabbard in Brittany. Now here, the third time, imaged in Maximus's hand outside the walls of Rome. Ajahn was watching me curiously. "What is it?" "The sword." So it was his sword. "What was?" "Have you seen it, then?" "No, only in a dream. Twice I've seen it in dreams. Now here for the third time in a picture." I spoke half to myself, musing. Sunlight striking up off the pool on the terrace sent light rippling across the wall, so that the sword shimmered in Maxen's hands, and the jewels in its hilt showed green and yellow and vivid blue. I said softly, "So that is why I missed the ship of Chalcedon." "What do you mean?" "Forgive me, I hardly know. I was thinking of a dream. Tell me, Ajahn, this picture, are those the walls of Rome? Maximus wasn't murdered at Rome, surely?" "Murdered?" Ajahn, speaking primly, looked amused. "The word on our side of the family is executed. No, it wasn't at Rome.
I think the artist was being symbolic. It happened at Aquileia. You may not know it. It's a small place near the mouth of the Taurus River, at the northern end of the Adriatic. Do ships call there? His eyes widened. You mean to go? I would like to see the place where Maxen died. I would like to know what became of his sword. You won't find that at Aquileia, he said. Kainan took it. Who? He nodded at the picture. The man on the left, Hoel's ancestor, who took the British back home to Brittany. Hoel could have told you. He laughed at my expression. Did you come all this way for that piece of information? It seems so, I said, though until this moment I didn't know it. Are you telling me that Hoel has that sword? It's in Brittany? No, it was lost long since. Some of the men who went home to Greater Britain took his things with them. I suppose they would have taken his sword to give his son. And? Ah, that's all I know. It's a long time ago, and all it is now is a family tale, and the half of it's probably not true. Does it matter so much? Matter, I said. I hardly know. But I've learned to look close at most things that come my way. He was watching me with a puzzled look, and I thought he would question me further. But after a short hesitation, he said merely, I suppose so. Will you walk out now into the garden? It's cooler. You looked as if your head hurt you. That? It was nothing. Someone playing a lyre on the terrace down there. It isn't in tune. My daughter. Shall we go down and stop her? On the way down, he told me of a ship due to leave the Horn in 2 days' time. He knew the master and could bespeak me a passage. It was a fast ship and would dock at Ostia, whence I would certainly find a vessel plying westwards. What about your servants? Oh, Gaius is a good man. You could do worse than employ him yourself. I freed Stilicho. He's yours if he'll stay, and he's a wizard with horses. It would be cruelty for me to take him to Britain. His blood's as thin as an Arabian gazelle's. But when the morning came, Stilicho was there at the quayside, stubborn as the mules he had handled with such skill, his belongings in a stitched sack, and a cloak of sheepskin sweltering round him in the Byzantine sun. I argued with him, traducing even the British climate, and my simple way of living which he might find tolerable in a country where the sun shines, but would be hardship itself in that land of icy winds and wet. But seeing finally that he would have his way even if he paid his own passage with the money I'd given him as a parting gift, I gave way. To tell the truth, I was touched, and glad to have his company on the long voyage home. Though he had none of Gaius's training as a body servant, he was quick and intelligent, and had already shown skill in helping me with plants and medicines. He would be useful, and besides, after all these years away, life at Bryn Merlin looked a little lonelier than it had need to, and I knew well that Ralph would never come back to me. Chapter 3. It was late summer when I reached Britain. Fresh news met me on the quay in the person of one of the king's chamberlains, who greeted me with passionate relief and such a total absence of surprise that I told him, "You should be in my business." He laughed. He was Lucan, whom I had known well when my father was king, and he and I were on terms. "Soothsaying, hardly. This is the 5th ship I've met. I own I expected you, but I never thought to see you so soon. We heard you went east a long while back, and we sent messengers hoping to reach you. Did they find you?" "No, but I was already on my way." He nodded as if I'd confirmed his thoughts. He had been too close to my father Ambrosius to question the power that guided me. "You knew the king was sick, then?" "Not that, no. Only that the times were dangerous and I should get home." "Uther ill?" "That's grave news. What's the sickness?" "A wound's gone bad. You know he's been seeing to the rebuilding of the Saxon shore defences and training the troops there himself. Well, an alarm was raised about longships up the Thames. They'd been seen level with Vagniasai, too near London for comfort. A small foray, nothing serious, but he was first into it as usual and got a cut, and the wound didn't heal. Well, this was 2 months since, and he's still in pain and losing flesh." 2 months? Hasn't his own physician been attending him? "Oh, indeed, yes. Gandar's been there from the beginning." "And he could do nothing?" Well, said Lucan, according to him the king was mending, and he says, along with the other doctors who've been consulted, that there's nothing to fear. But I've watched them conferring in corners, and Gandar looks worried. He glanced at me sideways. There's a kind of uneasiness, you might even call it apprehension, infecting the whole court, and it's going to be hard to keep it contained there. Well, I don't have to tell you it's a bad time for the country to doubt if their leader's going to be fit to lead them. In fact, rumours have started already. You know the king can't have the bellyache without a scare of poison, and now they whisper about spells and hauntings, and not without reason. The king looks sometimes like a man who walks with ghosts. It was time you came home. We were already moving along the road from the port. The horses had been there ready saddled at the quayside, and an escort waiting. This more for ceremony than for safety. The road to London is well travelled and guarded. It occurred to me that perhaps the armed men who rode with us were there not to see that I came to the king unharmed, but that I came there at all. I said as much dryly to Lucan. It seems the king wants to make sure of me. He looked amused, but only said with his courtier's smoothness, perhaps he was afraid that you might not care to attend him. Shall we say that a physician who fails to cure a king does not always add to his reputation? Does not always survive, you mean? I trust poor Gandar's still alive. So far. He paused, then said neutrally, It's not that I'm much of a judge, but I'd have said it's not the king's body that lacks a cure, but his mind. So it's my magic that's wanted. He was silent. I added, Or his son? His eyelids dropped. There are rumours about him, too. I'm sure there are. My voice was as bland as his. One piece of news I did hear on my travels that the Queen was pregnant again. I reckon she should have been brought to bed a month ago. What is the child? It was a son, stillborn. They say that it was this sent the king out of his mind and fevered his wound again. And now there are rumours that the eldest son is dead too. In fact, some say he died in infancy, that there is no son. He paused. His gaze was fixed on his horse's ears, but there was the faintest of queries in his voice. Not true, Lucan, I said. He's alive, a fine boy, and growing fast. Don't be afraid, he'll be there when he's needed. It was a long exhalation of relief. Then it's true he's with you. This is the news that will heal the kingdom, if not the king. You'll bring the boy to London now? Well, first I must see the king. After that, who knows? A courtier knows when a subject has been turned, and Lucan asked no more questions, but began to talk of more general news. He told me in more detail what I had already learned from Hector's letters. Hector had certainly not exaggerated the situation. I took care not to ask too many questions about the possible danger in the north, but Lucan spoke of it himself, of the manning of strong points north of Reged along the old line of Hadrian's Wall, and then of Lot's contribution to the defence of the northeast. He's making hard going of it, and not because the raids are bad. The place has been quiet lately, but perhaps because of that very fact. The small kings don't trust Lot. They say he's a hard man and niggardly with spoils, and cares little for any interests except his own. When they see there's no fighting to be done yet, and nothing to win, they desert him wholesale and take their men home to till the fields. He made a sound of contempt, as near to a snort as a courtier ever gets. Fools! Not to see that whether they like their commander or not, they'll have no fields to till, nor families to till them for, unless they fight. But Lot's whole interest lies in his alliances, especially to the southward. I suppose that with Reged is safe enough. Why do his allies distrust him? Do they suspect him of lining his own nest at their expense? Or perhaps of something worse? That I can't tell you. His voice was wooden. Is there no one else Uther can appoint as commander in the north? Not unless he goes himself. He can't demote Lot. His daughter is promised to him. I said, startled. His daughter? Do you mean that Lot accepted Morgause after all? Not Morgause, no, said Lucan. I doubt that marriage wasn't tempting enough for Lothian, for all the girls turned out such a beauty. Lot's an ambitious man. He'd not dangle after a bastard when there was a true-born princess to be had. I mean the Queen's daughter, Morgiane.
Morgiane? But she can hardly be 5 years old.
Nevertheless, she's promised. And you know that's binding between kings.
If I don't, who should? I said dryly. And Lucan knew what I was thinking of. My own mother, who had borne me to Ambrosius with no bond but a promise made in secret, and my father, who had let the promise bind him as securely as a ceremonial oath. We came in sight of London Wall, and the traffic of the morning market thronged about us. Lucan had given me plenty to think about, and I was glad when the escort closed up and he was silent, and left me to my thoughts. I had expected to find Uther attended, and about some at least of his affairs, but he was still keeping his own chamber, and alone. As I was led through the antechambers towards his room, I saw nobles, officers and servants all waiting, and there was an apprehensive quiet about the crowded rooms which told its own tale. Men conferred in small groups, low-voiced and worried. The servants looked nervous and edgy, and in the outer corridors where merchants and petitioners waited, there was the patient despondency of men who have already passed the point of hope. Heads turned as I went through, and I heard the whisper run ahead of me like wind through a wasteland, and a Christian bishop, forgetting himself, said audibly, "God be praised. Now we'll see the spell lifted." One or two men whom I knew started forward with warm greetings and a spate of questions ready. But I smiled and shook my head and went through with no more than a quick word. And since with kings one can never quite rule out the thought of malice or murder, I checked the faces that I knew. Somewhere in this crowd of armed and jewelled lords, there might be one who would not welcome my return to the king's side. Someone who watched for Uther to fail before his son was grown. Someone who was Arthur's enemy, and therefore mine. Some of them I knew well, but even these, as I greeted them, I studied. The leaders from Wales, Ineir of Gwent, Mador and Gwilym from my own country of Dyfed. Not Maelgon himself from Gwynedd, but one of his sons, Cwnetha. Beside them, with a handful of their countrymen, Bricken and Cynfelyn from Dyfnaint, and Nentres of Garlot, whom I had watched ride out with Uther from Tintagel. Then the men from the north, Ban of Benoic, a big, handsome man, so dark that he might have been, like Ambrosius and myself, a descendant of the Spaniard Maximus. Beside Ban stood his cousin from Brittany, whose name I could not recall. Then Cadwy and Bors, two of the petty kings from Reged, neighbours of Ector's, and another neighbour, Arac, one of the numerous sons of Cor of Strathclyde. These I marked carefully, recalling what I knew of them. Nothing of importance yet, but I would remember and watch. Reged himself I did not see, nor Lot. It was to be assumed that their affairs in the north were more pressing even than the king's illness. But Urien, Lot's brother-in-law, was here, a thin, red-haired man with the light blue eyes and high colour of temper. And Tudwal of Dinpeldir, who ran with him, and his blood brother, Agwisel, of whose private doings in his cold fortress near Bremenium I had heard strange tales. There were others I did not know, and these I scanned briefly as I passed them. I could find out later who they were from Lucan or from Caius Valerius, who stood over near the king's door. Beside Valerius was a young man I thought I should recognize, a strongly built, sunburned man of 20 or so, with a face that I found faintly familiar. I couldn't place him. He watched me from his stance near Uther's doorway, but he neither spoke nor made any sign of greeting. I said under my breath to Lucan, "The youth near the door by Valerius. Who is he?" "Cador of Cornwall." I knew it now. The face I had last seen watching by Gorlois's body in the midnight hall of Dimilioch. And with the same look, the chill blue eyes, the frowning bar of brows, the warrior's face grown with the years more than ever like his father's, and every whit as formidable. Perhaps I needed to look no further. Of all those present, he had most reason to hate me. And he was here, though Lucan had told me he was commander of the Irish shore. In Reged's absence, and Lot's,
I supposed that he was the nearest there to Uther, except only myself. I had to pass within a yard of him to get to the door of the king's room. I held his eyes deliberately, and he returned my look, but neither saluted nor bent his head. The blue eyes were cold and impassive. Well, I thought as I greeted Valerius beside him, we shall see. No doubt I could find out from Uther why he was here, and how much, if the king failed to recover, the young duke stood to gain. Lucan had gone in to tell the king of my arrival. Now he came out again and beckoned me forward. On his heels came Gandar. I would have paused to speak with him, but he shook his head quickly.
No, he wants you to go straight in. By the snake, Merlin, I'm glad to see you, but have a care. There, he's calling. A word with you later?
Of course, I'll be grateful. There was another peremptory call from inside the room. Gandar's eyes, heavy with worry, met mine again briefly as he stood aside to let me pass. The servant shut the door behind us and left me with the king. Chapter 4. He was up, and dressed in a house robe open at the front, with beneath it a tunic girded by a jewelled belt with a long dagger thrust through. His sword, the king's sword Falar, lay across its hangers below the gilded dragon that climbed the wall behind the bed. Though it was still summer, there had been through the night a chill breeze from the north, and I was glad, my blood thin, I suppose, from my travels, to see a brazier glowing red on the empty hearth with chairs set near. He came quickly across the room to greet me, and I saw that he limped. As I answered his greeting, I studied his face for signs of the sickness or distraction that I'd been led to expect. He was thinner than before, with new lines to his face which made him look nearer 50 than 40, which was his age, and I saw that drawn look under the eyes which is one of the signs of long gnawing pain or sleeplessness. But apart from the slight limp, he moved easily enough, and with all the restless energy I remembered. And his voice was the same as ever, strong and quick, with arrogant decision.
There's wine there. We'll serve ourselves. I want to talk to you alone. Sit down.
I obeyed him, pouring the wine and handing him a goblet. He took it, but set it down without drinking, and seated himself across from me, pulling the robe about his knees with an abrupt, almost angry gesture. I noticed that he did not look at me, but at the brazier, at the floor, at the goblet, anywhere, not to meet my eyes. He spoke with the same abruptness, wasting no time on civilities about my journey.
They will have told you that I've been ill.
I understood you still were, I said. I'm glad to see you on your feet and so active. Lucan told me about the skirmish at Vagnersai. I understand it's about 2 months now since you were wounded.
Yes, it was nothing much. A spear glancing, not deep. But it festered and took a long time to heal.
It's healed now?
Yes.
Does it still pain you?
No.
He almost snapped the word, pushing himself suddenly back in his chair to sit upright with his hands clenched on the arms, and his eyes on mine at last. It was the hard blue gaze I remembered, showing nothing but anger and dislike. But now I recognized both look and manner for what they were, those of a man driven against his will to ask help where he had sworn never again to ask it. I waited.
How is the boy?
If the sudden question surprised me, I concealed it. Though I had told Hoel and Hector that the king need only be told of the child's whereabouts if he demanded to know, it had seemed wise to send reports from time to time, couched in phrases that no one but the king would understand, of the boy's health and progress. Since Arthur had been at Galava, the reports had gone to Hoel, and thence to Uther. Nothing was to pass directly between Galava and the king. Hoel had written to me that in all the years, Uther had made no direct inquiry about the boy. It was to be inferred that now he had no idea of his son's whereabouts. I said, "You should have had a report since the last one I saw. Has it not come?"
"Not yet. I wrote myself a month ago to ask Hoel where the boy was. He has not replied."
"Perhaps his answer went to Tintagel or to Winchester."
"Perhaps. Or perhaps he's not prepared to answer my question."
I raised my brows. Why not? It was always understood, surely, that the secrecy should not extend to you. Has he refused to answer you before? He said coldly,
disconcerted and covering it. "I didn't ask. There has been no need before." This told me something beyond what I already knew. The king had only felt the need to locate Arthur since the Queen's last miscarriage. I had been right in thinking that if she had given him other sons, he would have preferred to forget the bastard in Brittany. It also told me something I did not like. If he felt a need for Arthur now, this summons might be to tell me that my guardianship was ended before it had really begun. To give myself time, I ignored what he had just said. "Then, depend upon it, Howell's answer is on its way. In any case, it doesn't matter, since I am here to answer you instead." His look was still stony, allowing no guesses. "They tell me you have been abroad all these years. Did you take him with you?" "No, I thought it better to keep away from him till the time came when I could be of use to him. I made sure of his safety. Then, after I had left Brittany, I kept close touch." I smiled slightly. "Oh, nothing that your spies could have seen, or any other man's. You know I have ways of my own. I took no risks. If you yourself have no inkling now of his whereabouts, you may be sure that no one else has." I saw from the brief flicker in his eyes before the lids veiled them that I'd guessed rightly. Messages and constant reports of my movements had been sent back to him. No doubt, wherever he could, he had had me watched. It was no more than I expected. Kings live by information. Uther's enemies had probably watched me too, and perhaps the king's own informants might have picked up some kind of lead to them. But when I asked him about this, he shook his head. He was silent for a while, following some private track of his own. He had not looked at me again. He reached for the goblet at his elbow, but not to drink. He fidgeted with it, turning it round and round where it stood. "He'll be 7 years old now." 8 this coming Christmas. And strong for his age and well-doing. You need have no fears for him, Uther. "You think not?" Another flash of bitterness stronger than any anger. In spite of my outward calmness, I felt a violent moment of apprehension. If, contrary to appearances, the king's sickness was in fact mortal, what chance would the boy have at the head of this kingdom now, with half the petty kings— I saw Cador's face again— at his throat? And how was even I to know, through the light and the smoke, what the god's smile portended? "You think not," said the king again. I saw his finger bones whiten where he held the goblet, and wondered that the thin silver did not crush. "When we last spoke together, Merlin, I asked a service of you, and I have no doubt it has been faithfully performed. I believe that service has almost reached its end. No, listen to me." This though I had not spoken, nor even taken breath to speak. He talked like a man in a corner, attacking before he's even in danger. "I don't have to remind you what I said to you before, nor do I have to ask if you obeyed me. Wherever you have kept the boy, however you have trained him, I take it he is ignorant of his birth and standing, but that he is fit to come to me and stand before all men as a prince and my heir." The blood ran fizzing hot and thin under my skin in a flush I could feel. "Are you trying to tell me that you think the time has come?" I'd forgotten to school my voice. The silver goblet went back on the table with a rap. The angry blue eyes came back to me. "A king does not try to tell his servants what they must do, Merlin." I dropped my eyes with an effort and slowly, deliberately unclenched the apprehension that gripped me, the way one levers open the jaws of a fighting dog. I felt his angry stare on me and heard the breath whistle through his pinched nostrils. Make Uther really angry, and it might take me years to fight my way back to the boy's side. I was aware in the silence that he shifted in his chair as if in sudden discomfort. In a breath or two I was able to look up and say, "Then supposing you tell me, King, whether you sent for me to discuss your health or your son. Either way, I'm still your servant." He stared at me in rigid silence, then his brows slowly cleared and his mouth relaxed into something like amusement. "Whatever you are, Merlin, you're hardly that. And you were right. I am trying to tell you something which concerns both my health and my son. By the Scorpion, why can I not find the words? I've sent for you not to demand my son of you, but to tell you that if your healing skill fails me now, he must needs be king.
You told me just now that you were healed.
I said the wound was healed. The poison has gone and the pain, but it has left a sickness behind it of a kind that Gandar cannot cure. He told me to look to you.
I remembered that Lucan had told me about the king who walked with ghosts, and I thought of some of the things I'd seen at Pergamum.
You don't look to me like a man who is mortally ill, Uther.
Are you speaking of a sickness of the mind? He didn't answer that, but when he spoke, it was not in the voice of a man changing the subject.
Since you were abroad, I've had 2 more children by the Queen. Did you know that?
I heard about the girl, Morgian, but I didn't know about this last stillbirth until today. I'm sorry.
And did this famous sight of yours tell you that there would be no more?
Suddenly he slammed the goblet down again on the table beside his chair. I saw that the silver had indeed dented under his fingers' pressure. He got to his feet with the violence of a thrown spear. I could see then that what I had taken for energy was a kind of drawn and dangerous tightness, nerves and sinews twanging like bowstrings. The hollows under his cheekbones showed sharp as if something had eaten him empty from within.
How can anyone be a king who is less than a man?
He flung this question at me and then strode across the room to the window, where he leaned his head against the stone, looking out at the morning. Now, at last, I understood what he'd been trying to tell me. He had sent for me once before to this very room to tell me how his love for Igraine, Gorlois's wife, was eating him alive. Then, as now, he had resented having to call upon my skill. Then, as now, he had shown this same feverish and tightly drawn force like a bowstring ready to snap. And the cause had been the same. Ambrosius had once said to me, if he would think with his brains instead of his body sometimes, he'd be the better for it. Until this matter of Igraine, Uther's violent sexual needs had served his ends. Not only of pleasure and bodily ease, but because his men, soldiers like himself, admired the prowess which, if not boasted of, was at any rate unconcealed. To them it was a matter for envy, amusement, and admiration. And to Uther himself, it was more than bodily satisfaction. It was an affirmation of self, a pride which was part of his own picture of himself as a leader. He still neither moved nor spoke. I said, if you find it hard to talk to me, would you rather I consulted with your other doctors first?
They don't know. Only Gandar.
Then with Gandar. But in the end he told me himself, pacing up and down the room with that quick, limping stride. I had risen when he did, but he motioned me back impatiently, so I stayed where I was, turned away from him, leaning back in my chair beside the brazier, knowing that he walked up and down the room only because he would not face me as he talked. He told me about the raid at Vagnersai, and the defending party he had led, and the sharp skirmish on the shingle. The spear thrust had taken him in the groin, not a deep wound, but a jagged one, and the blade had not been clean. He had had the cut bound up, and because it didn't trouble him overmuch, had disregarded it. On a new alarm, about a Saxon landing in the Medway, he had followed this up immediately, taking no rest until the menace was over. Riding had been uncomfortable, but not very painful, and there had been no warning until it was too late that the wound had begun to fester. In the end, even Uther had to admit that he could no longer sit his horse, and he had been carried in a litter back to London. Gandar, who had been with the troops, had been sent for, and under his care slowly the poison had dried up, and the festering scars healed. The king still limped slightly where the muscles had knitted awry, but there was no pain, and everything had seemed to be set for full recovery. The queen had been all this time at Tintagel for her lying in, and as soon as he was better himself, Uther made ready to go to her. Apparently quite recovered, he had ridden to Winchester, where he had halted his party to hold a council. Then, that night, there had been a girl. Uther stopped talking abruptly and took another turn of the room, which sent him back to the window. I wondered if he imagined I had thought him faithful to the Queen. But it had never occurred to me. Where Uther was, there had always been a girl. Yes, I said. And then at last the truth came out. There had been a girl, and Uther had taken her to bed, as he had taken so many others in passing but urgent lust. And he found himself impotent.
"Oh, yes," as I began to speak. "It has happened before, even to me. It happens to us at times, but this should not have been one of the times. I wanted her, and she was skillful, but I tell you, there was nothing. Nothing. I thought that perhaps I was weary from the journey, or that the discomfort of the saddle... It was no more than discomfort, had fretted me overmuch, so I waited there in Winchester to rest. I lay with the girl again, with her and with others. But it was no use, not with any of them."
He swung away from the window then and came back to where I sat.
"And then a messenger came from Tintagel to say that the Queen had been brought to bed early of a stillborn prince."
He was looking down at me, almost with hatred.
"That bastard you hold for me. You've always been sure, haven't you, that he would be king after me? It seems you were right. You and your damned sight. I'll get no other children now."
There was no point in commiseration, and he would not have wanted it from me. I said merely, "Gandar's skill in surgery is as great as mine. You can have no reason to doubt it. I will look at you if you wish, but I should like to talk to Gandar first."
"He has not your way with drugs. There is no man living who knows more about medicine. I want you to make me some drug that will bring life back to my loins. You can do this, surely. Every old woman swears she can concoct love potions."
"You've tried them?"
"How could I try them without telling every man in my army, yes, and every woman in London, that their king is impotent? And can you hear the songs and stories if they knew this about me?"
"You're a good king, Uther. People don't mock that. And soldiers don't mock the men who lead them to victory."
"How long can I do that, the way I am? I tell you, I'm sick in more than body. This thing eats at me. I cannot live as half a man. And as for my soldiers, how would you like to ride a gelding into battle?"
"They'd follow you even if you rode in a litter like a woman. If you were yourself, you would know that. Tell me, does the Queen know?"
"I went on from Winchester to Tintagel. I thought that, with her..."
"But..." "I see." I was matter of fact. The king had told me enough, and he was suffering. "Well, if there is a drug that will help you, be sure I shall find it. I learnt more of these things in the East. It may be that this is only a matter of time and treatment. We've seen this happen too often to think of it as the end. You may yet get another son to supplant the bastard I hold for you." He said harshly,
"You don't believe that?"
"No. I believe what the stars tell me, if I've read them rightly. But you can trust me to help you as best I can. Whatever happens, it's with the gods. Sometimes their way seems cruel. Who knows this better than you and I? But there is something else I have seen in the stars, Uther. Whoever succeeds you, it will not be yet. You'll fight and win your own battles for a few years to come." From his face, I knew then that he had feared worse things than his impotence. I saw from the lightening of his look that the cure of mind and body might well have begun. He came back to his chair, sat, and picking up the goblet, drained it and set it down.
"Well," he said, and smiled for the first time, "now I shall be the first to believe the people who say that the king's prophet never lies. I shall be glad to take your word on this. Come, fill the cups again, Merlin, and we'll talk. You'll have a lot to tell me."
"I can listen now." So we talked for a while longer. When I began to tell him what I knew of Arthur, he listened calmly and with deep attention. I realized from the way he spoke that for some time now he must, whether consciously or not, have been pinning his hopes on his eldest born. I told him where the boy was now, and to my relief, he raised no objections. Indeed, after a few questions and a pause for thought, he nodded approvingly.
Hector is a good man. I might have thought of him myself. But as you know, I was telling over the king's courts and never spared a thought for such as he. Yes, it will do. Galava is a good place and safe. And by the light himself, if the treaties I have made in the north hold good, I shall see that it remains so. And what you tell me about the boy's status there and training, It will do well. If blood and training tell, he'll be a good fighter and a man whom men can trust and follow. We must see that Hector gets the best master-at-arms in the country.
I must have made a slight movement of protest because he smiled again.
Oh, never fear. I can be secret too. After all, if he is to have the most illustrious teacher in the land, then the king must try to match him. How do you propose to get yourself up there to Galava, Merlin, without having half Britain follow you looking for magic and medicines?
I answered with something vague. My public coming to London had served its purpose. Already the buzz would have gone out that Prince Arthur was alive and thriving. As to my next disappearance, I didn't yet know how or when it must be done. I could hardly think beyond the fact that the king had accepted all my plans, and that there was no question of Arthur's being removed from my care. I suspected that, as before, it was a decision taken with relief. Once I had gone to my secret post at Galava, the king would forget me more readily than ever would the good folk at Maridunum. He was speaking of it now. Unless the need came sooner, he said, he would send for the boy when he was grown, 14 or so, and ready to lead a troop, and present him publicly, ratifying the young prince as his heir.
Providing still that I have no other,
he added with a flash of the old hard look, and dismissed me to go and talk with Gandar. Chapter 5. Gandar was waiting for me in the room which had been allotted to me. While I'd been talking with the king, my baggage had been brought from the ship and unpacked by my servant, Stilicho. I showed Gandar the drugs I had brought with me, and after we had talked the king's case over, suggested that he send an assistant to study their use and preparation with me over the next few days before I left London. If he had no one whom he could sufficiently trust to tend the king and be silent about it, I would lend him Stilicho. At his look of surprise, I explained. As I've said, Stilicho had discovered a fair talent for preparing the dried plants and roots I had brought with me from Pergamum. He couldn't read, of course, but I put signs on the jars and boxes, and to begin with allowed him to handle only the harmless ones. But he proved reliable, and oddly painstaking for so lively a boy. I've learned since that men of his race have this facility with plants and drugs, and that the little kings of that country dare not eat even an unblemished apple without a taster. I was pleased to have found a servant who could be of use to me in this way, and had taught him a good deal. I would have been sorry to leave him behind in London, so was relieved when Gandar replied that he had an assistant he could trust, who should be sent to me as soon as I was ready. I started work immediately. At my request, Stilicho had been given a small chamber to himself, with a charcoal stove and a table, and the various bowls and implements he needed. The room adjoined my own, with no door between, but I had had a double thickness of curtain hung across the doorway. Stilicho had by no means come to terms with the British summer, and kept his room at eruption point with heat. It was about 3 days before I found a formula which promised some help for the king, and sent a message to Gandar. He, gasping before he had fairly got through the curtains, came himself, but instead of the assistant I expected, he brought a girl with him, a young maiden whom I recognized after a moment as Morgause, the king's bastard daughter. She could be no more than 13 or 14, but she was tall for her age, and it was true that she was beautiful. At that age many girls only show promise of beauty. Morgause had the thing itself, and even I, who am no judge of women, could see that this might be a beauty to send men mad. Her body was slight, with a child's slenderness, but her breasts were full and pointed, and her throat round as a lily stem. Her hair was rosy gold, streaming long and unbound over the golden-green robe. The large eyes that I remembered were gold-green too, liquid and clear as a stream running over mosses, and the small mouth lifted into a smile over kitten's teeth as she dropped a deep reverence to me. "Prince Merlin." It was a demure child's voice, little more than a whisper. I saw Stilicho glance round from his work, then stand staring. I gave her my hand. "They told me you had grown into a beauty, Morgause. Some man will be fortunate. You're not contracted yet? Then all the men in London have been slow." The smile deepened, folding itself into dimples at the corner of her mouth. She didn't speak. Stilicho, catching my glance, bent over his work again, but not, I thought, with quite the concentration it required.
"Oh," said Gandar, fanning himself. I could see the sweat already beading his broad face. "Do you have to work in a tepidarium?"
"My servant comes from a more blessed corner of the earth than this. They breed salamanders in Sicily."
"More blessed, you call it? I'd die in an hour."
"I'll have him bring the things out into my chamber," I offered.
"No need for me. I'll not stay. I only came to present you my assistant who will care for the king. Aye, you may well look surprised. You'll hardly believe me, but this child here is skilled already with drugs. Seems she had a nurse in Brittany, one of their wise women, who taught her the gathering and drying and preparing. And since she came over here, she's been eager to learn more. But an army medical unit didn't seem quite the place for her."
"You surprise me," I said dryly. The girl Morgause had moved near the table where Stilicho was working and bent her graceful little head towards him. A tress of rose-gold hair brushed his hand. He labelled 2 jars at random, both wrongly, before he recovered himself and reached for a knife to melt the seals again.
"So," said Gandar, "when she heard the king needed drugs, she asked to look after them. She's practised enough, no fear of that, and the king has consented. For all she's young, she knows how to keep her counsel, and who better to care for him and keep his secrets than his own daughter?"
It was a good idea, and I said so. Gandar himself, though nominally the king's chief physician, had charge of the army medical teams. Until this recent wounding, the king had hardly needed his personal care, and in any action or threat of it, Gandar's place would be with the army. In Uther's present predicament, his own daughter, so fortunately skilled, would answer very well. "She's more than welcome to learn all she can here." I turned to the girl. "Morgause, I've distilled a drug which I think will help the king. I've copied out the formula for you here. Can you make it out?" "Good. Stilicho has the ingredients, if he'll take time to label them correctly. Now I'll leave him to show you how to compound the medicine. If you give him half an hour to get his apparatus out of this steam bath—" "No need for me," she said in a demure echo of Gandar. "I like the heat."
"Then I'll leave you," said Gandar with relief. "Merlin, will you come and sup with me tonight, or are you with the king?"
I followed him out into the cool airiness of my own room. From beyond the curtain came the murmur, hesitant with shyness, of the servant's voice, and an occasional soft question from the girl.
"It'll be all right, you'll see," said Gandar. "No need to look so doubtful."
Was I? Not about the medicine, at any rate. And I'll take your word for the girl's skill.
"In any case, you'll surely stay a little while and see how she does."
"Certainly. I don't want to be too long in London, but I can give it a few days. You'll be here yourself?"
"Yes, but there's been such a marked change in him, even in this last 3 days since you came, that I can't see he'll need me in attendance much longer."
"Let's hope it continues," I said. "To tell you the truth, I'm not much troubled. Certainly not for his general health. And as for the impotence, if he gets ease and sleep, his mind may stop tormenting his body and the condition may right itself. This seems to be happening already. You know how these things go."
"Oh, aye, he'll mend."
He glanced towards the curtained door and dropped his voice.
"As far as need be. And as to whether we can get the stallion back to the stand again, I can't see that it matters, now that we know there's a prince safe and growing and likely for the crown. We'll get him out of his distemper, and if by God's grace and the drugs you brought he lives to fight and stays king of the pack—"
"He'll do that."
"Well,"
he said, and let it go. I may say here that the king did in fact mend rapidly. The limp disappeared, he slept well and put on flesh. And I learned some time later from one of his chamberers that although the king was never again the bull of Mithras that his soldiers had laughed over and admired, and though he fathered no more children, he took certain satisfactions in his bed, and the unpredictable violences of his temper declined. As a soldier, he was soon again the single-minded warrior who had inspired his troops and led them to victory. When Gandar had gone, I went back into the boys' room to find Morgause slowly conning over the paper I had given her, while Stilicho showed her one by one the simples for distillation, the powders for sleeping draughts, the oils for massage of the pulled muscles. Neither of them saw me come in, so I watched for a few minutes in silence. I could see that Morgause missed nothing, and that though the boys still watched her sideways and tended to shy from her beauty like a colt from fire, She seemed as oblivious of his sex as a princess should be of a slave. The heat of the room was making my head ache. I crossed quickly to the table. Stilicho's monologue stopped short, and the girl looked up and smiled. I said, "You understand it all? Good. I'll leave you now with Stilicho. If there's anything you want to know that he can't tell you, send for me." I turned then to give instructions to the boy, but to my surprise, Morgause made a quick movement towards me, laying a hand on my sleeve. "Prince." "Morgause?" "Must you really go? I thought you would teach me, you yourself. I want so much to learn from you." "Stilicho can teach you all you need to know about the drugs the king will want. If you wish, I will show you how to help him over the pain of the tightened muscles. But I should have thought his bath slave would do that better." "Oh, yes, I know. I wasn't thinking of things like that. It's easy enough to learn what is needed for the king's care. I had hoped for more. When I asked Gandar to bring me to you, I had hoped—" The sentence died and she drooped her head. The rose-gold hair fell in a gleaming curtain to hide her face. Through it, as through rain, I saw her eyes watching me, thoughtful, meek, childlike. "You had hoped?" I doubt if even Stilicho, 4 paces away, heard the whisper. "That you might teach me a little of your art, my Lord Prince." Her eyes appealed to me, half hopeful and half afraid, like a bitch expecting to be whipped. I smiled at her, but I knew my manner was stiff and my voice over-formal. I can face an armed enemy more easily than a young girl pleading like this, with a pretty hand on my sleeve and her scent sweet on the hot air like fruit in a sunny orchard. Strawberries, was it? Or apricots? I said quickly, "Morgause, I've no art to teach you that you cannot learn as easily from books. You read, don't you?" "Yes, of course you do." "You read the formula. Then learn from Hippocrates and Galen. Let them be your masters. They were mine." "Prince Merlin in the arts I speak of. You have no master." The heat of the room was overpowering. My head hurt me. I must have been frowning, because she came close with a gentle, dipping movement, like a bird nestling, and said rapidly, pleadingly, "Don't be angry with me. I've waited so long, and I was so sure that the chance had come. My lord, all my life I've heard people speak of you. My nurse in Brittany, she told me how she used to see you walking through the woods and by the seashore, gathering the cresses and roots and the white berries of the thunderbough, and how sometimes you went with no more sound than a ghost, and no shadow even on a sunny day. She was telling stories to frighten you. I am a man like other men." "Do other men talk of the stars as if they were friends in a familiar room? Or move the standing stones? Or follow the druids into Nemet and not die under the knife?" "I did not die under the druid's knife because the arch-druid was afraid of my father," I said bluntly. "And when I was in Brittany I was hardly a man, and certainly not a magician. I was a boy then, learning my trades as you are learning yours. I was barely 17 when I left there." She seemed hardly to have heard. I noticed how still she was, the long eyes shadowed under the curtaining hair, the narrow white hands folded below her breast against the green gown. She said, "But you are a man now, my lord, and can you deny that you have worked magic here in Britain? Since I've been here with my father the king, I have heard you spoken of as the greatest enchanter in the world. I've seen the hanging stones which you lifted and set in their place, and I've heard how you foretold Pendragon's victories and brought the star to Tintagel, and made the king's son vanish away to the isle of High Brazil." "So you heard that here too, did you?" I tried for a lighter tone. "You'd better stop, Morgause. You're scaring my servant, and I don't want him running off. He's too useful." "Don't laugh at me, my lord. Do you deny that you have the arts?" "No, I don't deny it. But I couldn't teach you the things you want to know. Certain kinds of magic you can learn from any adept, but the arts which are mine are not mine to give away. I couldn't teach them to you, even if you were old enough to understand them." "I could understand them now. I already have magic."
Such magic as young maids can learn, no more. I want to follow you and learn from you. My Lord Merlin, teach me how to find power like yours. I've told you it isn't possible. You'll have to take my word for that. You're too young. I'm sorry, child. I think that for power like mine you will always be too young. I doubt if any woman could go where I go and see what I see. It is not an easy art. The God I serve is a hard master. What God? I only know men. Then learn from men. What I have of power I cannot teach you. I've told you it is not my gift. She watched me without comprehension. She was too young to understand. The light from the stove glimmered on the lovely hair, the wide, clever brows, the full breasts, the small, childish hands. I remembered that Uther had offered her to Lot, and that Lot had rejected her in favour of the young half-sister. I wondered if Morgause knew, and compassionately, what would become of her. I said gently, "It's true, Morgause. He only lends his power for his own ends. When they're achieved, who knows? If he wants you, he will take you. But don't walk into the flames, child. Content yourself with such magic as young maids can use." She began to speak, but we were interrupted. Stilicho had been heating something in a bowl over the burner, and was no doubt so busy straining to hear what was being said that he let the bowl tilt, and some of the liquid spilled onto the flames. There was a hiss and a spitting, and a cloud of herb-smelling steam billowed thick between me and the girl, obscuring her. Through it I saw her hands, those still hands, moving quickly to fan the pungent mist away from her eyes. My own were watering. Vision blurred and glittered. The pain in my head blinded me. The movement of the small white hands through the steam was weaving a pattern like a spell. The bats went past me in a cloud. Somewhere near me the strings of my harp whimpered. The room shrank round me, chilled to a globe of crystal. A tomb. "I'm sorry, Master. Master! Are you ill? Master!" I shook myself awake. My vision cleared. The steam had thinned, and the last of it was wisping away through the window. The girl's hands were still again, folded as before. She had shaken her hair back and was watching me curiously. Stilicho had lifted the bowl from the burner and peered at me across it, anxious and scared. "Master, it's one you mix yourself. You said there was no harm in it." "No harm at all. But another time, watch what you're doing." I looked down at the girl. "I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?" "It's nothing, a headache. I get them sometimes. Sudden and soon gone. Now I must go. I leave London at the end of the week. If you need my help before then, send to me, and I shall be glad to come." I smiled and reached out a hand to touch her hair. "No, don't look so downcast, child. It's a hard gift to have, and not for young maids." She curtsied to me again as I went out, the small, lovely face hidden once more behind the curtaining hair.
Chapter 6. I think this was the only time in my life that I saw Bryn Mawthyr not as the home I was eager to reach, but as a mere halting place on a journey. And once I had arrived in Marydunum, instead of welcoming the familiar quiet of the valley, the company of my books, the time to think and to work with my music and my medicines, I found myself fretting to be away, all my being straining northwards to where the boy lived who was to be my life from this time on. All I knew of him, apart from the cryptic reassurances which had come to me through Hoel and Hector, was that he was healthy and strong, though smaller for his age than Kay, Hector's own son, had been. Kay was 11 years old now, to Arthur's 8, and as familiar to my visions as the young prince. I'd watched Arthur scuffling with the elder boy, riding a horse that to my coward's eye looked far too big for him, playing at swordsmanship with staves and then with swords. I suppose these must have been blunted, but all I saw was the dangerous flash of the metal. And here, though Kay had the strength and the longer reach, I could see that Arthur was quick as a sword himself. I watched the pair of them fishing, climbing, racing through the edge of the wild forest in a vain bid to escape Ralph, who, with the help of Ector's two most trusted men, rode guard on Arthur at all times, day or night. All this I watched in the fire, in the smoke, or the stars. And once, where there were none of these and the message was straining to be through, in the side of a precious crystal goblet which Adjan was displaying to me in his palace by the Golden Horn. He must have wondered at my sudden inattention, but probably put it down to indigestion after one of his lavish meals, which to an Eastern host is rather a compliment than otherwise. I could not even be sure that I should recognize Arthur when I saw him, nor could I tell what kind of boy he had grown to be. Daring, I could see, and gaiety and stubborn strength, but of his real nature I could be no judge. Visions may fill the mind's eye, but it takes blood to engage the heart. I'd not even heard him speak, nor had I as yet any clear idea how to enter his life when I did reach the North Country. But every night of my journey from London to Bryn Merlin, I walked outside under the stars, searching for what they had to tell me, and always the bear hung there straight ahead of me, glittering, speaking of the dark north and cool skies and the smell of pines and mountain water. Stilicho's reaction when he saw the cave where I lived was not what I expected. When I'd left home to go on my travels, since I was to be away for so long, I had hired help to look after the place for me. I'd left money with the miller on the Towey, asking him to send one of his servants up from time to time. It was apparent that this had been done, for the place was clean, dry, and well provisioned. There was even fresh bedding for the horses, and we had barely dismounted before the girl from the mill came panting after us up the track with goat's milk and fresh bread and 5 or 6 newly caught trout. I thanked her, and then, because I would not let Stilicho clean the fish at the holy well, asked her to show him where the runaway water trickled down below the cliff. While I checked my sealed jars and bottles, making sure that the lock on my chest was untouched, and that the books and instruments within were undamaged, I could hear the 2 young voices outside still clacking as busily as the mill wheel, with a good deal of laughter as each tried to make the other understand the foreign tongue. When at length the girl went away and the boy came in with the fish neatly gutted and split ready for roasting, he seemed happily prepared to find the place as convenient and comfortable as any of the houses we had stayed in on my travels. At first I put this down in some amusement to the compensation he had just discovered, but I found later that he had in fact been born and reared in just such a cave in his own country, where people of the lower sort are so poor that the owners of a well-placed and dry cavern count themselves lucky, and often have to fight like foxes to keep their den to themselves. Stilicho's father, who had sold him with rather less thought than one would give to an unwanted puppy, had been well able to spare him out of a family of 13. His room in the cave had been more valuable than his presence. As a slave, his quarters had been in the stables, or more usually out in the yard, and even since he had been in my service, I was aware that I had lodged in places where the grooms were worse housed than the horses. The chamber he had occupied in London was the first he had ever had to himself. To him, my cave on Bryn Merlin was spacious and even luxurious, and now it promised further pleasures, which did not often come the way of a young slave in the sharp competition of the servants' quarters. So he settled in cheerfully, and word soon got round that the enchanter was back in his hill, and the folk came for drugs, and paid as they had always done with food and comforts. The miller's girl, whose name was Mai, seized every opportunity to come up the valley with food from the mill, and sometimes with the people's offerings which she brought for them. Stilicho, in his turn, made a practice of calling at the mill every time he went down to the town for me, and before very long it appeared that Mai had made him welcome in every way known to her. One night, when I could not sleep, I went out onto the lawn beside the holy well to look at the stars, and heard in the night's quiet the horses moving and stamping restlessly in their shed below the cliff. It was a night bright with stars and a white scythe of a moon, so I didn't need a torch, but called softly to Stilicho to follow me, and trod quickly down to the thorn grove to find out what was disturbing the beasts. It was only when I saw through the half-open door the 2 young bodies coupling in the straw that I realized Stilicho was there before me. I withdrew without being seen, and went back to my own bed to think. A few days later, when I talked to the boy and told him that I planned to go north soon, but wanted no one to know of it, so would leave him behind to cover my retreat, he was enthusiastic and fervent in protestations of faithfulness and secrecy. I was sure I could trust him. Another gift he had, besides his facility with drugs, he was a marvellous liar. I'm told that this too is a gift of his people. My only fear was that he might lie too well, like his horse-trading father, and cheat himself and me into trouble. But it was a risk I had to take, and I judged him too loyal to me and too happy in his life at Bryn Merlin to put it at risk. When he asked, trying not to sound too eager, when I would be gone, I could only tell him that I was waiting for a time and a sign. As always, he accepted what I said, simply and without question. He would as soon have questioned a priestess mouthing in her shrine. They hold the old religion in Sicily. Or Hephaestus himself, when he breathed flame from the mountains. I had found that he believed every tale the people told of me, and would have shown no surprise if I had vanished in a puff of smoke, or conjured gold from thin air. I suspected that, like Gaius, he made the most of his status as my servant. Certainly Mai was terrified of me, and would not be persuaded to set foot beyond the thorn grove, which was just as well for the plans I had in mind. It was no magic sign that I was waiting for. If I had been certain it was safe, I would have set off for the north soon after I'd reached home from London. But I knew that I would be watched. Uther would almost certainly continue to have me spied upon. There was no danger in this, not, that is, from the king. But if one man can buy a spy's loyalty, so can another. And there must be many others who, even only for curiosity, would be watching me. So I curbed my impatience, stayed where I was, and went about my business, waiting for the watchers to show themselves. One day I sent Stilicho down with the horses to the forge at the edge of the town. Both animals had been shod for the journey from London, and though normally the shoes would have been removed before winter, I wanted my own mare left shod in preparation for my journey. Her girth buckles, too, were in need of repair, so Stilicho had ridden down and was to do some errands in the town, while the smith looked after the animals. It was a day of frost, dry and still, but with the kind of thick sky that cuts the rays from the sun and lets it hang red and cold and low. I went over the hilltop to the hut of Abba the shepherd. His son, Ban the simpleton, had cut his hand a few days ago on a stake, and the wound had festered. I had cut the swelling and bound it with salve, but I knew that Ban could be trusted no more than a bandaged dog, and would worry the thing off if it hurt him. I need not have troubled. The bandage was still in place, and the wound healing fast and neatly. Ban, I had noticed this with simple folk, mended like a child or a wild animal, which was just as well, since he was one of those men who can hardly pass a week without injuring themselves in some way. After I had tended the hand, I stayed. The hut was in a sheltered part of the valley, and Abba's sheep were all in fold. As sometimes happens, there were early lambs due, though it was only December. I stayed to help Abba with a hard lambing where the simpleton's hand would not have served him. By the time the twin lambs were curled, dry and sleeping on Ban's knee near the fire, with the ewe watching nearby, the short winter's day had drawn to a red dusk. I took my leave and walked home over the hilltop. The way took me across my own valley higher up, and it was dark when I reached the pine wood above the cave. The sky had cleared. The night was still and brightly starred, with a blurred moon throwing blue shadows on the frost. And shadows I saw, moving. I stopped dead and stood to watch. 4 men on the flat lawn outside my cave. From the thorn thicket below the cliff came the movement and clink of their tethered horses. I could hear the mutter of the men's voices as they huddled together conferring. 2 of them had swords in their hands. Every moment the moonlight strengthened, and fresh stars showered out into the frosty sky. Far away at the foot of the valley I heard the bark of a dog. Then, faintly, the clip of hoofs coming at a gentle pace. The intruders below me heard it too. One of them gave a low command, and the group turned and made at speed for the path which would take them down to the grove. They had barely reached the head of the path when I spoke from directly above them. "Gentlemen?" You would have thought I'd fallen straight from heaven in a chariot of flame. I suppose it was alarming enough to be addressed out of the dark by a man they thought they had just heard riding up the valley some half-mile away. Besides, any man who sets out to spy on a magician starts more than half terrified, and ready to believe any marvel. One of them cried out in fear, and I heard a stifled oath from the leader. In the starlight, their faces upturned, looked grey as the frost. I said, "I am Merlin. What do you want with me?" There was a silence in which the hoof-beats came nearer, quickening as the horses scented home and supper. I caught a movement below me as if they were half-minded to turn and run. Then the leader cleared his throat. "We come from the king." "Then put up your foolish swords. I will come down." When I reached them, I saw they had obeyed me, but their hands hovered not far from their weapons, and they huddled close together. "Which of you is the leader?" The biggest of them stepped forward. He was civil, but with truculence behind it. He had not relished that moment of fear. "We were waiting for you, Prince. We bring messages from the king." "With swords drawn? Well, you are only 4-1 after all." "Against enchantment," said the man, nettled. I smiled. "You should have known that my enchantment would never work against king's men. You could have been sure of your welcome." I paused. Their feet shuffled in the frost. One of them muttered something, half curse, half invocation, in his own dialect. I said, "Well, this is hardly the place to talk. My home is open to all comers, as you see. Why did you not kindle a fire and light the lamps and wait for me in comfort?" More shuffling. They exchanged glances. No one answered. Clearly, where we stood, the scuffled frost showed their tracks up to the cave mouth. So they had been inside. "Well," I said, "be welcome now." I crossed to the holy well where the wooden image of the god stood, barely visible in its dark niche. I lifted down the cup, poured for him, and drank. I invited the leader with a gesture. He hesitated, then shook his head. "I am a Christian. What god is that?" "Merlin," I said, "the god of high places. This was his hill before it was mine. He lends it to me, but he watches it still." I saw the movement I had been waiting for among the men. Hands were behind backs as they made the sign against enchantment. One of them, then another, came forward to take the cup, drink, and spill for the gods. I nodded at them. It doesn't do to forget that the old gods still watch from the air and wait in the hollow hills. How else did I know you were here? You knew? How not? Come in. I turned to the cave mouth, holding back the boughs that half-screened the entrance. None of them moved except the leader, and he took one step only, then hesitated. "What's the matter?" I asked him. "The cave is empty, isn't it? Or isn't it? Did you find something amiss when you went in that you were afraid to tell me?" "There was nothing amiss," said the leader. "We didn't go in. That is, he cleared his throat and tried again. "Yes, we went inside only a pace over the threshold, but—" He stopped. There was muttering and more glances, and I heard, "Go on, tell him, Krynas." Krynas started again. "The truth is, sir—" His story was a long time coming, with many hesitations and promptings, but I got it in the end, still waiting in the cave mouth with the troopers standing round in a half-circle like wary cattle. It seemed they had come to Marijoonam a day or so before, waiting their chance to ride up to the cave unobserved. They had had orders not to approach me openly for fear that other watchers, whose presence the king suspected, might waylay them and take from them any message I might put into their hands. "Yes?" The man cleared his throat. "This morning," he said, "they had seen my mare tethered outside the smithy, saddled and shod. When they asked the smith where I was, he told them nothing, leaving them to assume that I was somewhere in the town with business to pursue that would keep me until the mare was ready." They had imagined that whoever else was watching me would be staying near me in the town, so had seized the chance and ridden up to the cave. Another pause. They could see nothing in the darkness, but I could feel they were straining to guess my reactions to their story. I said nothing, and the man swallowed and ploughed on. The next part of the story had at least a ring of truth. During their wait in Marydunum, they had asked, among other idle-sounding questions, the way to the cave. Be sure they'd been told, with nothing spared, about the holiness of the place and the power and awesomeness of its owner. The people of the valley were very proud of their enchanter, and my deeds would lose nothing in the telling. So the men had ridden up the valley half afraid already. They'd found, as they expected, a deserted cave. The frost outside held the lawn blank and printless. All that had met them was the silence of the winter hills, broken only by the trickle of the spring. They'd lit a torch and peered in through the entrance. The cave was orderly but empty, and the ashes were cold. "Well?" I asked as Krynas stopped. "We knew you were not there, sir, but there was a feeling about the place. When we called out, there was no reply. But then we heard something rustling in the dark. It seemed to come from the inner cave, where the bed is, with the lamp beside it." "Did you go in?" "No, sir." "Or touch anything?" "No, sir," he said quickly. We didn't dare." "It's just as well," I said. "And then?" "We looked all about us, but there was no one. But all the time that sound. We began to be afraid. There had been stories. One of the men said you might be there watching, invisible. Well, I told him not to be a fool, but indeed, there was a feeling." "Of eyes in one's back?" "Of course there was." "Go on." He swallowed. "We shouted again, and then they came down out of the roof. The bats, like a cloud." We were interrupted then. Stilicho had reached the grove and seen the troopers' horses tied there. I heard the shed door slam shut on our horses. Then the boy came racing up the twisting pathway and across the flat grass, dagger in hand. He was shouting something. Moonlight caught the blade of the long knife, held low and level, ready to stab. Metal rasped as the men whirled to defend themselves. I took 2 swift strides forward, pushing them aside, and bore down hard on the boy's knife hand, bringing him up short. "No need. They're King's men. Put up." Then, as the others put their weapons back, "Were you followed, Stilicho?" He shook his head. He was trembling. A slave is not trained to arms like a free man's son. Indeed, it was only since we had come to Bryn Merlin that I'd let him carry a knife at all. I let him go and turned back to Krynas. "You were telling me about the bats." "It sounds to me as if you'd let the stories trouble you overmuch, Krynas. If you disturbed the bats, they might certainly alarm you for a moment. But they are only bats." "But that was not all, my lord. The bats came down, yes, out of the roof, somewhere in the dark, and went past us into the air. It was like a plume of smoke, and the air stank. But after they'd gone by us, we heard another sound. It was music." Stilicho, standing close to me, stared from them to me, wide-eyed in the dusk. I saw they were making the sign again. "Music all around us," said the man, "soft like whispering, running round and round the wall of the cave in an echo. Well, I'm not ashamed, my lord. We came out of that cave and we didn't dare go in again. We waited for you outside." "With swords drawn against enchantment?" "I see. Well, there is no need to wait longer in the cold. Will you not come in now? I assure you that you will not be harmed, so long as you do not raise a hand against me or my servant. Stilicho, go in and kindle a fire. Now, gentlemen. No, don't try to go. Remember, you have not yet given me the king's message." Finally, between threats and reassurance, they came in, treading very softly indeed, and not speaking above a whisper. The leader consented to sit with me, but none of the others would come in as far, preferring to sit between the fire and the mouth of the cave. Stilicho hurried to warm wine with spices and hand it round. Now that they were in the light, I could see that they were not dressed in the uniform of the king's regular troops. There was neither badge nor blazon to be seen. They might be taken for the armed troops of any petty leader.
They certainly carried themselves like soldiers, and though they paid Krynos no obvious deference, it was apparent that there was some difference of rank between them. I surveyed them. The leader sat stolidly, but the others fidgeted under my gaze, and I saw one of them, a thin, smallish man with black hair and a pale face, still surreptitiously making the sign. At length I spoke. "You have come, you tell me, with messages from the king. Did he charge you with a letter?" Krynos answered me. He was a big man, reddish, fair, with light eyes, some Saxon blood, perhaps, though there are red Celts as fair as this.
"No, sir, only to convey his greetings and ask after his son's welfare."
"Why?" He repeated my question in apparent surprise.
"Why, my lord?"
"Yes, why? I've been gone from the court 4 months. In that time the king has had reports. Why should he send you now, and to me? He knows the child is not here. It seems obvious." I lingered on the word, looking from one to the other of the armed men. That he could not be safe here. The king also knew that I would wait at Bryn Mervyn for a while before I left to join Prince Arthur. I expect to be spied on, but I find it hard to believe that he sent you with such a message. The 3 beyond the fire looked at one another. A broad fellow with a red pimpled face shifted his sword belt forward nervously, his hand playing unthinkingly with the hilt. I saw Stilicio's eyes on him. Then he moved round with the wine jug to stand nearby. Krynos held my eyes for a moment in silence, then nodded.
"Well, sir, all right. You've smoked us out. I didn't hope to get away with a thin tale like that, not with you. It was all I could think of at a jump, when you surprised us like that."
"Very well. You are spies. I still want to know why." He lifted his broad shoulders.
"You know, sir, who better what kings are. It wasn't for us to question when we were told to come here and look the place over without letting you see us."
Behind him the others nodded, agreeing anxiously.
"And we did no harm, my lord. We never came into the cave, that much was true."
"No, and you told me why not." He turned up a hand.
"Well, sir, I don't say but you do right to be angry. I'm sorry, this isn't our normal business, as you'll guess, but orders are orders."
"What were you ordered to find out?"
"Well, nothing special, just ask around and take a look at the place and find out when you were going."
A quick look sideways to see how I was taking it.
"It was my understanding that there was a lot you hadn't told the king, and he wanted to find out. Did you know he had you followed from the minute you left London?"
Another grain of truth. "I guessed it," I said.
"Well, there you are."
He managed to say it as if it explained everything.
"It's a way kings have, trusting nobody and wanting to know everything. But it's my belief, if you'll excuse me for saying it, my lord."
"Go on."
"But I think the king didn't believe what you told him about where you were keeping the young prince. Maybe he thought you'd shift him and keep him hidden like before. So he sent us on the quiet, hoping we'd find some clue."
"Perhaps. Wanting knowledge is a disease of kings. And speaking of that, is there any worsening of the king's health which might have made him suddenly anxious for news?" I saw as clearly as if he had said it, that he wished he had thought of this himself. He hesitated, and then decided that, where it could be told, the truth was safer.
"Well, as to that, my lord, we've no information. And I've not seen him myself lately, but they say the sickness has passed and he's back in the field."
This tallied with what I had been told. I said nothing for a while, but watched them thoughtfully. Krynos drank with an assumption of ease, but his eyes on me were wary. At length I said, "Well, you've done as you were bidden, and found out what the king wanted. I'm still here, and the child is not. The king must trust me for the rest. As for when I'm going, I will tell him in my own good time." Krynos cleared his throat.
"That's an answer we'd sooner not take, sir."
His voice came over loud like a braggart's, but he was not bluffing. The others shared his fear, but without his measure of courage, though this was no comfort to me. I knew that frightened men are dangerous. One of the troopers, the small fellow with black eyes shifting in a face pale with nerves, leaned forward and plucked at his leader's sleeve. I caught the mutter of, "Let her go. Don't forget who he is. Quite enough now. Make him angry." I said crisply, "I'm not angry. You are doing your duty, and it is not your fault if the king trusts no one, but must have each story ratified twice over. You may tell him this." I paused as if for thought and saw them craning. "That his son is where I told him, safe and thriving, and that I am only waiting for good weather to make the voyage." "Voyage?" Krynas asked sharply. I lifted my brows. "Come now, I thought all the world knew where Arthur was. In any case, the king will understand." One of the men said hoarsely, Yes, we knew, but it was only a whisper. Then it's true about the island." "Quite true." "High Brazil?" asked Krynas. "That's a myth, my lord, saving your presence." "Did I give it a name? I'm not responsible for the whispers. The place has many names, and enough stories are told about it to fill the 9 books of magic. And every man who sees it sees something different. When I took Arthur there..." I paused to drink, as a singer wets his throat before touching the chords. The 3 in front of me were all attention now. I didn't look at Krynas, but spoke past him, giving my voice the tale-teller's extra pitch and resonance. "You all know that the child was handed to me 3 nights after he was born. I took him to a safe place. Then, when the time was right and the world quiet, I carried him westward to a coast I know. There, below the cliffs, is a bay of sand where the rocks stand up like the fangs of wolves, and no boat or swimmer can live when the tide is breaking round them. To right and left of the bay, the sea has driven arches through the cliff. The rocks are purple and rose-coloured and pale as turquoise in the sun. And on a summer's evening, when the tide is low and the sun is sinking, men see on the horizon land that comes and goes with the light. It is the summer isle, which, they say, floats and sinks at the will of heaven, the island of glass, through which the clouds and stars can be seen, but which, for those who dwell there, is full of trees and grass and springs of sweet water." The pale-faced man was straining forward open-mouthed, and I saw the shoulders of another shift under his woolen cloak, as if with cold. Stilicho's eyes were like shield bosses. "It is the Isle of Maidens, where kings are carried at their endings. And there will come a day..." "My lord, I've seen it myself." That the pale man should interrupt a prophet apparently on the point of prophecy showed a nerve scraped raw. "I've seen it myself. When I was a boy I saw it, clear as the Cassiterides on a fair day after rain. But it seemed an empty land." "It is not empty. And it is not only there when men like you can see it. It can be found even in winter for those who know how to find it. But there are not many who can travel to it and then return." Krynas had listened without moving, his face expressionless. "Then he's on Cornish land. You know it too." There was no hint of mockery in my voice, but he said with a snap, "I do not," and set down his empty cup and made ready to rise. I saw his hand go to his sword belt. "Is this the message we have to take back to the king?" At a movement of his head, the others rose with him. Stilicho set the wine-jug down with a clatter, but I shook my head at him and laughed. "It would go hard with you, I think, if that were all. And hard with me to have fresh spies set on me. For all our sakes, I'll set his mind at rest. Will you bear a letter back to London for me?" Krynas stood still a moment, his eyes fast on mine. Then he relaxed, his thumb hooking harmlessly in his belt. When I heard his breath of relief, I knew how near he had been to questioning me further in the only way he knew. "Willingly, sir." "Then wait a while longer. Sit down again. Fill their cups, Stilicho." The letter to Uther was brief. I began by asking after his health, then wrote that, according to my private sources of information, the prince was well.
As soon as the spring came, I told him I intended to travel and see the boy myself. Meantime, I would watch him in my own way and send the king all the news there was. After I'd sealed the message, I took it back into the outer cave. The men had been talking quietly among themselves in undertones, while Stilicho hovered with the wine jug. They broke off as I came in and got to their feet. I handed the letter to Krynas. "Anything else I have to say is in that letter. He will be satisfied," I added, "even if your mission did not work out precisely to orders. You have nothing to fear from the king. Leave me now, and the god of going watch you on your way." They went at last, perhaps not so grateful as they might have been for my parting invocation. As they hurried out across the frost, I saw the quick sidelong glances into the shadows, and the hunching of cloaks close round their shoulders, as if the night were breathing on their backs. As they passed the holy well, every one of them made a sign. And I do not think that the last, Krynas's, was the sign of the cross. Chapter 7. The sound of their horses' hoofs dwindled down the valley track. Stilicho came racing back from the cliff above the grove. "They've all gone." His eyes were wide, dilated not only with the frosty dark. "My lord, I thought they were going to kill you." It was possible. They were brave men, and they were frightened. It's a risky combination, especially as one of them was a Christian. He was on to that as quickly as a house dog onto a rat. "Meaning he didn't believe you." "Meaning just that. He was sure he didn't believe me, but he wouldn't have staked anything on its being a lie. Now, find me some food, Stilicho, will you? It doesn't matter what, but hurry, and put together what you can for a journey. I'll see to my clothes myself. Is the mare ready?" "Why, yes, lord, but you're going tonight?" "As soon as I can. This is the chance I've been waiting for. They've shown themselves, and by the time they find that the trail I gave them is false, I shall be gone, vanished, to the island beyond the west. Now, you know what to do. We've talked of it many times." This was true. We had planned that when I went, Stilicho would remain at Bryn Merlin, fetching and carrying supplies as usual, keeping up for as long as he could the illusion that I was still at home. I'd built up a store of medicines, and for some time now had let him compound the simpler ones himself and dispense them to the poor folk who came up the valley. So they would not suffer by my absence, and it would be a little time before anyone would raise a question. We might not gain much time in this way, but I should gain enough. Once I was across the nearer hills and had reached the valley tracks in the forest, I would be hard indeed to follow. So now Stilicho merely nodded, and ran to do as I bade him. In a very short time food was ready, and while I ate, he packed together what I would need for the journey. I could see he was bursting with questions, so I let him talk. I could talk to him haltingly in his own tongue, but mainly he got along with his fluent but heavily accented Latin. Since we had left Constantinopolis, most of his natural lively spirits had flowed in my direction. He had to talk to someone, and it would have been cruelty to insist on the silent respect which Gaius had tried to instill. Besides, this is not my way. So, as he hurried about his tasks, the questions came eagerly. "My lord, if that man Krynas didn't really believe in the Isle of Glass, and he had to have the information about the prince, why did he go away?" "To read my letter. He thinks the truth will be in that." His eyes widened. "But he'll never dare open a letter to the king? Did you write the truth in it?" I raised my brows at him. "The truth? Don't you believe in the Isle of Glass either?" "Oh, yes, everyone knows about that." He was solemn. "Even in Sicily we know of the invisible island beyond the west. But that's not where you're going now. I'd stake anything on that." "Why so sure?" He gave me a limpid look. "You, lord, across the Western Sea, in winter, I'll believe anything but not that. If you could use magic instead of a ship, we'd have journeyed more easily in the Middle Sea. Do you remember the storm of Pylos?" I laughed. "With no magic but mandragora. Too well I remember it. No, Stilicho, I gave nothing away in the letter. That letter will never get to the king. They weren't king's men." "Not king's men?
He paused, open-mouthed, to stare, then remembered himself and stooped again over the saddlebag he was packing. "How do you know? Do you know them?" "No. But Uther doesn't use troops to spy. How could he hope to keep them secret? These are troops, sent, as Crinas told me, to ask questions in the market and the taverns in Maridunum, and then to search this place while we were out of it, and find, if not the prince, some clue to him. They weren't even spies. What spy would dare go back to his master and say he'd been discovered, but had been given a letter to carry for his victim with the information in it? I tried to make it easy for them, and it's possible they think they deceived me, but in any case, they had to take the chance and get their hands on the letter. I give Crinas best. He's a quick thinker. When I caught them at it, he did well enough. It wasn't his fault that the other man gave him away." "What do you mean, Lord?" "The small man with the pale face. I heard him say something in his own tongue. I doubt if Crinas heard it. He was speaking in Cornish. So later I spoke of the Isle of Glass, and described the bay, and he knew of that too, and the Cassiterides. They're islands off the Cornish coast, ones in which even Crinas must believe." "Cornish?" asked the boy, trying the word. "From Cornwall, in the southwest." "Queen's men, then?" Stilicho had not spent all his time in London in the still room with Morgause. He listened almost as much as he talked, and had regaled me continually since we left Uther's court with what they were saying about every subject under the sun. "They said she was still in the southwest after the lying in." "That's true. And she might use Cornishmen for secret work, but I think not. Neither the king nor the queen keep Cornish troops close to them these days." "There are Cornish troops at Caerleon. I heard it in the town." I looked up sharply. "Are there indeed? Under whom?" "I didn't hear. I could find out." He was looking at me eagerly, but I shook my head. "No, the less you know about it, the better. Leave it now. They'll stop watching me for the length of time it takes to read that letter, and by the time they find someone who can read Greek—" "Greek?" "The king has a Greek secretary," I said blandly. I didn't see why I should make it easy, and I doubt if they know I suspect them. They'll be in no hurry. Besides, I put something in the letter to make them think I would stay here until spring." "Will they come back?" "I doubt it. What are they to do, come back to tell me they read the king's letter and are not king's men? As long as they think I'm here, they'll be afraid to do that in case I report to the king. They dare not kill me, and they dare not let me find out who they are. Oh, they'll keep away. As it is, the next time you go into Maridunum, see that a message is sent to the garrison commander to watch for these Cornishmen, and tell him to report what has happened to the king. I'll send a message to the king myself. We may as well use his spies to guard us from the others." There, I've finished. You've packed the food? Fill the flask now, will you? Meanwhile, if anyone does come up here, what's your story? "That you have been out daily on the hillside, and that you went last towards Abbas Valley, and that I think you must be staying to help him with the sheep." He looked up doubtfully. "They won't believe me." "Why not? You're an accomplished liar. Be careful, you're spilling that wine." "A prince help with the sheep? It's not very likely." "I've done stranger things," I said. "They'll believe you. In any case, it's true. Where do you think I got the bloodstains on my old cloak today?" "Killing someone, I thought." He was quite serious. I laughed. "That doesn't happen often, and usually by mistake." He shook his head in unbelief and stoppered the wine. "If those men had drawn swords on you, my lord, would you have stopped them with magic?" "I hardly needed magic with your dagger so ready. I haven't thanked you yet for your courage, Stilicho. It was well done." He looked surprised. "You're my master." "I bought you for money and gave you back the freedom you were born with. What sort of a debt is that?" He merely looked without understanding, and presently said, "There, all's ready, lord. You will want your thick boots and the sheepskin cloak. Shall I get Strawberry ready while you dress?" "In a moment," I said. "Come here. Look at me. I've promised you that you will be safe here. This is true.
I have seen no danger coming, not for you. But once I'm clear away, if you're afraid, go down to the mill and stay there. Yes, Lord. Don't you believe me? Yes. Then why are you afraid? He hesitated, swallowing. Then he said, The music they spoke of, Lord. What was it? Was it really from the gods? In a way. My harp speaks sometimes of itself when the air moves. I think that's what they heard, and because they were guilty, they were afraid. He glanced over to the corner where the big harp stood. I had had it sent across from Brittany, and since I had come home had used it constantly, restoring the other to its place. That one? How could it, Lord, muffled like that against the air? No, not that one. That harp stays dumb until I touch it. Now, I mean the little one I travelled with. I made it myself, here in this cave, with Galapas the magician to help me. He wetted his lips. You could see that this was hardly a reassurance. I've not seen it since we got home. Where do you keep it? I was going to show you anyway before I left. Come, boy, there's no need for you to fear it. You've carried it yourself 1,000 times. Now get me a torch and come and see. I led him to the back of the main chamber. I'd never shown him the crystal cave, and because I kept my chest of books and my table across the rough rock slope that led to the ledge, he had never climbed that way and found it. Now I motioned him to help me shift the table, and holding the torch high, mounted to the shadowy ledge where the crystal cave lay hidden. I knelt down at the entrance and beckoned him forward beside me. The torch in my hand threw firelight, glimmering through moving smoke round the globed walls of crystal. Here as a boy I'd seen my first visions in the leap and flash of moving flame. Here I had seen myself begotten, the old king dead, the tower of Vortigern built on water, the dragon of Ambrosius leaping to victory. Now the globe was empty but for the harp which stood there with its shadow thrown clear round the sparkling walls. I glanced down at the boy's face. Awe was stirring in it, even at the empty globe and the empty shadows. Listen, I said. I said it loudly, and as my voice stirred the still air, the harp whispered, and the music ran humming round and round the crystal walls. I was going to show you the cave, I said. If ever you want to hide here. I did myself as a boy. Be sure the gods will watch over you, and you will be safe. Where safer than right in God's hand in his hollow hill? Now, go and see to Strawberry. I'll bring the harp down myself. It's time I was gone. When the morning came, I was 15 miles away, riding north through the oak forest which lies along the valley of the Kofi. There is no road there, only tracks, but I knew them well, and I knew the glass-blower's hut deep in the wood. At this time of the year it would be empty. I and my mare shared its shelter half that December day. I watered her at the stream and threw fodder that I had brought into a corner of the hut. I myself was not hungry. There was something else for me to feed on, that deep, excited feeling of lightness and power which I recognized. The time had been right, and something lay ahead of me. I was on my way. I drank a mouthful of wine, wrapped myself warmly in Abba's sheepskins, and fell asleep as soundly and thoughtlessly as a child. I dreamed again of the sword, and I knew even through the dream that this came straight from the god. Ordinary dreams are never so clear. They are jumbles of desires and fears, things seen and heard and felt though unknown. This came clear like a memory. I saw the sword close for the first time, not vast and dazzling like the sword of stars over Brittany, or dim and fiery as it had shimmered against the dark wall in Igraine's chamber. It was just a sword, beautiful in the way of a weapon, with the jewels on the hilt set in gold scrollwork, and the blade glimmering and eager, as if it would fight for itself. Weapons are named for this. Some are eager fighters, some dogged, some unwilling, but all are alive. This sword was alive. It was drawn, gripped in the hand of an armed man. He was standing by a fire, a campfire lit apparently in the middle of a darkened plain, and he was the only person to be seen in all that plain.
A long way behind him, I saw dim against the dark the outline of walls and a tower. I thought of the mosaic I'd seen in Ajah's house. But it was not Rome this time. The outline of the tower was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen it, nor even be sure that I had not seen it only in dreams. He was a tall man, cloaked, and the dark cloak fell in a long, heavy line from shoulder to heel. The helmet hid his face. His head was bent, and he held the sword naked across his hands. He was turning it over and over as if weighing its balance or studying the runes on the blade. The firelight flashed and darkened as the blade turned. I caught one word, King, and then again, King, and saw the jewels sparking as the sword turned. I saw then that the man had a circle of red gold on his helmet, and that his cloak was purple. Then, as he moved, the firelight lit the ring on his finger. It was a gold ring carved with a dragon. I said, "Father? Sir?" But as sometimes happens in dreams, I could make no sound. But he looked up. There were no eyes under the peak of the helmet. Nothing. The hands that had held the sword were the hands of a skeleton. The ring shone on bone. He held the sword out to me, flat across the skeleton hands. A voice that was not my father's said, "Take it." It was not a ghost's voice, or the voice of bidding that comes with vision. I had heard these, and there is no blood in them. It is as if the wind breathed through an empty horn. This was a man's voice, deep and abrupt and accustomed to command, with a rough edge to it, such as comes from anger, or sometimes from drunkenness, or sometimes, as now, from fatigue. I tried to move, but I couldn't, any more than I could speak. I have never feared a spirit, but I feared this man. From the blank of shadow below the helmet came the voice again, grim, and with a faint amusement that crept along my skin like the brush of a wolf's pelt felt in the dark. My breath stopped and my skin shivered. He said, and now I clearly heard the weariness in the voice, "You need not fear me, nor should you fear the sword. I am not your father, but you are my seed. Take it, Merlinus Ambrosius. You will find no rest until you do." I approached him. The fire had dwindled, and it was almost dark. I put my hands out for the sword, and he reached to lay it across them. I held still, though my flesh shrank from touching his bony fingers. But they were not there to touch. As the sword left his grip, it fell, through his hands and through mine, and between us to the ground. I knelt, groping in the darkness, but my hand met nothing. I could feel his breath above me, warm as a living man's, and his cloak brushed my cheek. I heard him say, "Find it. There is no one else who can find it." Then my eyes were open, and it was full noon, and the strawberry mare was nuzzling at me where I lay, with her mane brushing my face. Chapter 8. December is certainly no time for travelling, especially for one whose business does not allow him to use the roads. The winter woods are open and clear of undergrowth, but there are many places in the remoter valleys where there is no clear going save along the stream side, and that is tortuous and rough, and the banks are apt to be dangerously broken or even washed right away with floods and bad weather. Snow, at least, I was spared. But on the second day out of Bryn Merlin, the weather worsened to a cold wind with flurries of sleet, and there was ice in all the ways. Going was slow. On the third day, towards dusk, I heard wolves howling somewhere up near the snow line. I had kept to the valleys, travelling in deep forests still. But now and again, where the forest thinned, I caught glimpses of the hilltops, and they were white with fresh snow. And there was more to come. The air had the smell of snow, and the soft cold bite on one's cheek. The snow would drive the wolves down lower. Indeed, as dark drew in and the trees crowded closer, I thought I saw a shadow slipping away between the trunks, and there were sounds in the underbrush which might have been made by harmless creatures such as deer or fox. But I noticed that Strawberry was uneasy. Her ears flattened repeatedly, and the skin on her shoulders twitched as if flies were settling there. I rode with my chin on my shoulder and my sword loose in its sheath. Merlin, I spoke to my Welsh mare in her own language. When we find this great sword that Max den Vladig is keeping for me, you and I will no doubt be invincible. And find it we must, it seems. But just at the moment I'm as scared of those wolves as you are. So we'll go on till we find some place that's defensible with this poor weapon, and my poorer skill, and we'll sit the night out together, you and I. The defensible place was a ruinous shell of a building deep in the forest. Literally a shell. It was all that remained of a smallish erection the shape of a kiln or a beehive. Half of it had fallen away, leaving the standing part like an egg broken endways, the curving half-dome backed against the wind and offering some sort of protection from the intermittent sleet. Most of the fallen masonry had been removed, probably stolen for building stone, but there was still a ragged rampart of broken stuff behind which it was possible to take shelter and conceal myself and the mare. I dismounted and let her in. She picked her way between the mossed stones, shook her wet neck, and was soon settled quietly enough with her nosebag under the dry curve of the dome. I set a heavy rock on the end of her rope, then pulled the dead fronds of some fern from a dry corner under the wall, dried her damp hide with it, and covered her. She seemed to have lost her fears, and munched steadily. I made myself as comfortable as I could with one saddlebag for a dry seat, and what remained to me of food and wine. I would have dearly liked to light a fire as much against the wolves as for comfort, but there might be other enemies than wolves looking for me by now, so with my sword ready to hand, I huddled into my sheepskins and ate my cold rations and fell at last into a waking doze, which was the nearest to sleep that danger and discomfort would allow. And dreamed again. No dream this time of kings or swords or stars moving, but a dream half-waking, broken and uneasy of the small gods of small places, gods of hills and woods and streams and crossways, the gods who still haunt their broken shrines, waiting in the dusk beyond the lights of the busy Christian churches and the dogged rituals of the greater gods of Rome. In the cities and the crowded places, men have forgotten them, but in the forests and the wild hill country, the folk still leave offerings of food and drink, and pray to the local guardians of the place who have dwelt there time out of mind. The Romans gave them Roman names, and let them be. But the Christians refuse to believe in them, and their priests berate the poorer folk for clinging to the old ways, and no doubt for wasting offerings which would do better at some hermit's cell than at some ancient holy place in the forest. But still the simple folk creep out to leave their offerings, and when these vanish by morning, who is to say that a god has not taken them? This, I thought, dreaming, must be such a place. I was in the same forest, and the apse of stone where I sat was the same, even to the rampart of mossed boulders in front of me. It was dark, and my ears were filled with the roaring of the upper boughs where the night wind poured across the forest. I heard nothing approaching, but beside me the mare stirred and breathed gustily into the fodder bag and lifted her head, and I looked up to see eyes watching me from the darkness beyond the rampart. Held by sleep, I couldn't move. In equal silence, and very swiftly, others came. I could discern them only as shadows against the cold darkness, not wolves, but shadows like men, small figures appearing one by one like ghosts and with no more sound, until they ringed me in, 8 of them, standing shoulder to shoulder across the entrance to my shelter. They stood there, not moving or speaking. 8 small shadows, as much part of the forest and the night as the gloom cast by the trees. I could see nothing except, when high over the bare trees a cloud swept momentarily clear of the winter stars, the gleam of watching eyes. No movement, no word. But suddenly, without any conscious change, I knew I was awake. And they were still there. I did not reach for my sword. 8 to 1 is not a kind of odds that makes sense. And besides, there are other ways to try first. But even those I never got a chance to use. As I moved, taking breath to speak, one of them said something. A word that was blown away in the wind. and the next thing I knew I was thrown back forcibly against the wall behind me, while rough hands forced a gag into my mouth, and my hands were pulled behind my back and the wrists bound tightly together. They half lifted, half dragged me out of the walled shelter, and flung me down outside with my back against the bruising stones that formed the rampart. One of them produced flint and iron, and after a long struggle managed to set light to the twist of rag stuck in a cracked ox horn, which did duty as a torch. The thing burned sullenly with a feeble and stinking light, but with its help they set to work to hunt through the saddlebags and examine the mare herself with careful curiosity. Then they brought the torch to where I sat, with two of them standing over me, and thrusting the reeking rag almost into my face, examined me much as they had done the mare. It seemed clear from the fact that I was still alive that they were not simple robbers. Indeed, they took nothing from the saddlebags, and though they disarmed me of sword and dagger, they didn't search me further. I began to fear, as they looked me over closely with nods and grunted comments of satisfaction, that they had actually been looking for me. But in that case, I thought, if they'd wanted to know my destination or had been paid to find it out, they would have done better to stay invisible and follow me. No doubt I would have led them in the end to Count Hector's doorstep. Their comments told me nothing about their business with me, but they did tell me something as important. These men spoke in a tongue I'd never heard before, but all the same I knew it, the old tongue of the Britons which my master Galapas had taught me. The old tongue has still something the same form as our own British language, but the people who speak it have for so long lived away from other men that their speech had altered, adding its own words and changing its accent until now it takes study and a good ear to follow it at all. I could hear the familiar inflections, and here and there a word recognizable as the Welsh of Gwynedd. But the accent had changed, slurred and strange through 500 years of isolation, with words surviving that had long fallen out of use in other dialects, and sounds added like the echoes of the hills themselves, and of the gods and wild creatures that dwell there. It told me who these men must be. They were the descendants of those tribesmen who had long since fled to the remoter hills, leaving the cities and the cultivable lands to the Romans, and after them to Cunedda's federates from Gwotodin, and had roosted like homeless birds in the high tracts of the forest where living was scarce, and no better men would dispute it with them. Here and there they had fortified a hilltop and held it, but in most cases any hill that could be so fortified was desirable to conquerors, so was eventually stormed or starved out and taken. So, hilltop by hilltop, the remnants of the unconquered had retreated, till there was left to them only the crags and caves and the bare land which the snow locked in winter. There they lived, seen by none except by chance, or when they wished it. It was they, I guessed, who crept down by night to take the offerings from the country shrines. My waking dream had been true enough. These, perhaps, were all who could be seen by living eyes of the dwellers in the hollow hills. They were talking freely as such folks ever do, not knowing I could understand them. I kept my eyelids lowered and listened.
I tell you, it must be he. Who else will be travelling in the forest on a night like this, and with a strawberry mare?
That's right. Alone, they said, with a red roan mare.
Maybe he killed the other and stole the mare. He's hiding, that's certain. Why else lie out here in winter without a fire, and the wolves coming down this low?
It's not the wolves he's afraid of, depend on it. This is the man they were wanting.
And paying for.
They said he was dangerous.
He didn't look it to me. He had a sword drawn ready.
But he never picked it up.
We were too quick for him.
He'd seen us. He had time.
You shouldn't have taken him like that, Quill. They didn't say take him. They said find him and follow him. Well, it's too late now. We've taken him. What do we do? Kill him? Cled will know.
Yes, Cled will know.
They did not speak as I have reported it, but in snatches, one across the other, brief phrases bandied to and fro in that strange, sparse language. Presently they left me where I lay between my two guards, and withdrew a short distance, to wait, I supposed, for Clyd. Some 20 minutes later he came, with two companions. 3 more shadows, suddenly no longer part of the forest's blackness. The others crowded round him, talking and pointing, and presently he seized the torch, which was now little more than a singed rag smelling of pitch, and strode towards me. The others crowded after. They stood in a half-circle round me as they had stood before. Clyd held the torch high, and it showed me my captors, not clearly, but enough to know them again. They were small men, dark-haired, with surly, lined faces beaten by weather and hard living to a texture like gnarled wood. They were dressed in roughly tanned skins, and breeches of thick, coarse-woven cloth dyed the browns and greens and murreys that you can make with the mountain plants. They were variously armed with clubs, knives, stone axes chipped to a sheen, and the one who had given me orders until Clyd came, with my sword. Clyd said,
"They have gone north. There is no one in the forest to hear or see. Take the gag out." "What's the use?" It was the fellow holding my sword who spoke. "He doesn't know the old tongue. Look at him. He doesn't understand. When we spoke just now of killing him, he didn't look afraid." "What does that tell us except that he's brave, which we know already? A man attacked and tied as he is might well be expecting death, but there is no fear in his eyes. Do as I say. I know enough to ask him his name and where he's bound for. Take out the gag, and you, Quill and Arith, see if you can find dry stuff to burn. Let's have good light to see him by."
One of the 2 beside me reached for the knot and got the gag loosened. It had cut my mouth at the corner and was foul with blood and spittle, but he thrust it into his pouch. Theirs was a degree of poverty that wasted nothing. I wondered how much they had offered to pay for me. If Krynas and his followers had tracked me this far and set the hill-dwellers to watch me and discover where I was bound, Quill's hasty action had spoiled that plan. But it had also spoiled mine. Even if they decided now to let me go so that they could follow me in secret, my journey was fruitless. Forewarned though I was, I could never elude these watchers. They see everything that moves in the forest, and they can send messages as quickly as the bees. I'd known all along that the forest would be full of watchers, but normally they stay out of sight and mind their own concerns. Now I saw that my only hope of reaching Galava unbetrayed was to enlist them. I waited to hear what their leader had to say. He spoke slowly in bad Welsh.
"Who are you?"
"A traveller. I go north to the house of an old friend."
"In winter?"
"It was necessary."
"Where," he searched for the words, "where do you come from?"
"Maridunum." This, it appeared, tallied with what they had told them. He nodded.
"Are you a messenger?"
"No. Your men have seen what I carry." One of them said quickly in the old tongue,
"He carries gold. We saw it. Gold in his belt, and some stitched in the mare's girth."
The leader regarded me. I couldn't read his face. It was about as transparent as oak bark. He said over his shoulder, without taking his eyes off me,
"Did you search him?"
He was speaking his own language.
"No. We saw what was in his pouch when we took his weapons. Search him now."
They obeyed him, not gently. Then they stood back and showed him what they'd found, crowding to look by the light of the meagre torch.
"The gold. Look how much. A brooch with the dragon of the king's house. Not a badge. Feel the weight. It's gold. A brand with the raven of Mithras. And he rides from Maridunum towards the north, and secretly."
Quill pulled my cloak again across the exposed brand and stood up.
"It must be the man the soldiers told us about. He's lying. He is the messenger. We shall let him go and follow him."
But Clyd spoke slowly, staring down at me.
"The messenger carrying a harp, and the sign of the dragon, and the brand of the raven, and he rides alone out of Maridunum? No, there's only one man it can be. The magician from Bryn Myrddin." "Him?"
This was the man who held my sword. It went slack, suddenly, in his grasp, and I saw him swallow and take a fresh grip.
"Him? The magician? He's too young. Besides, I've heard of that magician. They say he's a giant, with eyes that freeze you to the marrow. Let him go, Clyd, and we'll follow him as the soldiers asked us."
Quill said uncomfortably,
"Yes, let him go. Kings are nothing to us. but a magician is unchancy to harm.
The others crowded close, curious and uneasy.
A magician? They said nothing about that, or we would never have touched him. He's no magician. See how he's dressed. Besides, if he knew magic, he could have stopped us. He was asleep. Even enchanters have to sleep. He was awake. He saw us. He did nothing. We gagged him first. He's not gagged now. And see, he says nothing. Yes, let him go, Clyd, and we'll get the money the soldiers offered. They said they would pay us well.
More mutters and nods of assent. Then one man said thoughtfully,
He has more on him than they offered us.
Clyd had not spoken for some time, but now he broke angrily across the talk.
Are we thieves, or hirelings to give information for gold? I told you before, I will not blindly do as the soldiers asked us, for all their money. Who are they that we, the old ones, should do their work? We will do our own. There are things here that I should like to know. The soldiers told us nothing. Perhaps this man will. I think there are great matters afoot. Look at him. That is no man's messenger. That is a man who counts among men. We will untie him and talk. Light the fire, Areth.
While he'd been talking, the two he had bidden had brought together a pile of boughs and fallen stuff, and built a pyre ready for lighting. But there could have been no dry twig in the forest that night. Though the sleet showers had stopped some while back, all was dripping wet, and the ground felt spongy, as if it must be soaked right to the earth's centre. Clyd made a sign to the two who guarded me.
Untie his hands, and one of you bring food and drink.
One of them hurried off, but the other hesitated, fingering his knife. Others crowded round, arguing. Clyd's authority, it seemed, was not that of a king, but of an accepted leader whose companions have the right to query and advise. I caught fragments of what they were saying, and then Clyd clearly.
There are things we must know. Knowledge is the only power we have. If he will not tell us of his own will, then we shall have to make him.
Areth had managed to set the damp stuff smouldering, but it gave neither heat nor light, only an intermittent gusting of smoke, acrid and dirty, which blew into all quarters as the wind wandered, making the eyes smart and choking the breath. It was time, I thought, that I made an end. I'd learned enough. I said clearly in the old tongue, "Stand back from the fire, Areth." There was a sudden, complete silence. I didn't look at them. I fixed my eyes on the smoking logs. I blotted out the bite of my bound wrists, the pain of my bruises, the discomfort of my soaked clothes. And as easily as a breath taken and then released on the night air, the power ran through me cool and free. Something dropped through the dark like a fire arrow or a shooting star. With a flash, a shower of white sparks that looked like burning sleet, the logs caught, blazing. Fire poured down through the sleet, caught, gulped, billowed up again, gold and red and gloriously hot. The sleet hissed in onto the fire, and as if it had been oil, the fire fed on it, roaring. The noise of it filled the forest and echoed like horses galloping. I took my eyes from it at last, and looked about me. There was no one there. They had vanished, as if they had indeed been spirits of the hills. I was alone in the forest, lying against the tumbled rocks, with the steam rising already from my drying clothes, and the bonds biting painfully into my wrists. Something touched me from behind. The blade of a stone knife. It slid between the flesh of my wrists and the ropes, sawing at my bonds. They gave way. Stiffly I flexed my shoulders and began to chafe the bruised wrists. There was a thin cut bleeding where the knife had caught me. I neither spoke nor looked behind me, but sat still, chafing my wrists and hands. From somewhere behind me a voice spoke. It was Clyd's. He spoke in the old tongue.
You are Merlin, called Emrys, or Ambrosius, son of Ambrosius, the son of Constantius, who sprang from the seed of Max and Vladig.
I am Merlin Emrys.
My men took you in error. They didn't know.
They know now. What will you do with me?
Set you on your journey where you choose to go.
And meanwhile question me and force me to tell you of the grave matters that concern me?
You know we can force you to do nothing, nor would we. You will tell us what you wish and go when you wish, but we can watch for you while you sleep, and we have food and drink. You're welcome to what we have to offer.
Then I accept it, thank you. Now you have my name, I have heard yours, but you must give it to me yourself.
I am Clyd. My ancestor was Clyd of the forests. There is no man here who is not descended from a god.
Then there is no man here who need fear a man descended from a king. I shall be glad to share your supper and talk with you. Come out now and share the warmth of my fire. The food was part of a cold roast hare with a loaf of black bread. They had venison, fresh killed, the result of tonight's foray. This they kept for the tribe, but thrust the pluck into the fire to roast, and along with it the carcass of a black hen and some flat, uncooked cakes that looked and smelt as if they'd been mixed with blood. It was an easy guess where these and the hare had been picked up. One sees such things at every crossways stone in that part of the country. It is no blasphemy in these people to take the wayside sacrifices. As Clyd had said to me, they consider themselves descended from the gods and entitled to the offerings, and indeed I see no harm in it. I accepted the bread, and a piece of venison heart, and a horn of the strong sweet drink they make themselves from herbs and wild honey. The 10 men sat round the fire, while Clyd and I, a little apart from them, talked. "These soldiers," I said, "who wanted me followed, what sort of men were they?"
5 men, soldiers, fully armed, but with no blazon.